Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never tell on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We'd never quit. We'd never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and like over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so yeah, really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Hello and welcome to day one of the NSC British University Esports Championships Spring Finals, coming to you live from I-70. I'm your host, Affinity, and we have an amazing lineup of events for you this weekend. We'll be kicking today off with the VALORANT Women and Non-Binary League and Rocket League Cup Finals. Over the rest of the weekend, you'll be in the hands of the wonderful Janiro for the Rainbow Six Siege and League of Legends on Saturday, and on Sunday, Splatoon 3, Overwatch 2, and CSGO. Now, without further ado, let's get on to our first event of the day, the VALORANT Women's and Non-Binary League. Now, teams battled it out on an online Swiss to compete for a chance to play here today. Now, the two teams that you'll see up on the stage are UCL Unicorns, representing University College London, and Nott Men representing University of Nottingham. Now, neither of these teams are strangers to this competition. Both played in the Winter Cup, with UCL actually taking first place. So they're here to defend their title today, actually. Now, Nott Men actually came fifth, so they've already made a massive improvement, and they're here to compete for the throne, actually. Now, UCL does have the advantage going into this, with having won the last one and actually winning every single match that they played in order to get here, dropping only one map in the semi-finals. So it's definitely going to be a tough matchup. Both teams have had roster changes since we've last seen them, so they're on fairly even footing on that regard. However, I don't think there's much more I could say, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting too much longer, so I'm going to pass you over to the wonderful casters to get this best of three underway.
Boys, girls, non-binary pals, welcome! I'm so excited to be here, and I am not alone. I am joined by the wonderful Chamberine. Hello, Chamberine!
Hi, how are you? I'm doing well, How are you?
I'm all good. Excited to get stuck into this again. Two teams who probably not too much of strangers within the women and non-binary circuit in VALORANT University Esports, but again, the fact that we have a kind of reigning champion versus maybe a little David versus Goliath story situation.
Oh, yes.
We do love a little bit of an underdog story coming through, and I think that's going to be an exciting factor to kind of keep in mind going into this. Again, for me personally, you know, there have been other tournaments this year within the university circuit where these teams didn't do as well, but with the NSC, it really is their playing field. They get to have such a good run of it. And so far at the moment, the fact that UCL Unicorns could maybe be challenged a little bit here by the side of Nottingham is always a little bit of spice to start the weekend off.
It certainly is. I'm looking forward to it, so I'm happy to go. I'm rearing to go. It's my first time doing VALORANT as well, so I'm excited to get my teeth into it, and I'm ready to rearing to go.
Raring to go indeed, and again, I'm sure these teams are raring to go too. But let's have a look at some of the info to take us through the tournament about how it's going to go today, the lay of the land, so to speak. Both these rosters, again, I'm sure for those of you who've been following the tournament closely, who've been following the women's and non-binary circuit within Valorant University Esports, a lot of these names will be quite familiar to you. Yes, granted, both these teams have had roster changes since last season, and that can kind of spice things up a little bit. That can certainly change things, but realistically, when we look at the results, they haven't really had too much of a bad run of it, have they? Again, consider the bracket. Do you want to talk us through the bracket, Cham?
Yeah, I mean, the bracket is, I think it's going to give us a little bit of an insight of what happened today, because both teams, so we'll disregard the Swiss now, just because we'll just keep it simple and we'll go for just the playoff side of things. So, of course, both teams did play a best of 3 versus, so we've already had 2 games played. One of them was basically UCL versus Bubble Bath, and we also had Chamber Secrets versus Not Men, and both games were a 2-1. So I'm expecting them to at least get 3 maps today, and of course we're getting map bans in just a little bit, and we'll have a look at that. But of course, the graphic just up in front of you, you'll see that favourite map is Ascent for Unicorns, and you've also got Icebox being a favourite map for Not Men as well. But I'm excited. I'm raring to go. I've already mentioned it. I'm just eager to get into the game.
Yeah, I think the cool thing for me is when it gets to these best of 3 moments, it's really about digging deep into your map pool. Yeah. So granted, both these teams, they certainly have their favourite maps, but it'd be nice to see them maybe expand that a little bit more. Maybe a cheeky Bill of Lotus coming out. That's the stuff that I really do love to see. I think especially these two on Lotus could be quite a tasty one. Let's see the agent selection screen though. Let's see where we will be going to start things off. Again, maybe they'll go with those comfort picks, or maybe they'll dig a little bit deeper. Again, hopefully they dig a bit deeper, but it looks like we're going to Ascent first.
Yes, Ascent first. I mean, it's pretty standard. We're not too surprised at that being the favoured pick of UCL. They got to pick it first, so we're not really shocked that we're going to be going to Ascent. So I'm not surprised. I'm excited to get in and get a look at the agents and whatnot. And also just to cover the map veto, just so that we know exactly what maps we're actually going to go to. The second map after that will then be us going to Icebox, which is the favoured pick, of course, Not Men. So we know exactly where we're going for those 2. But Grace, you want to talk about the spice? Do you want to talk about it?
The spice?
For that final map, Fracture.
Oh yes, the spice.
Yes.
That final map of Fracture. So this is the interesting one for all of you at home to just get a little bit of insider knowledge on how this veto actually played out. It turns out that we have had UCL decide, yes, we're going to actually go to Fracture as that final map, as that decider. For all of you at home who don't know, Fracture is a very, very attacker-sided map. The attacker win rate is literally up in the 90% category. That's how attacker-sided it is. So as a result, Nottingham, they get to pick their side. Of course, they're going to pick attack to start on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that happen for Fracture. And, we were discussing it last night. I know a lot of people don't, have a love-hate relationship with Fracture. So, me personally, I kind of like it. I kind of like the spiciness of the fact, the repels in the middle and you can change very quickly with the rotates and I quite like that. But, of course, we're going into a centre heading in and, the agent select just happened just now. Is there any picks you want to talk about, Grace, at all?
I think these are mostly pretty comfortable, to be honest. I will say that, to be honest, the fade coming out, I much prefer for this map in general. Again, the way that the utility can work. The Phoenix is a kind of moment. Again, I'm putting that down to being a comfort pick because I much prefer the kind of, maybe even a Reyna, to be honest, but a Jet Reyna combo or a Jet double duelist with a bit of fade action if you want to go hyper aggressive with it. I think, again, looking at the way that these two teams have brought this lineup, it's giving comfort, it's giving, this is the way that we can kind of control the area. Of course, you've got the Killjoy with the lockdowns as well. You've got a little bit of intel on both sides, which will be super, super important as time goes on.
I certainly will, of course, And I'm new to Valorant, so this is my first forte into this, and I can't go on how much I'm excited to go. And of course, we're getting started with the round and whatnot. We're getting ready to go, and we'll certainly crack into this, and we'll have a look at what we're starting off with this first round.
Yeah, pistol round. It's always an interesting one. I prefer people going a bit more aggressive for it, but it looks like that is what Not Men are trying to do. But Bear actually with the sneaky little pick there. So opening kill is going to go in the favour of UCL Unicorns.
Yeah, they open up aggressively here, but Sigma Male's able to find one or the Sakuna at the same time. Holy Smokes finds Fork, and now we're in that 4 versus 2 scenario. Not ideal for Not Men in this situation now, but to bring it back at least to a 2 versus 1, but remaining alive as that last member. Just trying to find an angle here and waiting for the push to come through, and just going to slow it down a little bit and try and rethink where they're going to go. But the final pick comes through. It's Bear to find Sigma Male, and that is us on the board for the defender side of UCL.
I feel like Bear is kind of like, okay, see, I sense in the world that someone is not enjoying the Phoenix pick, so I'm just going to go a bit large this round. I'm going to win my ones.
Yes.
And that's always a fair enough moment. Again, you know, yes, Phoenix, we don't really see people rely on it too much over the other duelists at the moment, but the main thing is, you know, if you are comfortable about utility, you've got that nice area of effect ability where, you know, you can kind of attack people who are stuck in these choke points, people who aren't willing to peek you for holding those nasty little ratty angles against you. Of course, the flash as well. The flashes are always very useful, especially if you do want to get a bit more aggressive, especially if you do want to go for those sneaky flanks around the corner. And that's pretty much what Bear just did. Again, going for the sneak, going for the initial, okay, if you're all flooding towards there, I can easily go for that flank in mid and I can take you slightly off guard. The fact that there was no pressure towards Fish at all is kind of a little bit of a concern. I think from the get-go you want to get the feelers out, but I understand that Not Men really just wanted to take that aggressive action from the get-go, a full storm towards that A site. It's the pistol round. You've got to try something.
Yeah.
You've got to throw something at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the bonus. You know, if you get it, you get it. It's one of those ones where you just, some people try different things. You know, some people like to bring, you know, the silence and the pistol and whatnot and take an ability with it. Some of them just like to go straight in for, you know, different things. It's, of course, just very quickly as well, just to address, we're just having a very quick pause just because there's just a game pause, so we'll come and you'll get to see our lovely face for a second. We'll have a look at the players and whatnot and see what's happening, and then we'll get back into the game. But, you know, the first round, I don't think, you know, we can't really take much to actually go into the rest with it, because it was actually quite late that it took them to actually, for things to start going. It was a minute and a half still left, and they then started to, you know, really push things, and then it really just came apart really pretty quick. But yeah, we're just going to pause, and I think we can go back to the maps. I think, and we can just discuss a little bit in terms of the maps. And in terms of the sides, the attacker side, of course, we spoke about it at the start that they're going to go to Fracture. You've also got a Sensei. And Icebox as well. As I like seeing different types of maps. That's why I don't know about you. I like to see different things. You know, I don't want to be bored. I like that.
Speaking of seeing different things, you know, they are going to be, I think, maybe some of you saw on the patch notes that are due to come out at some point, but they're actually gonna yeet away Icebox, which I'm like a little bit upset about. I personally, again, not the biggest fan of Fracture, and I feel like that maybe needs a little bit of a removal and rework, but the fact that they're removing Icebox, which to be honest can be a bit of a crutch. I think a lot of people kind of, you know, they have a little bit of a gossip online saying that EU is nothing without Icebox, but at the same time, you know, it's a fun map. You know, consider how it is. It's a chunky boy, right? It's a wide map. The initial engagements, there are these massive long lines of sites. You can get a little bit fruity with the op. You can have a nice time there. And then when it comes to that final collapse, massive utility dump, loads of Viper, loads of Sage, the stuff we love to see. The fact that they're removing it, I'm a little bit sad about. I'm a little bit sad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, and I kind of like. Yeah, it's a nice map. I like it. It's, you know, it's the two different sides. You got the inside part and the outside as well. So, you know, you mentioned the long sides of sight. You've also got the closer area as well, and inside the kind of the you know, the zip lines and whatnot. But yeah, like it's an interesting choice to change it around at least.
It is, and again, because they're gonna throw bind back in, I do believe, and that's always going to be an interesting one too. Of course, I got removed during, you know, Lotus's release. I'm also sad we're not seeing any Lotus today.
Yeah,
I
well, they almost
map.
seen it. We almost seen it. Of course, UCL were the ones they banned it out to take us to Fracture. So it was, they had the choice, and that's why we said it was spicy, because they had the choice to take us to Fracture for the decider, and it is a choice, and they did it as well, knowing that Not Men could just pick attack, and you mentioned it's an attacker sided one, so it is definitely a choice to say the least.
I always think when you see teams play the map bans like that, it's almost like fighting talk when they get to that point.
Yeah.
But then I have the expectation of being like, okay, well, I want to see this get scrappy from you. Again, if you're starting on that defensive side for the decider, this is where I want to see something massive. I want to see something really sneaky and tactical when it comes to that utility, or even how you're playing the pressure of the map. again, maybe you do get over aggressive. That can work. 9 times out of 10, if you're the defenders, the attackers have their route that they have to go through. They're the ones lining up. They have to go for that collapse. If you throw a spanner in the works by suddenly popping up out of nowhere and being like, surprise, it's me, time for my picks, that really can set the momentum. It can rustle the jimmies, so to speak. So that can sometimes delay the attack. Maybe that's what UCL will do when it comes to Fracture. Maybe they'll just set that aggressive momentum from the get-go.
I mean, they chose it, so we're going to very quickly go to ads as well. Of course, we're getting some technical issues, so we will pass it to ads for just a brief few minutes.
Strength extraordinary.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Welcome back to the British University Esports Championship Spring Edition. Again, lots of flowers are blooming, if you've noticed. Little snowdrops, little daffodils. My favourite time of year. But what's also my favourite thing is, of course, Valorant. I love to see it. Again, we're about to get stuck into this grand finals. The map Veto Jam.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit. Of course, we didn't have to just throw it up at the start, so we'll throw it up just now and we'll have a look at where the maps are going and whatnot. We have discussed it in a little bit of detail, but I always like to mention that when it comes to picks and bans, whatnot, I think it's the start of the game. It's an area. It's a choice. It's an area to actually really get in the minds of your opponents, and I think that it's just because of that Fracture pick, the way that it was, and obviously the attacking nature of Fracture, the choice for UCL to take us there, in my mind is, surely they've got a plan. Surely they have an idea. Surely they have something behind it. And I'm tempted to lean towards UCL because of that. Even though not many get the pick of the attack on it, I think because they did that knowingly, I think they've likely got an idea with it.
I think personally, again, it's just the weird thing for me is that, it's played out very bread and butter, and then they've suddenly just gone for the jugular at the end. Both teams choosing to go to their preferred map. The Unicorns going to Ascent. The Icebox pick as well. Like, it's very bread and butter. These are the highest picked maps for these teams. And then for at the end, we see that UCL have gone, well, we could go to Lotus. Wouldn't that be great? Or we could just take you to Fracture. It's an interesting one. Yeah. Again, the momentum is going to be so interesting. Again, though, there is always a chance of an upset here. Remember, this is a David versus Goliath story, so to speak. The reigning champions of UCL. They are the ones trying to maintain their position there. They want to be like, we are the champions again. No one can touch us. Try again next time. But again, if you are the side of Nottingham, you're like, well, actually, we are going to try right now. If Nottingham turn around and they cause a massive upset here, that's gonna shake things going forward.
Yeah, and the thing is I don't know how I feel about it, because it's the Fracture pick is really thrown for a loop. I think we can't talk about it anymore, because it's really like it's kind of like you mentioned the bread and butter part of it. You're like, yeah, this sounds like good, and of course we're gonna go Lotus. That's where we're gonna go, and then they throw in that we're going to Fracture. I think not many will be like, yeah, well, of course we'll take attack. But at the same time, it's kind of like they've planned for it. It's almost like they're playing 4D chess just in that ban phase alone. So I would be definitely curious to find out how Not Men are thinking at this moment in time in terms of that ban. Whether they think that they've won that one out because they get to attack on Fracture first, or whether they're a little bit, why did they go to Fracture? That's a bit strange.
I think I'm also just a little bit upset that we're not going to Lotus, because Lotus and Harbour feel like the best combination to me, and I really hope we will see some Harbour action today. Again, though, looking at the map picks, I'm not entirely sure if we will. Icebox has a very strict meta that people will be adhering to, and I don't think people will expand too far out of that. Again, you know, we've already seen the agent selection for the first map, and it's very, again, I think it's more based around those comfort picks, really. You know, yes, we'll have a little bit of action there to control the map. We'll have that lockdown on that Killjoy. We'll bring out that intel on Vasova, the Cypher. The Fade too, again, I really prefer Fade on a lot of the maps in the map pool at the moment. As soon as she was released, I was like, this is a aggressive agent to bring. You can really utilize that utility to chase people around the corners. If people are holding those ratty angles, you can just go for those aggressive pushes. I like to call her kind of like a duelist light, even though she's not a duelist.
Yes,
it's this idea that, you know, you even see in tons of regions globally, people actually utilizing Fade as almost that entry point. You're entering as Fade instead of taking a duelist. And that's a really interesting aspect to her kind of toolkit there. And that's what I really want to see on this first map. I want to see these aggressive pushes using that utility. It's almost like a kind of hunt and chase down vibe, right? It's kind of like you're hunting for the enemy at that point.
Certainly is. And, you know, I think that there was a couple of obviously changes in terms of the duelist, part of it. They didn't really pick. I was quite surprised at a few picks, but it kind of is what it is. You mentioned the Phoenix at the start. They played it, and obviously because it was a pistol round, they played it in a little bit more of a kind of risky manner, if you could say the least. That's probably the way that they played it and whatnot. And we're of course just still having a little bit of tech issues and PC issues in the background that we're just trying to address. So bear with us. We will attempt to waffle as long as possible.
Well, I can talk about duelists till the cows come home, because that's the interesting thing for me right now is that Phoenix picks. Why not the Raze? We really see people fall back, which is why I'm saying, I think because it's map number 1, maybe both these teams have gone, okay, we need to get this map under our belt. Let's just go comfortable. Let's not think too much about, bringing this meta or that meta or blah, 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 blah. They just want to go with what's comfortable. And Phoenix, if you're comfortable on Phoenix, it's a good piece of kit. I just automatically assume that we're going to see Jet and Raze float
Exactly,
through.
yeah. I was surprised with no Jet.
Yeah. Especially because of those tight corners, when you're trying to enter those, both sites actually, think about the corridor and the way that you have to go around that corner. Sometimes having those paint shells on the Raze can be a lot nicer to give you that breathing room to actually go, because it's such a tight choke point, right? It's so small. You need that utility dump almost to even get you through there. And again, even having the Jet, you can just kind of stampede through that instead, use that dash, just go forward instead of having to contest that gunfight initially, get to a better position, and then at that point you've got a nice split between the rest of your team and you can take that crossfire, you can win your ones. The Phoenix, again, I'm really excited to see what they do with it. If it is a comfort pick, we've already seen Bear go large with it. So again, maybe we'll see more of that. Most likely we will, but for now it's an interesting one that they're going comfortable. Yeah. It is the finals though.
Yeah, it is the finals. Yeah, it's exactly. That's why we talk about the maps and stuff like that. It's their comfort maps. They got to play on both the maps that they wanted. And I think the thing is with map bans as well is that if you obviously you start, ban. If you just start with your ban and it's not your opponent's favoured map, you're kind of like, oh yeah, well, we're going to get to play our map anyway, because it's the person who starts the bans that really decides it. Because if they ban the other team's favourite, then the other ban is usually the other team's favourite, and then that's when chaos ensues, which didn't really happen. They just went for the comfort ones. It wasn't until we got to Fracture and the Lotus side of things that they started to kind of throw us for a loop a little bit. But there is, one thing I'll kind of would like to talk about while we have a minute, I guess, and it is that Not Men. I'd seen it mentioned that they had the last time we were here, it came down to a tie break, and that was basically how they ended up going out. And they seem to be up for a little bit of revenge. You said it was like a kind of David and Goliath kind of situation, and that's exactly what it is. I'm hoping that it's a good series. Of course, playoffs and the actual bracket would dictate that we would likely get 3 maps, and I'm hoping we get 3 maps.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be an interesting one if we suddenly start to see that upset trickle through.
Yeah.
I think it would be disappointed. Again, I think for fans of this tournament, I think it will be a disappointment if we don't get to that third map on the basis that, you know, as we said, you know, Nottingham, they won that revenge tour right now. UCL, they are the reigning champions. You want to see both sides get super scrappy with each other. Super, super scrappy. If that first round was anything to go by, I really do think it's going to get scrappy. But you just want to see it get to that final map, because that's when absolute carnage is going to go down. You know, attacker-sided, fighting talk from UCL. I just want it now. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like you want to just skip. Everybody just win their favourite maps, skip to Fracture and see what absolute chaos we can come up with. But we're not going to do that. We're, of course, going to get our maps played out. You know, it could be a 2-0 situation. I don't think it will be, though. I think they're going to be fighting for every inch of the map on both teams. So I think that we're getting all 3 maps at least. And I think there might be some overtime involved a little bit.
Overtime potentially, which requires a lot of energy. And speaking of energy, just so you all know, if you type Monster Drop into chat, you can be entered for a little bit of a giveaway. Get a little Monster Drop kind of sent to your house, the comfort of your own house. And that's in every single title throughout this tournament this weekend too. So if you're currently, you know, streaming or casting the stream to your television and you're not really by your keyboard, you can get it at any point this weekend, but just make sure you do it because you don't want to miss out.
Yes, certainly don't. Of course, we're still just in the background just getting this rehost sorted. The players are just sorting out, they're getting the same money and whatnot for the next round and stuff, because of course we did play at least one round, so we need to make sure everything's all good. It was just some PC issues in the background. It happens, it's okay, but we are certainly flexing our voices a little bit and getting a little bit of waffle time, which is always fun. It's always fun.
It is always fun. And what is also going to be fun is, like, regardless of how this series goes, you know, I don't want to kind of shoot the gun here a bit too early, but it's the fact that next season, you know, there will be map changes. Not only map changes, but Gecko is going to start seeing an appearance, which is something that we haven't really touched on yet. And I'm just like, oh, that's going to potentially shift things a little bit.
It's certainly, well, yeah, I've played, you know, we've seen a lot of Gecko, great flash and whatnot, and having the ability to defuse the bomb and plant the bomb even, or plant the spike, apologies, I'll just say just now, I'm from Siege, it's okay, there'll be a couple of overlaps, this is my first time doing Valorant, so there will be a couple of overlaps here and there, so if I accidentally say operator instead of agent, don't come at me, it's okay, it's just because I'm first time doing Valorant, so, but, nonetheless, you can, you know, plant the bomb, and it's a little bit different. Of course, it opens up a couple of different interactions where you might lose the spike in a scenario there you've sent it. You know, there's a couple of angles where you can send Gecko around, you know, send it around to go for the plant, and then someone, you know, shoots it, and they get the spike for free. If you're not really paying attention, there's also the ability that you can actually, you don't have to dedicate yourself to actually putting the spike down. You're not vulnerable for that you know, couple of seconds that it takes to do it. So it'll be an interesting change when it does come through. And of course, you know, not yet though, we won't see it today, but it's, you know, it's coming soon.
I think that's what I'm mostly excited about too, to be honest, because we have seen, especially in the last 6 months, kind of that rise of taking that double initiator of like Fade and KO, and I'm wondering how Gecko will actually fall into that mix, to be honest. You know, let us know your opinions in chat, to be honest. I'd really love to know, going back over, what you guys actually think if Gecko will have that much footing when it comes to competitive. Again, will we see double initiator lineups come through? Will people kind of swap out the Fade and the KO and mix that up with the Gecko itself as well? You know, that's an interesting one that I want to see personally. All about the map control, and certainly, you know, those kind of agents do really attest to that map control, or at least the aggressive ways you can gain that map control. Of course, less about the utility, more about I can send that util out and I can follow it up with a swing from myself. That's the stuff I want to see. Speaking of swinging, wondering how aggressive these two teams are going to get with each other. Of course, going into that comfort picks, I really would assume that people are just going to be going for these absolutely gorgeous gunfights as time goes on. And again, especially with that Phoenix utility, very, very spicy, very dicey. Lots of flashes. We got the bit of cover too, and of course they run it back. So if they do decide that they want to get aggressive, well, if Bear decides that they want to get aggressive, that's going to be quite an interesting one to behold for me personally.
Yeah, Bear was on a bit of a heater in that first that first teaser round, I guess we can call it. The pistol round we got for just a few minutes, before we had to come to this brief little break, and just having a little discussion. It's almost like a podcast at this point with us. We're just throwing back and forward, talking about different things and whatnot, and making different suggestions and all sorts of things. We've already touched on the fact that Icebox is going to go in the next change, which is definitely a big one. You mentioned that it's a bit of an EU crutch and whatnot, but so. Not many will be happy with that, the timing of that. They'll be happy that, yes, we're getting to play it in the final. I'm thankful that we're getting to play it in the final because it's their favourite map, and I'm hoping that they can put in a performance and we can get the third map.
This is it. I think, again, between now and next season, Icebox being removed, they are going to have to be like, okay, that's a bit unfair for us to have that happen when it is our best map, but maybe they'll dig more into their map pools. Again, if you're pretty decent with Icebox, maybe you try those, other maps like Lotus. Could be quite an interesting one. Again, I love Lotus so much. Again, just want to see the Harbour utility more. I think I'm just a Harbour shill at this point, to be honest.
Harbour's good, yeah.
I do love a bit of Harbour. But it's this idea that, digging deeper into your map pool, the deeper your map pool, the less for Jimmy Russell, right? Because you can turn up on an event like Finals, and this is kind of advice to both teams, really. You could show up to Finals, you could show up to the tournament, and it doesn't matter what your opponent picks. It doesn't matter how that map veto goes. You're comfortable everywhere. Scrims, practice makes perfect, as we always say. Practice makes perfect. So get in the scrim grind. I already think that every single time we have these iterations of these tournaments within the university sector, you always see these teams do better and better and better. And yes, roster changes happen.
Yep.
But it's really lovely to see a lot of these teams go from strength to strength to strength. And again, the main thing for me is that a lot of these teams, you want to see in game changers one day. You really want to see that. And I know that in some of the university circuit, a lot of those teams are working towards game changers. So it's this idea of yes, you can do it, your university, get that degree, get that bag, whoop. But then you also have that competitive experience and you can kind of do what you want with that. So it's the best of both worlds. And that's why university esports is so important. So important. So again, if you're watching this and you haven't followed the NSE channel yet, maybe give it a little follow below. And you can also follow the Twitter also. Follow the social for NSE for updates on not only the streams and the teams, but maybe if you're at university yourself, you can also check some of this out. Competitive is a really good way to relax, to be honest, to relax around the absolute grind that you have to do at university. Yes, maybe you've spent too long at the library one evening and you're like, okay, maybe I do just want to have a day tomorrow where I go and play some comp with some friends from uni.
Yeah, not to mention that it's a little bit better than playing unrated and rated, to be honest, because you get those more traditional roles and whatnot, so you don't have to, play Phil all the time. Everybody gets their idea of where they're going to be playing and what agents and what areas. Almost said operator there, didn't caught it though just in time. But yeah, it's a case where you get that structure, you get to play together and whatnot. Whereas obviously, everybody knows when you're just on a ranked game and whatnot, you end up having to just play to the conditions of the team where there isn't. You end up playing on operators that you don't normally play on, and you then playing on things like. You would maybe play in a different role than what you would normally do in the comp setting. So it's always nice to get yourself in and get some structure and whatnot. And you mentioned it as well. It's good. It's a good way to unwind. So if we can get more people in that as well, and it also feeds into the actual, the pro circuit as well. So it's a good way to get yourself on the map as well, and things like that. And it's always good for these type of events as well. So it's exciting and whatnot to get everybody in together and have a big fun gathering of the community as well.
As I say, again, for me personally, I met a lot of my closest friends for university esports. So maybe, if you're a first year at the moment and you're like, okay, it's been a bit chaotic, post-COVID, going straight into uni, maybe it's a good way for you to make friends. Again, you can go to nsc.gg. You can actually search your university within the search bar on the website, and you can see then the Twitter, the socials, the Discord, all of that for whichever university that you're currently attending. Yep. And you can find out more information about okay, actually next season I want to have a go. Remember, it's not just Valorant that they do there. It's not just Valorant that we do at NSE. It's so many game titles. So you can have a look, see what game you play, a bit of Rocket League, a bit of Valorant, a bit of Siege, whatever you want. We are actually going to go back into the game, so let's get stuck in. Let's see how the rest of this is going to go, of course.
Certainly,
agent section is going to be the same, so There
Okay.
we are.
Yeah, so certainly we're getting into it. We're getting back into it. That's the end of the Grace and Chamberlain podcast for today, at least. And we are ready
best
to
kind
go
of
into the game.
podcast.
And of course, we get to see the picks and whatnot again. Full reset, ready to go, onto Ascent, and just breathe, everybody. Let's go.
Very excited to see how this goes. It is indeed a full reset. You might be noting at the top that, yeah, there's no round win there. We have gone for a full reset here. I believe there was a technical issue that had impacted the last round, so very curious to see how things go. Nott being sensible here and actually going for a completely different approach, Cham.
Yeah, certainly are. They've changed things around a little bit. You know, it looks like they're going for a full stack on that B side, and they'll just wait for obviously the time to come down, and then we'll get ready to go. And this is always the worst part of any start of Valorant, when you have that extra time at the start and you just kind of lingering and you don't have any buy-in to do, so you're just kind of like waiting to go. You're like, oh, you know, what's happening? Are we ready? Are we going? And then it's almost, you know, like straight out there, smokes right away, and then we're just going to start with the push off. But Bear, of course, is trying to start us off as they finished the last time, but didn't quite get it. Agent Chimera's able to get the first kill on the board, and that is an early fall down for Phoenix.
Certainly is. Oh, there we go. The Astra falls. Holy Smoke's getting taken out by Sigma Male. They're looking for a second one. Actually get taken out there by Simkura. But the trade immediately comes through. So excellent trades on both sides thus far. And that spike is indeed being plonked down. It's going to be a little bit clunky for Diet Coke to have to contest now. The split angles being held towards, and their flash now. That's a really good use of util to just push them back from taking that retake. DayLuna looking to get a little bit frisky in market, looking for some little pop shots. Finds one head. There we go. Fork does indeed fall down. Can they get the second? The tight angle around the corner. No Leaf is there waiting for it. The trade comes through though. Diet Coke a 1 versus 2. Can they make it work? The Prowler's going to give the information that they need, but there we have it. The swing around the corner. A 3K for Chimera. And that's pretty good going.
Yeah, pretty good going, considering obviously we've seen that tease the last time about how well Bear did. Not quite the greatest this time. Tried to go for the same idea, bring a little bit of aggression through the mid point in the map, but it didn't quite work out. Fell early on, and then from there it just kind of cascaded, really. And they got the spike down, really, really well executed. Thought that we might get a little bit of a closer clutch than that, but it is what it is. They got it done. They got the first round on the board, of course, for Nott, and we are ready to go in the second round.
Certainly so. This is where winning that first round gives you a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more firepower. Oh, fuck already! The overextension gets punished. Holy Smokes is going to fall down. The Unicorns having to back off. Now you would, wouldn't you? You lost one of your players from being a little bit cheeky like that. You don't want to contest it yet again.
Yeah, that's twice in a row they've done it. That they've tried to send someone out just to get a little bit of early aggression. Not quite worked out. Nott are looking a little bit more comfortable at the moment. And there's just a little bit of a lull in the middle of the round as they kind of decide where they want to bring this execute from. And as they build up towards that A side, it looks as though the Unicorns are at least aware of that. And they've set the utility up for exactly that. You can see them blocking off a couple of those angles to make sure that they can get at least the coverage on it. But the push does come through from Sigma Male, who finds the kill. Is a beautiful shot there at the same time as our trade for Luna to find Isa at the same time. But Fork, though, has something to say about that and finds Luna. Now we're in a 2 versus 4, and Fork getting the plant down, Grace.
Certainly so. A retake is now going to have to be underway for UCL Unicorns. Fork and everyone onto Bear of all people as Diet Coke takes down Fork in retaliation for trades yet again. UCL, they're good at getting these trades, but again, the disadvantage here, the player disadvantage, a 1v3, very uncomfortable indeed. Think this might have to be a little bit of a save here. And that's indeed what is going to happen. Again, difficult, lemon and difficult. There's going to be so many crossfires held against you. Sometimes hard to know what call to make in this. Maybe keep hold of that weaponry. Maybe keep hold of, well, there we have it. You're actually going to go for the peak. Yep. And Sigma Male will shut you down. Already, Nottingham. Fair play, 2 rounds on the trot.
Yeah, certainly. And they look comfortable as well doing it. They certainly do. I think, though, it is that open pick, though, that's really been the difference so far. They found it twice, and it's put UCL on the back foot, and it's not really helped the scenario, of course. And then we had the push straight in there, you know, with a really great execute as well. And Nott are looking comfortable in the first couple of rounds, Grace.
They really are. Again, I think it's difficult at the moment for UCL because Nott are finding these really good openings. They're getting that space, and then they're kind of having to go into this very awkward retake situation because that spike's going down so quickly. Again, this is reason why maybe you want to invest a few more pieces of util on site. You want to really just lock down one of those sites and be like, okay, we can rely on utility a bit more if we don't have the player presence. But at the moment, it's kind of janky. Again, the over-aggression was punished there. I love the fact that they went for it, bro. I love the fact that they went for it. I think we're going to go to a quick little break because we are actually having some more technical issues. Again, Monster drops in chat if you want to snag yourself some free Monster, and we will be right back.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you. I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about that. We had a little technical pause, but now we are getting stuck in. Well, certainly Nottingham are getting stuck in right now, already stampeding their way as best they can towards that A side.
They certainly are, Grace, and we talked about this just in the break there, that they were extremely aggressive, and obviously moved into the third round where a lot of people have a little bit more econ and they can start to flex things a little bit more. This is where things might change around a little bit, but of course Nottingham are in a much better position. But we have already had one player fall on UCL, and it's now just beginning to get this execute started as they push in towards that A side.
They're able to pull off a split push here, but Spike is going down. Sakuna going massive though before being taken down by Isa. Holy Smokes does trade it back though. Can they get a second one? No, they can't. Leaf there, ready and waiting. Beautiful swing around the corner from Day Ludovo, shutting down Nottingham. And finally, UCL are going to get around on the board. A gorgeous retake from them.
It certainly was a gorgeous retake that was in store for us, that one there. But it was a little bit of a strange one. They just didn't have anyone really covering that top angle coming onto A or up towards Rafter's side. They just didn't really have anyone really watching it. And then, of course, you know, just goes massive on the top. But that brings us back down to the man count being a little bit better. It wasn't an ideal scenario for them from that side of things in terms of covering things for Nottingham. And they drop off that round. And I think really they had an opportunity to go three in the lead there.
I agree. I think, you know, they got the spike down. It's just all about holding those angles. I think they kind of did themselves over a little bit with the smoke. I think that they needed those lines of sight. They needed to reposition themselves. Just hold those angles a little bit better. They're too worried, again, still being a round ahead.
Things have slowed down a little bit, Grace, after that. It seems as though Nottingham have got their ego checked a little bit, as they're not really moving a little bit. You've seen the last couple of times they've had the opening picks within the first 30 seconds, and it's this time no one really wanted to move at all.
Precisely. Just kind of, again, the quiet before the storm. A different pace, one might say. So we're seeing a little bit of hesitance there. I think the execute might actually come through Fish. I think they desperately want this mid control. And that's where they are planning to take the fight eventually. Again, just applying a little bit of pressure towards A just to get the feelers out, just to make sure that they can go for a little bit of a bait. But again, they need to take this gunfight against Bear. And this is where Jimmy's might get rustled. There we have it. Jimmy's are rustled. A 2K. Pretty much a freebie, just holding that same angle. They just walk into that line of sight. Chimera takes down Sakuna. But again, look how much breathing room UCL have just created for themselves. The rotate now has to come through. They can't go for that B execute. They have to try and get to Garden and go to A now.
They certainly do. It's a 3 versus 3 scenario though, as Chimera's able to find one of all the smokes at the same time, and now we're down to 3 versus 2. As it all just starts to trickle down a little bit. The plant won't be going down though. Fork is the one putting that on the floor, and they're just coming around towards A to try and put more pressure down towards the site, and it is down, ticking. The spike is cooking. The defender killjoy though, it has been activated. The lockdown will come through in a moment's notice, so things have to get cooking here, guys. They have to be quick.
Player standing. So Hunter's Fury was attempted to just pull away from that spike, didn't really land to anything though, and there goes once again a massive. They are just going to have to stick this as DayLuna collects that kill from Fork. Good stuff indeed. Another strong retake coming through from UCL.
Yeah, and it was something we were kind of teased in that off round that we seen at the start. Of course, there was a couple of rounds that, you know, that first round was written off. Bear went massive, got himself quite a few kills, and we hadn't really seen that in these, you know, after the reset when Nottingham got those two rounds in a row even. Bear's been activated though, 4 kills in the round. They got a double kill right at the start, and then they got a double kill again, and it seems to be that is what they were needing, and they're just getting into this. They're brought it back. It's a 2 versus 2, and I was thinking that Nottingham were looking pretty comfortable, and now they look a little bit scared because things are really, really slow, Grace, now.
That's the thing, they're trying to put the feelers out. It's just, again, the initial engagements, they really need to go in their favour. Maybe a little bit more utility needs to come out from Fork, especially if you're contesting mid. To send one of those intel darts out, have a little see as to where people are lurking, but it's difficult when you're setting up for that immediate execute and you're the one with the spike. So what can they do in that situation? Again, speaking of the B execute, looks like they are trying to contest Fish a little bit right now.
Yeah, and they're just splitting things up a little bit. Of course, you've got one side, a couple going for A, a couple going for B, so they're just, you know, putting the feelers out. And I don't know if this is the strategy, because we've seen 2 rounds come up on the board from Nottingham, just the quick aggression, and this time now they're starting to actually feel things out and play a little bit slower, and so far it hasn't really been to their benefit. We're seeing the big rotate though coming around now. It looks as though the call has been made for B, and that's exactly where they're going to take this round to go, and I think that is where we're going to get some action. We're 40 seconds left now, and things need to start happening, Grace.
I think this is a problem. I think UCL themselves are confused. I think they think that push is indeed going to come through from A. Cuff goes down. DayLuna desperately trying to hold on to the pit here, but again, the intel is coming out consistently. Bear going for a swing around the corner. Again, no line of sight, so a little bit difficult when you do have that smoke blocking you. And also good use of smoke into that market. But there we have it. DayLuna going massive. Diet Coke follows up with one of their own, as does Holy Smokes. Can DayLuna get this pick here? Yes, they can. A nice little cleanup and a free K for the round.
That's not going to admit that's a bit of a missed opportunity there. They had the jump on them, they had the control, they were ready to go in for that execute. Looked great, but DayLuna just says no. That's exactly what happened. I'm going to take out this game by the scruff of the neck, and I'm going to win that round out and just get so many kills. It was brilliant. It's a great performance in that, and just an individual one. DayLuna there now, of course, at the top of the leaderboard because of that.
Yeah. Going a little bit massive here already. The main thing is, too, is like, yes, they are starting to try and utilize some of that util a little bit more, again, putting the smoke down, getting that intel dart out. It just needs to be a little bit more punchy, I think, and I think, especially when they're going for that final collapse, they need something a little bit extra in pocket. Granted, they do have that raise again, so a few paint shells to go through would certainly benefit them, especially when it comes to the back of that pit. You know, you really got to clear that, and sometimes you don't want to go for the swing. Just send those paint shells in.
Yeah, certainly is the case, and I'm just, you know, I get hung up on it a little bit, but I think that Nottingham are a little bit, you know, on the back foot here. Of course, they've just lost 3 rounds on the row, and they're just being so tentative, especially with this mid push. All of them are dedicated to this, and they're really taking their time to try and push in here. But we've got Bear, of course, who's been so aggressive so far. It does get right in the faces of them, but Fork is there to put them straight into the dirt, and that's the first pick on the round with a minute left to go.
He is a full speed collapse. Bear can just go for the pre-fire for the smoke. And speaking of smokes, Holy Smokes is going to follow up with one into Isa too. Schooner going to hold the back of pit. Again, could cause a little bit of a Jimmy Russell on the tiniest bit of health though, so it could be a little bit uncomfortable, and there we have it. Because of that, Sigma Mel is going to collect a little freebie around the corner. 30 seconds. That spike is going to go down. UCL, they do have the player advantage here, so it's not too chaotic. And again, lots of util still in pocket. There's one, but there we have it. Fork can shut down that retake.
Looked much better there from Nottingham. They were able to get himself around and equalise it up. So it's 3 apiece now after what was a shaky start for both teams on the other side. You had a shaky start from the side of UCL. A couple of rounds that they lost, and then it was almost like the rehost flipped it to the other side. The momentum just shifted that, and that's kind of the thing, you know, it's playing into the advantages of, you know, when we do need to do a rehost and trying to make sure that you can try and maintain the momentum. Hopefully now Nottingham have bucked up their ideas a little bit, and they're feeling themselves, and we can start to get these rounds back and forward a little bit more.
Definitely. Even Stevens at the moment. Really good going for Nottingham too, considering they are slightly on the less favourable side here. And they're the ones working against the timer. They're the ones that have to gain that map control from the get-go. They're the ones that have to go for that push.
My camera is destroyed.
Certainly are, of course, just setting up things just now, and you know, they're just feeling each other out. And this just seems to be the lay of the land in terms of these rounds. They're just spending that first minute or so really just getting the feel for each other, and there's not really all that much happening, setting things up for the execute, and it looks as though it's exactly what they're going to start doing here. But of course, Bear, the most aggressive so far in the server, is doing just that. So with the swing multiple times out, Chimera though finds Holy Smokes on the other side, and that's the first pick though towards Nottingham. But Bear's also killed off as Sigma Male's able to find that kill, and now there's a little bit of control for Not Men, who have the man advantage, and now they're going to try and get this execute done. They've flooded in towards A site, and now they begin it though, but someone, Delilona finds one, but is immediately fragged out, and at the same time, Poke falls, and they push up towards the back of that rafter site, but there's one member left alive for UCL. Can they clutch this one up? Grace.
Not sure. They are going to give themselves the information they need so they can kind of try and go for some of these pre-fires. Difficult, Lemon, difficult, but you do have that Killjoy utility up against you, though. Again, no one's peeking it. This is really sensible right now from Not Men. They're just not willing to do it. Schooner does take down 4. Again, the timer is ticking. The flash is going out to really delay. This is the kind of post plant I love to see. Flash utility being sent. And again, they don't have to peek. The swing around the corner come through. And there we go. The cross angle was being held. Really, really good from Not Men there. The post plant was perfect. Just delaying, send that flash, hold that crossfire. Chef's kiss, to be honest.
Yeah, much better, and that's what I was hoping to see after, you know, we had the 2 rounds that UCL dropped at the start, we had the 2 rounds that then Not Men dropped as soon as we came back, and now those 2 rounds that we've just seen played out, the kind of back and forwards there, that feels a lot more like both of them have kind of got the feel of each other and kind of know exactly where they want to do, and now we'll start to see, I think, a lot more of a back and forward, and going for a split push this time, and you know, going to go for that A side and the B side at the same time, and looks as though there's a lot of concentration to hold onto this midpoint though from the defender side.
We're already both sides getting stuck in absolute carnage down this midsection right now. The stuff we love to see. The entrapment also almost right now. Oh. The fact that, oh, there we have it. Bear once again going massive.
Able to find that kill, and then it gets immediately fragged out though. So 3 versus 4 scenario though in favour of Not Men, and quite a few bullets traded back and forward towards this midpoint. It doesn't really seem that anyone wants to change the push yet, and that's just exactly, of course, Caster's Curse. As I say that, they switch around and they're going to go to A fully. There's no one over that side there, so they have an opportunity to just send it in towards A, and it looks as though they're going to do just that and go for that spike plant down, and no one's really clicked onto that. Eventually UCL do get that information to them that they are going for that A push, and they go for a swing round, and the rotate does come, but the spike is planted, Grace, and we're in a post plant.
And we do love a cheeky post plant so far between these two. A 4 versus 3, Not do have the advantage here. Again, that Astra util could come in clutch, again blocking off a long. Oh, there we have it, Coke and De Luna getting a little massive here. Whittling this down to a 2 versus 2 versus Chimera is going to take out Holy Smokes. Are they aware of the position? Hell yes they are. De Luna the swing around the corner. But do they have the time to stick this plant? Again, the flash utility will go out. The delay. Sorry, there we go. There's that flash. But again, they can't stick to defuse. This is the important thing, right, about playing the time sometimes. Yeah. They know they don't have the time at this point. Leaf can saunter away to their own contented heart's desire.
Certainly can.
They are just playing these post plants so well. Like, yes, granted, that last round it was a little bit scrappier, right? They were losing numbers a little bit more, but the fact that they're able to be like, yeah, we will just pull back right now. There's a lot of kind of patience that you see in players sometimes, and it's such an important skill to learn. It's that patience, it's that ability to be like, okay, we will fall back a little bit and just use that util that we have. We'll go for that util dump. It's difficult in these kind of games where you want to go and take that gunfight. You want to get those numbers right. You want to deal with the immediate threat, but you can just pull back. You can just util dump. You can be easy breezy chill about it.
Yep, certainly can, and not many have had a good couple rounds. Of course, they've now got that 2-round deficit at least in the lead, and going for that split push again. Of course, a couple of players up the midpoint, and then a couple around towards A, and it looks as though they'll just feel things out. And it's very contrasting the rounds we're getting, Grace. We're getting quite a few that are feeling each other out, tentative for the first minute and a bit, and then the other rounds are just fully aggressive, straight in with the fights. You know, especially Bear just trying to take as many gunfights as possible, use as much utility as possible, and spend as much money as possible.
Bear's been gross this entire map. I love it. It's amazing. Like, it just, again, you're on that duel list. You have to go be aggro. You have to use every piece of utility. Oh, here we go. A little bit Phasal coming through. Zakuna gets caught out in hell. It is carnage right now on A. They have all this control. The bot gonna go out, so Holy Smokes might get a little bit of a nasty surprise here. Oh, it hasn't actually been popped, okay. More smoke to go down from the side of UCL to give them a little bit of extra cover yet again, trying desperately to block off these angles that Nott have been using so well. But there we have it, the lockdown coming in clutch with the Hunter's Fury from Fork. Doesn't quite land on anyone, but it is going to delay that entrance from Garden. And this is where things get certainly even more chaotic. Holy Smokes, speaking of which, Holy Smokes, you're going massive, a 3K now. And this is where the discomfort comes. Look at that, the cosmic divide, the cutoff, the shutdown by DeLuna. There's the second one, there's the follow-up, and there's that defuse.
Well, we did compliment on the fact that Notman had a really good post-plant, and they make us eat our words a little bit there. Holy Smokes, of course, is the one to find the 3K on the round. Double kill coming out at the end from Luna as well. So wonderful round there on that retake. Much better play from UCL. Was able to get that. It was successfully really good use of the utility on both sides. But, you know, they're able to bring it to a 4-5-4 scenario, and now things are looking a bit closer.
I really love the fact that it's so back and forth between these two.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the fact that it's getting so close on map number 1 is a really good sign. Again, granted, this is the more comfort pick for UCL right now.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
But this is definitely a good sign for Nottingham, especially as they're on that attacking half. The collapse looks like it's already coming through, Ezra.
Oh wow, this is quick. They are pushing in towards B, flooding the site there. Quite a lot of utility coming out as well to make sure, but sprays coming through from Bayer. Diet Coke finds one to ISO though at the same time as Agent Chimera with an immediate refrag onto Diet Coke at this end. Now it's very much a back and forth scenario. 2 versus 4 on the player count, and we're just going to have to regather our thoughts for a second there. But no, Bayer isn't stopping to wait for anybody. Finds Chimera and looking for the second, but it is the Luna to find the last one. And Leaf falls, and we are an even score again, Grace.
Even Stevens, indeed. Nottingham do have the lockdown in pocket going into this next round, though, so maybe we will see them utilise that piece of kit.
Oh, yeah.
Just to get a little bit of an advantage here, gain that extra round lead. We'll see how it goes, though. Maybe they'll try those gunfights initially. And if it goes all upside down, that's when they can pop that ulti. Again, speaking of ultis, though, we've seen how aggressive Bear can be, and that run it back is up. This could be quite a spicy one for me, personally. You know, I was kind of thinking, the Phoenix util, not really too effective at times, but the fact that Bear has absolutely had a field day is just phenomenal.
Certainly having a field day. And you mentioned it before that this would probably come down to a lot of the gunfights and whatnot, and it certainly has so far, but the Killjoy is coming through. The lockdown will go down in 5 seconds, so everybody has to clear the area as this execute does go down. But Leaf starts us off with the kill count, gets Luna and deals with them, and now we're in a 5 versus 4 scenario with a minute left. And I mentioned it before, some of these are a lot more aggressive than other rounds. Bear finds another one onto Fork, and 4 versus 4 is the player count now.
That's very awkward, though. You've invested for lockdown, and the player with Spike wasn't in pit. Now they have to go for the plant. Now they're having to take that aggression. But again, that's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous antics.
It really
Granted,
is, but it's
a
down.
retake.
Oh, apologies. It really is, but it is down, and they are ready to get this retake set up. But Notmen are sitting in pretty good positions there. The Phoenix comes through, and towards, of course, Chimera, though, finds 1 kill onto Bear, Sigma with another, and ISO finds Holy Smokes, and we have a lone member alive of Bear.
You know it's a fun match when I start to turn into an owl. Oohs across the board right now. Absolutely incredible there from Nottingham, despite the slightly uncomfortable use of utility. Again, the lockdown went down. You didn't just get stuck in and get that spike down. Maybe they didn't realize that Leaf in that moment actually had the spike. until it was too late, because they were kind of, again, just stuck a little bit, overextending towards, you know, being in market instead of getting stuck into pit, getting that spike down. If you just get the objective focus, remember, the timer then ticks in your favor. Time is the 6th defender until that spike goes down. As soon as it's down, you have all the control. You have all the pressure that you can apply. You just hold those crossfires and get your ones.
Certainly do, and of course, I'm just going to mention very quickly, this is the first time we've seen an operator, and it does go off. Holy smokes, is the one to find the kill onto Sigma Male to start us off. I was just going to mention I hadn't really seen anyone in the operator, and someone picks it up, holy smokes, and gets a kill immediately with entry, and, you know, minute on the clock there, and Not Men are a player down.
Quiet before the storm now. Biding their time. We've seen a lot of ferocity lately. It has certainly calmed down a little bit. Patience is a virtue. Nottingham are finally feeling a little bit more virtuous. Looking for these heads desperately. No information to go. I think UCL have certainly wised up to find. Okay, there's no pressure coming from Fish. They most likely are going for that A execute. Rightfully so, that owl drone is going to give the game away just a little bit. Maybe this is where you go for the old bait and switch. You suddenly just stampede towards B, but they're actually committing to it. And Chimera goes massive there, getting that opening engagement as Isa follows up. Also, this is where the spike needs to be immediately thrown down. Isa with yet another one onto Bear of all people. Very uncomfortable for UCL, but remember, Diet Coke, they're on that fade. They can go a little bit more aggro here if they want to, but DeLuna! Goodness me! They even need to go aggro when you've got plays like that. Leaf does shut them down eventually. So again, for Diet Coke, this is now a bit of an uncomfortable retake. A 1 versus 2 from Heaven. Especially when you've got this util coming towards you. Goodness gracious me, you're worried about that pinch. Especially with Fork lurking in the shadows here. This is a very extended hold coming through from Nottingham, but it worked so well.
Yeah, really well done from Not Men, and they seem to be in the driver's seat so far. They're looking the most comfortable, I think. You know, we had that run up a few rounds where UCL looked to be on top, but these retakes and these post plants are being played so well from Not Men. They're having a wonderful time on, you know, what is their opponent's pick so far. And, you know, whether it's a comfort pick or not, and we can kind of talk about that, you know, it's descent. And, you know, most teams will know how to play it by now and whatnot. So it's not too surprising to see them going, you know, tit for tat to this point.
Lead ever so slightly. Jimmy's got to be kind of rustled for UCL right now. Remember, this is their map pick. It is their best map, and Nottingham are really making them fight for it.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, the most surprising point of this is the Killjoy being on 17 kills as well. I think that's one of the most surprising ones at this point. And they've been having a great time so far, Luna, on that Killjoy. And of course, we've had the side swap now, and things are going to have to change a little bit. You've got UCL on that attack, and we'll see if this does dictate things and switches it around in terms of the pace, because Not Men really did bring some aggression, at least with their attacks.
It's the fact when your Sentinel is going massive like that, it starts to be like, oh, how are we leaving them in these engagements? Are we losing these entries that much? Speaking of entries, trades across the board on both sides. And there we have it. We're already down to a 3 versus 2. That spike is indeed going down to UCL. Potentially ready now to hold for this post plan. But look, the angles coming through from Nottingham. They're willing to go for this pinch. Actually, it looks like they might go for the duo play here, Cham. This could be massive.
Yeah, of course, post-plant scenario, and it's 2 versus 3, so we have a little bit of a player count and advantage for UCL, just trying to open up that doorway to make sure they have an angle of approach using some of that utility, make sure that they can show face that they are in that area, though, but the coverage is there, the cross angles have been established, and they're just going to lie in wait for this Grace and invite the pressure, and it looks exactly what they're going to do, and time is ticking, though, but Sigma Male's able to find one, but another one is traded. It's Luna to find Isa, and now it's a 1 versus 2 scenario on the spike, they'll find one, can they get the swing? No! They cannot, as the attackers are able to get that. UCL take the round.
I am once again requesting the Sentinels to control themselves. That is insane.
Yeah.
Coming through from De Luna. Really, really, really good going. I believe that's 20 kills at the moment, right?
Yep, it is, yeah, 20, yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
certainly...
like a 1.66 KPR, which at this half, that is whopper.
Yeah, it certainly changed their analysis a little bit, at least, you know. Having a Killjoy going absolutely massive. 20 kills and 6 deaths, clear of everyone in the server.
This is the thing, it's not like Bear isn't going massive either. This is the thing, you've got those entry engagements, you've got that aggression coming through from Bear, and then you have De Luna to be like, yeah, I can win my ones.
Yeah, of course. And it's, well, the thing is as well is that, you know, this is where people get a little bit conflicted when it comes to the entries and stuff like that. They're there to get kills, but they're just a byproduct of the fact that they're supposed to be getting the map control. They're supposed to enter and they take, you know, yes, they take the jewels and whatnot, but their ideal is to get the map control they want. And Bear's doing that, really making them uncomfortable, and it seems to be working so far, at least to get them at least on par with Not Men at the moment and stuff like that. But the swing comes from Sukuna, is able to find Sigma Male, but Fork has the refrag, immediately gets Sukuna, and it's a 4 versus 4 scenario now. But Bear as well, of course, is going to find Chimera. The coverage from Rafters is there, but they know exactly where the players are. Isa finds Luna, and that's the heavy hitter gone for the side of UCL. Will Not Men be able to get this one through?
Difficult when you have to go through that Astra util, all those smokes. Again, though, they have managed to get underway. It's where the flashes on the side of UCL have to come through, but only smokes go huge. And Bear will follow it up yet again. We don't need flashes when we can just win our ones.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned in the break that it might be a little bit of a frag fest, and it certainly has been so far. Everyone's, you know, winning ones and going back and forward, and it's been so exciting. I'm having a lot of fun, especially. This is so much quicker than Siege, so I'm having so much excitement than what it is today.
And I love that it's so back and forth, but so far on this second half, UCL are certainly carrying away with that attack, but that's how it was from the get-go last time. You know, you get those 2 initial rounds under your belt. Now everyone should have a bit more money. We see Sukuna still has a sheriff. But again, it's this idea that in theory you would have a bit more money, you would have a bit more firepower behind you on both sides, and this is where things get very frantic, very nasty, very scrappy. It's already been scrappy. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, with the gunfights going back and forward, you lose those guns quite often, and you need to change things up. And maybe that's why we've got the sheriff coming out. So or maybe it's just a save round. We never know. But we'll certainly find out in a second. Everybody's just kind of standing and waiting for an opportunity here. We had this a couple of times on the defense for UCL, and it looks as though we're having it again on this side, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. There's a minute left now, and getting the feel, a couple bits of utility getting used, the smoke going out, and there is quite a spread as well for the attackers of UCL. There's one over towards A, and you've got a couple up towards B at the same time, and in that mid push and pressure as well. So they're just spreading things out. Nothing's really happened though other than that first engagement, and now the push will come through towards B, and this is where we start to aggress in and really look for that push. But Isa is able to find Diet Coke at the same time as Bear with a trade onto Isa, and it's looking like we're gonna have a couple of good kills coming through. Sigma Male's able to find Sukuna. Now the plant will be attempted as Luna's able to get that down, but the flank is coming around from behind. Are they aware of that position that is coming? And the spike is cooking, Grace.
Certainly is. You're seeing Bear go for a little bit of a heal on themselves. Again, this is where things might get a little bit more chaotic. Leaf knows that they have to go for this push all the way at the back, all the way in that little nook at the back of the pit. Very uncomfortable. Ooh, very high. Holy Sweet takes out Sigma Male. Fork falls too, as does Leaf, and UCL. Another round on the board. These attacks are working so smoothly for them.
Yeah, it really is. It was kind of like that run where we see with Not Men. They had the really good retakes and whatnot, and really good post plants and whatnot even. And we're getting that on this side as well. They're really setting themselves up to win these things because they're just playing patiently as well. They're waiting for the sound cues to come through. They're waiting for the information to come through, and they're just then going for the swing immediately, and they're winning the ones. And it's meaning that we're getting a pretty high kill count for a few players, especially Bear, Luna. I mean, Holy Smokes is up there now as well. And the util the econ even on this round is a little bit wary for Not Men. It's not ideal. They're having to run quite a few pistols and whatnot just because they don't quite have the funds. Or going for a save. Luna, though, is able to get Leaf and Chimera at the same time, is able to shut that down. But another one comes through from the Sheriff of Sigma Male to find Bear in mid. And look at this, Grace. Very quick, aggressive 4-3 scenario. Although Holy Smokes has Sigma Male in their sights, gets the kill, but there's another frag to come through, and it's all back and forward across the map as UCL have a 1 versus 2 scenario to overcome with Diet Coke left with it to do. Finds the one onto Chimera. It's a 1 versus 1 minute on the clock, so plenty of time. Has the information, goes for the swing, finds the kill, and Diet Coke with the clutch takes the round for UCL.
That's so gutting. That's so gutting for Nottingham. Fork ideally should have pulled away in that moment. It's the fade.
Yep.
It's gonna come out. You know, that util is so difficult on that. This is exactly the kind of corners I talk about when I get excited about fade, right? Yes. 1 versus 1. The trade comes through. You know, the kill comes through. You know it's a fade at that point because your teammates called it out. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna pull back. I'm gonna take a breather, see what util I have in pocket, what I can use here. And I'm just going to hold a tiny little ratty pixel. Because otherwise, that util's going to come flying towards me. Speaking of flying towards, yet again, scrappy on both sides. Trades across the board. It's looking like the stock market out here. A 3 versus 4 already. UCL really, again, getting a little bit put off now by the fact that Nottingham are going for these aggressive pushes. Nottingham have indeed wised up to the fact that they can just be like, okay, we'll overextend. We'll take these aggressive fights. Yeah, we might lose some people in the process, but at least your jimmies are rustled.
Yep, certainly is the case, and right now they're just setting up for that mid push. They're trying to decide where really what they want to go from. You've got quite a spread from Not Men, who at least have one member, pretty much every position that you need to have covered at the minute. You've got one mid, one towards the A side, and one towards B as well. So they're just trying to gather the information as to where this push will come from, because they lost a couple of members early on, so they really need to regather and regroup their kind of forces and decide where they want to go from. And this is the issue when you lose people early on. Fork has another kill to get as well, gets holy smokes, and now that's really going to slow down UCL as they're in that 4 versus 2 scenario.
Yeah, that's kind of attempting to push the market, I reckon.
30 seconds left.
But there we have it. They know exactly where they are. It's where Iceland go for a bit of a fruity flank. This is the stuff I love to see. The pinch, the pressure from all sides that's about to come through for them. They are attempting to go for that B collapse, but everyone is holding on to it. There we have it. Fork takes down De Luna. Diet Coke does get that trade, but it's a 1 versus 3. And the Sharks are hungry. They're looking for these baby seals. But there we have it. We'll get to that. Another one on the table. A 2 versus 5. They can hide, and there we have it.
So unfortunately, it looked like a good attempt at a clutch, but just runs out of time. So it's just the way the cookie crumbles in the end of the day. 9-8 on the scoreboard, and things are looking pretty spicy. Looks like we're going to have a full buy coming through from both teams as well, of course, and except from Sakuna, who's done it a few times where they're just looking to use the pistol. And just, of course, as I say that, they get themselves on to the rifles.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
De Luna, though, of course, on 22 kills so far, having an absolutely wonderful map so far, and it looks as though they are going to just bring it through and get themselves set up for this push towards A-side. UCL are coming around there just now, and just set up for this execute. They're going to begin alongside that A push, and got also the split from the other side round towards B. Only the one member, of course, just round at that side, and that is, of course, holy smokes, it's round there. Everyone else, though, focusing on A, and the lockdown at least will come down, and that will at least stop people from coming towards that A side. And I think I've lost Grace. I think I've lost you.
No, I'm all here. I'm here. I'm good.
Oh, good. Right, I thought I'd lost you for a second, but alas, we'll continue on. Going for the plant in towards the site on the A side. And now Fork as well is able to find a kill onto that Diet Coke that we just mentioned.
More intel, more intel. Intel is the best line of defense and offense on both sides. Trades yet again coming through. That has applied a lot of pressure, at least, to the attack. These angles that they can't hold up close. They now have to go for a retake into these positions. Sakuna, there we have it. There's at least one. Fork does take out Holy Smokes. But a 1 versus 2, and we've seen how these angles work in that choke point. There we have it. De Luna coming through. That's UCL getting around on the board again, taking a significant advantage, moving closer and closer now towards that match point.
Yep, certainly are. I don't think I've seen a Killjoy perform this well in a while. 24 kills and 9 deaths. It's been a wonderful time. Bear as well has been excellent on the entry, but we haven't really spoke as much about the entry in terms of Not Men's side. Chimera's been wonderful so far, and yeah, I mean, this is why we're getting a trade for trades kind of scenario, 10-8 on the scoreboard, and we're just getting a tactical timeout just coming through just now, so they're just going to go for a little bit of a discussion in terms of where they can go from this.
This is the thing, though, like, sometimes it's like, you know, Nottingham have done a really good job here in some of these rounds where they have kind of lost the round because they went for that aggressive overextension. It worked really well, but then they didn't pull back, right? This is a thing we see all the time in a lot of games. It's again about that kind of discipline almost, to be like, we get a few of these picks, we pull back, we dump out the util. Easiest way to kind of approach that style of play, I feel. being like, okay, we get these opening engagements, maybe we lose 1 or 2 people, but we absolutely whittle down their approach. Maybe, in fact, you know, we end up in the process dealing with some of those agents that they're actually going to utilize for their collapse. So we can snuffle that up nice and early, pull back, send out the information. You know, again, especially when you've got things like a Sova on the board, you can save that intel dart for after that aggression has happened.
Yeah, I didn't actually spot who the tactical timeout came through for. Likely not men, of course, they're under that deficit, just the 2 rounds just now. But they are going for quite a big rotate. It looks as though they just teased a little bit of presence towards A, and now they're going to go all the way round to B. Everybody's sending it round there, and that seems to be the push for a bit. Are the defending side of Not Men aware of this? UCL just moving around that side and setting up for this execute, and I don't think there's anyone there yet to entertain that possibility.
No, is where you're hoping maybe a bit of aggro. There we go, Bear doing what Bear does best, getting stuck in, looking for the clearance. Look how much control, or even extending into market at this point. That spike can go down so uncontested. The things we love about the run it back, the aggression and the breathing room that now Not UCL have actually created for themselves. It's a retake for Nottingham, and it's going to be uncomfortable.
Certainly, as we were quick to praise their retake or their post plans the last time on the other half. Let's see if they can come up with this time. Sukuna's able to find Chimera at the same time as there's a refract to come through, but look at this, it's so quick. Bear with the aggression is put into the dirt there. Sigma's able to find that kill. Holy smokes, at the same time finds Fork, and it's a 2 versus 1 scenario with Sigma Male left alive, and it looks like the attackers are going to take it. Not enough to do for Sigma Male as Holy Smokes gets the final kill, and that is 11-8, and you're very, very close. The eventual closer of this map.
And that's just the stuff I love to see. Again, when you've got the run it back up, you can go for these aggressive pushes. Bear got stuck in from the get-go, cleared so much breathing room, extended into market. They just then had to get the spike down and hold for that post plant. Absolute monster plays coming through from them. And speaking of monster plays, don't forget at home you can get yourself a little bit of a freebie. You can get yourself a monster drop if you just type monster drop into Twitch chat. You can get yourself some free energy drink for those late night gaming moments.
You certainly can. You certainly can. You seem to always be the one that mentions the monster. I feel like I'm kind of undoing myself. I'm not. I love a little bit of monster energy, and I've not really mentioned that at all. So I feel like I'm being outdone here. So I need to squeeze a couple.
Monster?
I need to squeeze a couple. What's my favourite monster? Mine is currently the Lewis Hamilton one because it tastes like Monarch, but it doesn't have sugar, which is always good. So that one is currently my favourite. But back to the game, of course, a couple of opening picks very quickly. We had a little bit of a segue, and you got a teaser, of course, of the Grace Chamberlain podcast, but we're back into this game. There's a minute left on the clock, and it's 4 versus 4. The teams are just feeling each other out, having a little bit of a slow play, but look at the aggression that's going to come through. Diet Coke is able to find Leaf, who just can't quite land the shots, and the push together in towards A. They've been able to get the site, and now it's a quick dash back towards site for the rest of Not Men.
Certainly so. Those util getting dumped there too. A little bit of cover too. Watching their flank. Look at the util setup for UCL. Absolutely on point right now. It's where Nottingham are just going to have to try and go for these picks. But I think they're really wary of the fact that they don't have the info. But Isa, the swing around the corner into hell. That's how these Diet Coke dealt with. But again, the crossfire that they're holding and so much utility. Very uncomfortable indeed. Folk does get the pick down today. Luna, Holy Smokes, they're the ones left to try and win this out. They can try and go for the peak. The bait comes through from Isa. The stuff you'll have to see. Baited, debated, and that defuse. Will it be stuck? Yes, it will.
Certainly will. This has been a wonderful game, and the thing is there's quite a lot of action coming out of the Killjoys. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. And Dale Luna, of course, in the 25 kills, just seems to be running away with it so far. Replays obviously coming through there, that very quick push that came through, and it was pretty successful. Defuse does come through, though, eventually at the end. But what a round. So fun. Such a fun round.
That's the thing, right? I've been going into this, I was like, this is going to be a fun series. This is going to be a fun best of 3. Certainly it has been. This has been really entertaining. Again, just the util setups are really starting to be on form on both sides.
Bring them down.
There we have the Prowler going out. Make sure no one's lurking in the shadows just yet. That's going to, again, give them the knowledge that they need. Let them know, okay, we've got a little bit of breathing room here. At the same time, though, Nottingham definitely are aware of the fact that that setup might be happening. This flankaroonie might start to come through. We see Fork and Chimera lurking, potentially about to make their way through mid. Again, if they can get all the way to that entrance of Fish, this could be massive, but here we go. The ultis go down, double ulti as well, because we've got to run it back too. Sakuna and Holy Smokes get one apiece. Difficult, lemon, difficult now for Nottingham as they have to try and go for the retake, the flanking around the corner. Ooh, nearly getting called out there, Chimera, but they can, no! Bear is going to shut them down! That is absolutely humongous. And again, at that spike, there we have it. Oh my goodness, Hezra.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit of a late flank. The flank was there, it was just too late to get around, and now they're in this retake scenario. Not ideal. 2 members alive still for Not Men. They still have the ability to do it if they can get this, but Holy Smokes kills off Fork, and now it's the final kill to come through. Holy Smokes collects that, and the attackers of UCL are able to take us on to match point.
Match point.
Absolutely popping. Absolutely popping from UCL. They have just... They're hitting them hard at this point. Granted, you know, Nottingham are doing a good job of bringing those retakes when they can. But even though UCL, you know, they use a lot of information utility from the get-go, they used a lot of that fade util, that should have given Nottingham the information they needed. I think Nottingham at that point were maybe thinking, oh, is this a bait though? Like, is this really what's going to happen? That's why we saw that massive extension coming through from Fork and Chimera. They just didn't manage to get that flank off in time. Looks to be much of the same as last time. But Sigma Male, the really tight angle here. This is where things certainly get a little bit more aggressive on both sides. I think maybe the information is being called.
Yeah, just make sure you check the corners though. Look at the rotate though, Grace. Look at the big rotate. They don't want anything to do with B side. They're going all the way around to A, and it looks as though with the pushes, there's only 1 member currently there actually in the actual site of A, but they've also seen the rotate come through in the midpoint. And they know, they seem to have a suspect idea, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going for the rotate all the way around. The Killjoy is now down. The lockdown will be placed, and the rotate from Not Men has arrived, and at least they should get to the site just in time for this execute to go down.
You are divided.
Certainly so. Cosmic Divide does go up too, and that kind of cuts off that approach from Heaven. Again, this information has been gained by Fork as well. That intel dart going out. It doesn't matter too much when you have that kind of utility. You can get that information still. Cosmic Divide cutting off the line of sight, but you know vaguely how many you're dealing with at the back. They just haven't reacted to it just yet. And are they aware right now of Sakuna, of Bear in Hell? Chimera certainly is, but the trades from Bear, massive! The Sigma Male shuts them down. A 3 versus 3. They have to try and push, but there we have it. The pinch from the choke point. It's not going to happen. Sigma Male, 1 versus 3. It's all left to you, my friend. The swing around the corner, and there we have it. They're going to go massive, and a very, very nice, swift exit of this map.
Yeah, what a map it was. There was we mentioned it was going to be a frag fest, and it certainly was. It came through with what we thought it was going to be. UCL are able to take it though, and they take their own map pick. So I don't think Not Men will be put down too much, but it was a little bit of a missed opportunity maybe to steal it out from under them. But going into that second map, of course, we were going to be. You get to see your beautiful face again as well, which is always nice. So hello again, and we will continue on, and we'll do a little bit of analysis. Grace, what are you thinking of that first map?
I mean, it's the thing, right? You put it perfectly. There was the potential of an upset there, right? There was the potential. Nottingham were doing really, really well. It was very back and forth. I think maybe, in my opinion, there was a big moment where it felt like both sides were almost warming up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because a lot of that utility wasn't quite coming through to its full potential until we got later in that game. You know, sometimes that happens in these finals. You know, the first map on both sides, it can be a little bit... not clunky, but certainly you can tell that both teams haven't quite got into the swing yet. As soon as that started coming through, it was absolutely gorgeous on both sides. Loads of beautiful utility use, especially when it came to that post plant. And again, just being reactive to each other. Again, these players went massive in terms of kill count as well. I just want to point that out. Like, especially the side of, UCL. I know Bear is I'm just going to really say this. Like, Bear went massive considering I wasn't aware how much use they would actually get out of that kit. I thought maybe if they took like the Raze or something, the Jet, it would be better. But the fact that they were able to get so much use out of Phoenix's kit, think about that round where they went massive. They did the run it back. They cleared the entirety of B side, pushed all the way into market. They knew they had so much breathing room just because of that utility and their ability to use that utility and just go for it.
Yeah,
it was
and
scrappy but fun.
Yeah, and it really did make a fun and engaging game, because it was like there was a couple of points where they kind of slowed down a little bit and tried to gather themselves, but it really was, the action was great. There was trade for trade all over the place. It was wonderful to watch. Of course, you mentioned Bear. I specifically mentioned Luna as well, who've been absolutely massive on the Killjoy as well, of all agents, to have a great time on that map. And the first map of Ascent goes towards UCL, and we'll be heading into Icebox. So what's your thoughts with Icebox?
So I actually really love Icebox, and again, I think, granted now that we know the patch notes that are about to come through, Icebox will be removed from comp. I'm a bit sad about that. I really do love a bit of cheeky Icebox, and again, I think this is going to be an interesting one for Nottingham. This is their map pick. It is their most preferred map throughout the season. That being removed in the future is going to be an interesting one for them. I think they need to dig a little bit deeper into that map pool. But certainly, the way that Ascent went, I don't think they should be too worried about that. Like, let's be honest. They nearly had UCL on the ropes on their map pick. That is a really good sign. We said this was going to be maybe a bit of a David versus Goliath story, but I think at the moment it's giving more Godzilla and King Kong. These are two Titan teams absolutely just headbutting each other at this point, and it's really, really good. Icebox, you have those long lines of sight from the get-go. This is where the ops come into play a little bit more. This is where we want to see, people running the jet with an op in hand, just going a little bit nutty with it. But then when it gets to that final collapse into those sites, it's the full util dump. The classics will see some Vipers, maybe some Sage. I don't think there's going to be anything too creative going into Icebox, because everyone in their NAN knows how to play it. Everyone in their NAN knows what util to bring. It's just about setting the pace of control, and again, how you're keeping hold of that control in the defense, because there are a few times where maybe the site was given away a little bit too freely, and that's on both sides. So, and I think the other thing I really want to see is, maybe we get these initial engagements and we do be a bit more mindful about pulling back then and being like, okay, pull back, utility, crossfires, job's good.
Yeah, and I think that you mentioned it. I think you pretty much made it spot on. I think this map will be pretty much the same. I think we'll see more of the same, and I'm hoping obviously that Notman can edge it just to get us into that last map, because that's where the chaos will ensue, and that's where things will start to be quite a bit different. And I think at the minute the aggression is there, and from both teams at least, and we've seen that Notman got a better start. And then they kind of had a little bit of a iffy kind of couple of rounds. And maybe that's where the difference was, really, because they had a couple of rounds where UCL pretty much dominated them. And then after that, every round looked pretty close and whatnot. And there was a couple of good executes and a couple of, late flanks and stuff like that. These are just like the kind of minute things that can change around where there was a flank, I can't remember which round it was. I think it was the second to last round, where it was just a little, maybe 3 or 4 seconds too late for the flank. And then it just ended up costing the round. And I think that going into this box, it's going to be fun. We're going to see some more aggression, more gunfights, and I think that's going to be definitely the order of the day today.
Yeah, I think the aggression on both sides is starting to trickle through a lot. I'm really excited to see how they're going to play that on Icebox, though, especially in that mid section. If we're going to see aggression, it's going to be on mid. Again, people don't like to contest those, long lines of sight for the initial push at the bottom of the map, because it's difficult. If someone's got an op and you're there running at them, with anything really that isn't an op, all it takes is one shot for them, and that's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for you. Again, utility. However, the midsection of this map really allows you to be a little bit more aggressive. It's those tighter corners. It's the things that really, again, tie into that kind of utility that Fade would use as an example. You can even bring a KO, to be honest, on Icebox if you want it. I think KO can be quite good, especially if you're pushing towards Kitchen and you are having to contest the kind of utility dump that we tend to see there. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one for me. Again, I really think it's going to be kind of spicy that UCL are starting on that defense, because I think personally, from what we've seen and what's happened throughout the tournament, their attacks are very, very good. They're very good at being very structured on their attack. Again, the defense, I think they're kind of almost waiting to see what the other team do, and then they're reacting to it how they can. On the attack, it seems a bit more like from the get-go, they're like, okay, this is specifically how we're going to play this round out. This is how we're going to go for these collapses. This is the utility we're going to use specifically. And I'm wondering if that translates more into the defense for Icebox in particular. That's going to be a little bit nasty.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you based on the trends of that last one, it was pretty attacker side. We've seen pretty much Spike go down almost every single round. It went down, and there was a lot of retakes that played into that from both sides, and that's really where at the end it looked as though UCL were in control. Those last 3 or 4 rounds, they looked really comfortable on those attacks. So changing things, of course, around, that's where it may be a little bit different. Of course, you know, UCL starting on the defense with that. So we'll certainly find out how it kind of works.
Definitely. I'm really excited to see what kind of agent selection they do actually bring here too. Whether they'll go more comfortable. Again, the first map, they both took a lot of information.
Yeah.
And that's a really nice thing to see. Again, you know, more preference there, I think, over whether you're taking the Sova or the Cypher. They have very different kit, despite the fact that they both give you that information. In my opinion, I think Sova works a little bit nicer because it's a bit more dynamic. It's not as static. The Cypher util could be super static, in the sense that you can't really move around too much with it, but with Sova you can certainly get that information without having to worry too much about it getting taken out. It's kind of a very as and when, and again, if you're pushing quite aggressively, which maybe they will, having that kind of way to get that information and that flexibility around it is certainly going to set you up a lot nicer.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned aggression there. I think we'll see a little bit of that. I think we'll see a little bit of pushing. And the thing we didn't actually talk about in terms of the maps is that in terms of the way the maps actually fell, like we have basically not men starting on the attack on every single map, which is definitely something that might affect, especially going into iceboxes where it might affect things. You know, the fact that you mentioned that the UCL had good attacks. So I'm hoping that their defenses are as good, so that they can't don't give too much to not men on their map pick, of course. So
well, this is it. Like they get to choose the side when it comes to the other team's map pick. So UCL actually chose to start on defense, which again I think is, you know, these maps, they can be defender sided, but a lot of times within map pools, it's based on the fact that you have got that timer ticking against the enemy. You've got that comfort. I mean, again, let's have a look at the map veto, because I just want to point out, Fracture is that final map.
Yeah.
To mention the fact that, you know, Nottingham are starting on attack on every single map, but if they are able to get Icebox under their belt, they're laughing at that point, because, you know, Fracture, it's an aggressive map and very, very difficult to defend. It's set up so nicely for the attack. You don't have to worry at all. The rotates for the defense are absolutely insane. You basically have to go on like a Lord of the Rings style trek to even get from one side to another. But again, let's see. Let's get stuck into this game and let's see what agents they're going to bring to the table. Of course, we're already seeing hovers over the Sage, over the Viper. The Fade being brought by Coke as well. The stuff you love to see. The Reyna as the duelist. The Reyna Fade combo. I love it so much. That speaks aggression to me. We said we were expecting aggression. This is the stuff of dreams.
Certainly is, yeah. And it's nice to see them taking different ones. You know, I'm never a fan when they just mirror each other. I like seeing teams do different things and try different agents and whatnot. And I think that Icebox is definitely going to be a bit of a barn burner. And you know, just obviously to touch on just before we go into this game, just to finally wrap up the teaser, I guess, for going to Fracture, is that you're saying that that you think the Not Men are in a little bit better position, but the thing is what's ringing in the back of my head is the fact that UCL chose it knowing that they couldn't pick the sides, and that's what's really thinking to me, like they must have an idea. They must have an idea for it, even though they must have known that Not Men would choose the attack on Fracture. So that's where I'm a bit like, what's going to happen with that?
Well, again, depending on who wins this best of three, maybe if UCL do end up winning, it's something that could maybe be brought up in the interview.
Yeah, exactly.
What was going on with that Fracture pick? Because you know that they most likely will start the attack, but at the same time, Not Men, they have, yes, they've just lost the first map, but this is now their map pick. I'm really curious to see how they do with it. Of course, they're bringing the Rays as their duelist, which is, again, quite nice to see. Those pink shells can be really useful for pulling people out of those tricky positions. The Killjoy to go with the Sage and the Viper. Again, it's a lot of controlling utility. A lot of kind of standard utility with the Sage and Viper, certainly, but the Killjoy as well, that lockdown, how impactful it was, especially on the first map. Already, look, they're getting stuck in. They want to go for a straight A push.
Yeah, it looks as though it's a full stack on that A side. Of course, the Sova is coming out there with a little bit of utility usage just to try and spot anyone out to make sure that they have some intel fed back and setting things up here. Of course, it's nice to have a little bit of a setup and just a pre-plan and just set things around. And they're just going to begin this push towards and they start kind of getting into these duels and whatnot. But the plant is going down and then it looks as though this drops back off. Though Fork finds one onto Holy Smokes. Isa finds that Diet Coke and it's of course the pistol round. So of course it's absolutely chaos. The Spike Carrier is not planted. It's down and we're in a 2 versus 1 scenario just like that. And now the round is over. Still sticks to plan. Isa trying to get some extra points.
Love that for them. Nottingham, round number 1 on the table.
Yep. Very good round. Of course, you know, I like to call that one the bonus round because it is the pistol round. It's when you don't have any real econ. It's really just when you have to kind of be a little bit careful. You know, some people will double up in terms of bringing just different styles of pistols. Some people won't buy anything. They'll buy some shields. Some will just save. Some will, you know, and it's nice to see the way that they play it out and it's always a little bit of a bonus. We are just going to very quickly go to a quick technical pause just to make sure that we can iron out some tech issues and then we'll get back into the game in just a moment. So you'll likely see our beautiful faces again, Grace.
I think it's going to be interesting already, given that we've had... Well, again, it's only actually no. You know what? It's only round number 1. I'm not going to count my chickens before they've hatched. Anyone can tell me to chill my beans right now because that is already getting a bit spicy.
Yeah, it was a good round. It was a fun round. The way they set it up, it actually kind of played out a little bit like the first round the last time we'd seen it. The pistol round, everybody just decided to go ham with it in the middle. They were pushing each other. You know, we had 5 players going against 5 players. There was no flanks, no lurks. There was nothing really happening other than just outright gunfights, which can generally be the case for that first round. And I'm hoping that we can get things ironed out and sorted in the background, and then we can crack on with this game because my voice is certainly starting to go, Grace. I don't know about you.
I think this game is going to be certainly popping, just like the last one was. Speaking of popping, once you pop, you don't stop. Shout out to our sponsor Pringles, who are also supporting this tournament. What's your favourite flavour of Pringles?
Ooh, I think the barbecue ones. I think it's gonna be the barbecue ones. I think it's probably the so.
Got that smoky undertone.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you're in Twitch chat, make sure you mention your favourite type of Pringles. We want to know. We want to know for any downtime that we have, so we can discuss Pringles.
Well, speaking of smoky undertone, again, this is Icebox. Classically, we will have the Vipers there. The Viper smoke utility, how important it is, and even that Viper's Pit. The Viper's Pit combined with the lockdown eventually is going to get really savage, I think.
It certainly is. I'm a big fan of Viper. I'm a really big fan of Viper. It's one of my favourite agents, I think. And I love a little bit of smoke play. I do love a bit of smoke play myself.
Ooh, this could be a little bit fruity. Day Luna waiting with a shorty in hand. Again, the lineups being set down.
Careful.
I was taking the bait just, this is the thing, UCL are fully hyper-focusing on this A site, but that spike is going to get plunked down in B. Not men, there we have it, they have all that breathing room, and again, they've expanded themselves so much, but even when this rotate is attempted now by UCL, these crossfires might be getting held. Look at this ratty angle at the back coming through from Chimera.
Wow, that's a complete misplay there so far. They've completely dedicated everything to A. The rotate is coming through them. We'll see if they're able to successfully do this. No, but Leaf's able to find one. It's Holy Smokes to fall first. The 5 versus 4 scenario is established. At least the man advantage is there for UCL. Sorry, for not men. But there's a frag to come through, and look at that. There's a couple that come through as well, but UCL are on the back foot as they are dropped into just one member left alive of Day Luna. But if there's anybody that can clutch anything, it's Luna, who had an absolute barn burner on the last map. But there's just not going to be enough time to get this done, and unfortunately it's going to drop off in the round. We'll go towards Not Men.
Falling into the open and willing hands of Isa. Goodness me.
Drive them crazy.
Getting another round on the trot from Not Men. This is where UCL might have a little bit more money, some of that shmoney, get themselves some nice little guns, improve their kit just a little bit, that firepower behind them. Again, though, some of these gunfights really didn't go in people's favours just because they didn't really have the right angle, or again, they were running themselves into a 1vx. Again, though, Nottingham taking advantage of the fact that, okay, we've got all this breathing room. It must have been so strange for them to push up B long there and be like, no one's contesting us. Okay, I guess we can just put that spike down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, full buys coming out this time from UCL, who are in a bit of a better position for this round. Not many opting to save just a little bit. They still got a couple of decent bits of kit, of course, left over from the last round. So they're not too bad in terms of what they have for their setup. But 2 rounds in the lead as we stand in time though, and it looks as though Holy Smokes is going to open up the scoreboard inside this round and finds the kill onto Leaf. And now we begin this execute onto B, but there's a little bit of a rotate going down. The spike is planted towards that B side behind the yellow container. Fork though finds Sakuna at the same time as Luna to find Fork with immediate refrag, and Not Men are down to 3 members left alive as the 4 of UCL have control of that plant. The Luna though pushing in, finds the kill onto Chimera, and at the same time there's another one to be found. But look at this, it's a 2 versus 1 scenario. One of the defenders are going to win that one out.
Yeah, they could just go for that defuse. They had a little bit of cover and they just went for it. Nottingham really getting pushed back away from that spike. Good util use from UCL, and just again having the patience to just be like, you know what, we should just try and stick this defuse and push them back, hold them back. Maybe a little bit of an extension to try and take these gunfights, swing around the corner. Again, De Luna going a little bit large there.
Yeah. I mean,
but it's
they just
reminiscent of last map, really. Nottingham getting 2 rounds on a row, and then UCL clap back in that 3rd round.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's almost exactly same format. I think if you see this one here from UCL, it'd be pretty much the same start. With only one player going to that midpoint, and you can see the 2 of them are kind of wary of each other. Holy Smokes just coming down the end of that tube there. Knows there's a player lurking around that area. It is of course Leaf that's there, but there's 4 members on side for B to go for Not Men to go towards that B side, and it looks as though they're wise to UCL. The plant is going to go down this time. Fork is the one to get that down. Sakuna has a little bit of coverage from the backside, but there's still a little bit of an engagement about to happen in that mid side, and it looks as though the push will, or the rotate is at least going to come all the way around, and they're just going to try and cover off this post plant.
But it slightly misses at the back, and that angle can be held by Sakuna, and this could be massive. Because if anyone peeks too aggressively, they're going to take them clean out. Again, though, not really able to get those picks. Again, that lockdown did come in clutch. There we have it, a little bit of a pop shot there. They don't have the util to cover this time. The timer is thinking they're not going to make it. They're going to hightail it out of there. Keep some of that weaponry in their pocket, ideally. Like Coke does cause a little bit of collateral. The aggression, come on now, guys.
Yeah, the round's already over there, and they're still just want to take some gunfights and whatnot. And maybe the repick was not the greatest idea. Maybe just keep that rifle, keep it a little bit safer. But as what it is, who are we to judge? We are here just to simply talk. And it looks as though Not Men are in a little bit better position in terms of that econ. You can see that they've got quite a few rifles on site, and they've got quite a little bit of money stored away as well. So they can certainly get themselves something bought out with that if they do need it. A couple of ults available as well, Raptor and Fork with that available, and De Luna with the only ult side for UCL.
Interesting thing, once again quiet before the storm, but this time it's UCL extending. They are stampeding their way down B long, just really making sure that no angle is being contested there by Nottingham.
Not Men have played this beautifully so far. They've been able to bait out the switch from B, as that's where they went from the last time. The last couple of times they've attacked from that side, they've managed to get all the way in and get control of the A side, and the plant is at least attempted, but it's not going to go down just yet. They're using that sage wall just for the coverage, and it will eventually go down. The plant is now there. Spike is on the floor. Now things are in their hands. Not Men have the advantage, but Chimera has something to say. Gets a kill onto Sakuna, but at the same time Bear is able to come through with one onto that with immediate refrag, and Not Men are in a comfortable position, at least so far. Fork's able to find Holy Smokes, and look at this, we're in a 3 versus 2 scenario. It seems to just all fall apart a little bit here. Still coverage there, using that Sage Wall to try and block off there, but De Luna's able to get one onto Ice, but at the same time Fork finds Luna. Diet Coke with Fork at the same time, and now it's a 1 versus 1 scenario. We're going to have to try and go back and forward here. Do they have time for the defuse? You're just going to try and bait it out. The swing does come through, but not able to land the shots. Is Leaf to come out on top, and Not Men win that one out in a little bit more uncomfortable scenario than they maybe wanted.
Only so, but at least it's like a 50-50 win rate regardless of what site they go to at the moment.
Yeah.
Which is a bit worrying for UCL. Again, this will need to up the ante a little bit, and certainly the ante will be up for ults available right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
saved
is
them
where
a
we
little
do
bit.
want Yeah, especially when you consider how aggressive some of this ult utility can be. You know, consider Reyna, consider Fade. If Coke and Smokes go massive now, this could be really substantial for UCL.
Certainly could be, and it's a little bit of a quieter start here, just as they kind of decide where they want to take this push from. They spread out a little bit more, not man. This is the first time they did this in a little while. They have pretty much full pushed the last couple of times, either A or B. This time they're spread out a little bit, and they're a little bit tentative, just playing a little bit of time, just wasting, you know, and just trying to get a feel a little bit. There's only one member on side for UCL towards that B side, but that is where the spike is currently, so that's where they do go for the push. A couple of pop shots coming through from that long side from Luna, but it doesn't seem that they're taking their time to decide what they want to go with this push.
Patience is a virtue, as I always say. Then you should be giving the call out that poison wall has gone down, though. Unless it was a little bit of a bait. It looks like it was indeed a little bit of a bait here. We see Leaf and Fork hightailing it to the A side. There we go. Holy Smokes does take out Leaf. Svatsi's one dealt with, and maybe they can make that call. Okay, they're actually baiting us here. They're trying to contest on this A side. And certainly this information is going to be fed now to the side of UCL. Sakuna, gorgeous shot there. But they're immediately traded out there by Chimera. Bear goes for the swing, but Chimera gets another one. Goodness me, a 3 versus 3. Things certainly are starting to get scrappy. But remember, this is a post-ban Chimera, yet another one. The res comes through. There we go. Here come these ults. Speaking of ults, there we have it. Chimera whittling down the defense as they desperately try and hold on to this retake. And poor DeLuna is now left in a 1 versus 2. Can they try and find these heads? The wall goes up to give a bit of cover, but Fork was waiting. And they're going to fall willingly into her open arms.
You can, so far, you can tell that this is not men's favoured map. The way that they're playing it, the way that they're, you know, the bait that worked there, the way that they've been able to rush each site, been able to get the post plants down and whatnot, or get the spike down even. It's been a wonderful time so far for Not Men on this map, and they seem to be opening up quite a bit of a gap on UCL. There's been a couple of rounds where it has came down to, you know, a couple maybe. There's been a 1v1, maybe a 1v2 and whatnot. It's got a little bit closer maybe than what they wanted, but they seem relatively comfortable so far. 5-1 on the score count, and they seem to be, you know, almost running away with this. I don't want to jinx it yet, but yeah, I think maybe seen Fracture.
Yeah, I really do feel like that is going to be the case. Already, both teams taking a little bit of collateral. Leaf sneaking up into kitchen there, and this is where things certainly start to get a little bit spicier. The main thing is, if Leaf doesn't get that kitchen control, this is awkward for Chimera, because again, they really need to apply this pressure. They really need to get this breathing room. Looks like Holy Smokes has pulled back, but again, Nottingham really focusing towards this A site. I think they love the baits on this map, to be honest.
They certainly do, sending one player around towards that kitchen side just to show a little bit of presence, and they are going to, you know, bring out at least a little bit of utility, and it seems as though they are wise to that push around towards A. There's a couple of members around, but still, just you can still see just the tease a little bit in the middle part of kitchen. Not quite sure whether they're going to go for the full flank as of yet, but it looks as though they're going for this execute. Leaf is eventually able to find Holy Smoke, so it does get profit off of that flank, so he's able to get a kill there, but Diet Coke has Agent Chimera in their sights and finds that kill, but Leaf is, they're aware of Leaf's presence, but Bear not quite able to land the shots, and it's a 3 versus 2 scenario on the post plant just now inside of A.
Certainly so. Sakuna, Coke, it's all left to you. You have to try and go for this retake, but there is the potential of a Pidge coming through if Leaf can sort of push from the back here. There we have it. There's that push. A third for the round. And again, you know, Sakuna just really not bothered by this pressure coming through, so they're going to get caught out by Leaf. A 4K, and that is massive.
Well, we mentioned that the kitchen push that came round the side there, we were kind of like, okay, a little bit of a lurk, right, nice in the middle part, and then Leaf picks up Holy Smokes, and then it's just a snowball through the round. Wonderful performance, gets the flank off. Bear, you know, we can talk about maybe a little bit of a whiff, but it's okay, it happens. But, you know, great performance there from Leaf, able to get quite a few kills, and Not Men are looking so formidable so far on Icebox.
They really are, but again, a lot of these rounds are coming through because of their willingness to use that utility they have in pocket. UCL are kind of not utilizing what they have. They've had some of these ults up for a while now, and they're just not coming through. When it could really benefit them to go for these retakes a little bit smoother and a little bit easier. They need to be a bit more mindful as well of the crossfires that are going to be held in the post plan, I think, because, again, the callouts may be not coming through as easy. But people are getting taken out, and then others aren't reacting as well to it, it seems.
Yeah, especially in the early round where, you know, a couple players drop and then they really change and kind of have an idea of what's going on. And it looks as though Not Men are going to split this up a little bit. There's a few members dotted around the map at the moment, and it looks as though it will be a B push, and if the rush does come through eventually, the Siege Wall is set up, and at least they are now able to begin that plan. But Sukuna is there on the coverage, is able to get the kill onto Chimera, so there has to be a little bit of patience applied for the Sage, who just can't quite push there now because they don't have the coverage on the other member, because exactly as we mentioned it, Sukuna with the low angle finds Fork and shuts down any push that they could be coming in from that B side, and now Not Men are up against the wall with this round.
They certainly are. Again, UCL having the player advantage right now. Also being willing to reposition. There we have it. Yeah, another one, and Raptor, before I can even say it, Raptor's taken out there by holy smokes. UCL finally getting a round on the table for what feels like the first time in a while.
Certainly has been a little bit of a while since they got one. I'm hoping they can use that as momentum. I'm hoping they can use that as a shift in the tides for this map, and they can begin at least, you know, getting some rounds on the board and making it a little bit close. Or are we going to see Not Men run away with that a little bit, because this is quite a commanding lead so far.
It is. Granted, again, it is their map pick.
Oh, yes.
But I will point out, you know, that first map of Ascent, Nottingham were really getting UCL in the ropes, even though UCL did finally take it at the end. So, not too much surprise here.
Full A push this time, though. It looks as though everybody is dedicated to that. No baits and switches so far, unless the whole team wants to do that. But no, they're going to set up for A, and they're going to go straight in and get that sorted. There's 3 members on side for UCL in the coverage, though, and they've called that other player across to make sure that they have some backup. Still, just trying to funnel in here towards that A side. Fork is going for the plant now, so they have at least enough control to get that established. Raptor's able to get the first kill on the board, finds Holy Smokes, and that's UCL down to 4 members just now. But the Viper wall there, just showing quite a bit of coverage so that they can at least begin this retake now. They're pushing around. They do have an option to get in. Of course, you mentioned it yourself that the Killjoy doubled up alongside the ult of Viper Pit can be a little bit of an issue. And it seems to be so far just now. Of course, the defender Killjoy is going to go off, and that will at least be a little bit of a pain just now. Bear is able to find Fork. Isa finds the Bear at the same time. The refrag Chimera with kill onto Luna, and it's a 2 versus 4 scenario. Last member alive for UCL. It's just not going to be able to do anything. Not enough time on the clock to get anything done. And it looks as though this round is going to go towards Not Men.
It is an issue here where you're kind of like desperate times call for desperate measures, and I think putting the lockdown was a good way to approach that. But what could have maybe been slightly better is re-popping your same Viper ult that's been up for a few rounds now.
Yeah.
Because again, you know, that overlaps the other one. You don't have to deal with the fact that, yes, you know, the lockdown, it will create you the breathing space, but you still don't have that line of sight, right? That Viper's Pit is still up. It's still cutting off those lines of sight. You don't know where these players are. You're walking into nothing, essentially. Yeah. You're walking with no information there. The Hunter's Fury coming through was a good one from Nottingham too, just really trying to push back UCL more, delaying that time and making it even more uncomfortable for them. I think Nottingham are using their utility a lot smarter here.
Yeah, they really are. Something I've noticed as well is that every single round that they are on the attack here, Not Men always have Leaf send the smoke into that middle area. Every single round, right at the start they have it, so it's almost like an immediate bait that they want to set up, and it's worked this time at least because they're going for that B plant and there's no one really there to entertain the gunfights at all. But Agent Chimera just, of course, is able to find a kill, this time onto Sukuna, who's not able to provide the overwatch that they did the last time on this retake, and now we're in a post-plant scenario, and they need to get this rotate round quick, and they need to get back in towards the site area to try and retake this UCL.
Again, they do have the Viper's Pit. So that could be utilised right here, right now. Oh, Bear goes for a swing around the corner. Another one down to Raptor. They're doing a good job of setting that momentum there after they pick that gun up. Oh, Fog does take out Holy Smoke, so Bear can trade it back yet again. Still scrappy. Oh, but Isa goes massive. Wow. What was that? What was that? Isa. Wow. Holy moly.
Well, I think we had analysis planned there, but Isa decided that, you know what, I'm just going to take this in my own hands and just kill everybody. That's it. That's it. No problem at all. I'm going to peek it from the same angle, and what a kill it is. What a double it comes out. It's beautiful flick. Beautifully done. Look at that. The triple from Isa.
Gross.
Oh, beautiful.
Disgusting. So gross. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh,
Again, in terms of kill count, you know, the highest KPR we have right now is a solid 1. Loads of these rounds are winning because one player is going massive, right? Everyone on both sides. This is a team effort at the moment. And there we have it. Speaking of team effort, the trade game goes massive yet again. Once again, Raptor going for that trade onto Bear. Also, casualties on both sides. UCL getting whittled down a little bit again, though.
Certainly are, and that was just an example there of Leaf using the smoke in the middle of the map. They popped it in there, and then there was a push to come through this time. It was like they had been baiting it, the entire time, and then eventually they pop it through, and they actually tried to capitalise off of it. They got themselves a kill, you know, they were traded, but they have the player advantage just now because of it. They're in a 4 versus 3 scenario. They have the spike down, the stage walls on coverage, and now this is where things will get a little bit scrappier. Of course, if anything, like the last couple of rounds, we'll probably see quite a few gunfights coming through, Grace.
So the intel coming through. Again, that's what I love about the Fade utility. But oh, there we have it. Actually taking on Raptor. He's going to commit to the information from that util being utilized. Swing on the corner now, though. They're trying to take that duo swing. And there we have it. ISO once again shutting down that approach from the side of UCL. And another one. Signs sound like DJ Khaled out here. Another one, another one, another one.
Wow. What is going on with the Killjoys in this server? Last map we had Dayluna going absolutely huge with the Killjoy, and then this time it's Isa that's gone massive for the Killjoy. What is going on here?
I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it.
Oh, I love to see it. Yeah, I absolutely love to see it. The kills are flowing through, and Nott men are in the driver's seat for Icebox, and they are very comfortable at the minute.
That's how you survive.
I'm still confused why Bear still hasn't popped this ulti. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
there've been a lot of moments where the crowd controlled aspect, at least at minimum, would be certainly beneficial for UCL right now. Not so really taking it away. Has been used now on the A site though. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Using that util. A bit too late now though, in my opinion. There we have it. Gunfights happening in mid. Diet Coke will fall, so that's at least some of that pressure alleviated. But UCL fully stacking towards that B. They're really relying on the Viper spit there on A. They know it's comfortable for them now. A few rounds too late, but we'll mind that for now. Again, this is really, really good from UCL. They're setting the momentum. They're keeping that map control. They're starting to apply that pressure on Nottingham.
Yeah, this is much, much better. It's, you know, it's a little too late, especially in the side switch just about to come. You know, they pushed them all the way back towards their spawn almost. Holy Smokes finds Agent Chimera though, and the player count there is going to be in the favour of in favour of UCL, should I say, as Leaf is able to find Holy Smokes. And that's the best round we've seen so far from UCL so far. And you know, you mentioned the Viper's pit not getting used, and as soon as it gets used, they get themselves in a good position. But the plant is at least going down from Fork. There is only one member there to actually contest it, though. Bear finds Fork, and it's a 1 versus 3 scenario, or 1 versus 4 of it. Just need to forget there's another member alive.
There you go, Bear's prep that wall, just in case someone does try and go for the swing around the corner. Cutting off the line of sight, always the best thing to do. Again, though, roughly, if you know where the spike is, you can go for these pre-fires. There we have it, the poison goes out. But poison works both ways, and the duo swing finally Leaf falls, and that spike can be diffused. Holy moly.
Well, that was definitely an interesting round in the fact that it came so late, because it looked really comfortable for UCL. Like strangely comfortable. They pushed them back very early on, they used their abilities correctly, and it was really the first time I have seen that, at least in a while, where we've seen them be effective with that and really shut down Nott men who just weren't able to really get a foothold. They did get the plant down, of course, eventually, but that was just because there was only one player on that side. But in terms of the actual control of the map, they were able to control quite a bit of the map, and it was just, I'm kind of puzzled as to how it took them so long to get into that gear, to be honest.
I mean, the thing is like, this already is so strong coming through from Nottingham. Like, the round differential they currently have, I could argue that sometimes the defense is a lot easier, again, on the basis that you do have that time in your favor. You can kind of send that utility out, especially when we consider utility-wise, Nottingham have definitely done a better job of getting the most out of what they're using. They're not afraid to just pop something and be like, this will give us the breathing room, this will give us the control that we need to try and cheese that objective a little bit. Because, again, like, you don't have to take gunfights if you can rely on utility more.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. When you use it efficiently, then you don't have to isolate yourself, and you don't have to rely on mechanical skill. You can just utilize, close off these angles and hold down the sight because of that. And it was a really, really good half from Nott Men though. And of course, I think we're just having a little bit of a technical issue, and we'll get that ironed out in just a second. Of course, we have the pleasure of being the first kind of cast on, so we're obviously going to be the ones that incur most of any technical issues, if there are any. That's just because that's just the way it works. Of course, first cast, I think iron things out, and then of course we'll go into the rest of the weekend, and it should be fun and simple, and we should have less of our podcast. But we'll keep it going. We'll keep it going in future, of course, if people are interested.
But that's the point too, to actually, say, is the fact that today we have a nice little schedule for you. Of course, it's the Women and Non-Binary Valorant today, followed by Valorant Mixed, followed by Rocket League. So a pretty stacked day for the Friday already. Again, for those of you at Insomnia, hope you're having loads of fun with it. But for those of you watching online, you will not miss out. There'll still be the stream all weekend. Again, today we started very early at that 10:30. But Saturday, there also will be the stream starting at 10:30 again. We will have Rainbow Six Siege. And that will follow through all the way, again, through multiple titles on that day. Then on Sunday, we'll start with Splatoon and then have a cheeky bit of CSGO and Overwatch with quite a late finish on Sundays. If you're feeling the Sunday boredoms, do tune in. Again, tomorrow tune in also. Packed schedule, though, for this finals weekend. Absolutely rammed. The stuff you love to see.
Yeah, it is absolutely rammed. I'm excited. I'm certainly excited that this is obviously my first time. Obviously, no one's probably doesn't really know who I am. This is my first time being on an NC broadcast as well, so this is my first time getting into something like this, and really I'm excited to just be here. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy. That's all I can really say. Of course, we are just having a little bit of a tech pause just while we iron out another just a bit of an issue, but it's okay. That's fine because we get to showcase our beautiful faces, and of course I live in Scotland, so the lighting is now going even though it's only 1 o'clock. So not ideal.
Not too long before it's summer, don't you worry. Speaking of summer, speaking of fun, sometimes in summer you need refreshing drinks, and maybe right now you need refreshing drinks, even though it is currently still spring. Again, this is the spring finals. But you can type Monster Drops into that Twitch chat. You can get yourself a nice selection of Monster Energy shipped for freebies to your home. So again, we do love a little bit of an energy boost when we are grinding out that elo at 11 o'clock at night.
Or in your case,
not aimed at myself.
Or in your case, like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Your sleeping schedule.
3 a.m. real elo hours, to be honest. Like
prime elo hours. With this, of course, we're back into the game. We'll have less of our waffling. We're back into here. We'll get back on track. 9 rounds to the 3 of UCL, Nott Men. Very much in the driver's seat on Icebox, and that's to be expected as their map pick, and it looks as though we're going to get a pretty quick push towards B from UCL as they look to activate things very quick, and that is the lay of the land usually for that pistol round. Everybody brings out the aggression. The first member of Nott Men has fallen. But there's a little bit of control towards this yellow side, and they're just trying to get this plant arranged. The sage wall goes down, and they are now arranging for that plant to go down. Coke has that covered, and now we are in the post-plant scenario.
Certainly on that wall's going to cut off those lines of sight, so they have to kind of step through, and it's going to be clunky. They can put the ice wall up still if they wish to, but they still have the opponent ice wall to deal with. There we have it. UCL just going on the cleanup. Holy smokes goes massive, getting that entry pick, and then following it with 2. As Nottingham tried to go for the retake. This is why we love a cheeky Reyna action. It's an aggressive duelist, one of the most aggressive duelists in my opinion. It really, praises you, rewards you for taking that aggression.
Oh, it really does. It really does. Reyna is... I like to see it. I like to see the aggression coming from it. And I think this is where we've seen on the last map, it was very much an attacker side thing for UCL. They were so effective on their attack, and I know that Nott Men have quite a bit of control so far on this map, but I'm a little bit worried for them after that first round.
Certainly so. Never say never though. Again, pistol rounds can really go one-on-one out there. We have it. Isa giving that call out, so everyone should start to come through with a rotate. Wondering if there will be a bit of a flankaroonie behind as well. It looks like that is indeed what's going to happen. Chimera going for the flank. This could be pretty spicy, especially when they're joined with Raptor. If UCL get caught off guard here, Kogan Sakuna, Holy Smokes gets 1-2. So that flank maybe a little bit shut down here. The chaos occurring on site. No util dump just yet. We're just going to have these very scrappy gunfights. Leaf going huge there, getting 2 picks, opening some breathing space. I'll try and go for a little bit of an extra smoke if they want to. There we have it, getting another one before Sakuna goes for the trade. Uncomfortable position to be in. The retake was attempted, the 1vx was attempted, but it was just too difficult. Too many crossfires to worry about.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I think that was very much around where they just wanted to just throw a little bit out and to see, you know, let's just see if this works. We'll go for the big flank and see if it works, because they didn't buy anything, of course, after the back of that first round. Of course, we have switched sides, so things have been reset. So that was the first round on the defense at which Not Men lost out, and they just couldn't really buy anything. Second round, they just went in with pistols again. This round, though, we're going to full buy this time, of course, so things, I would imagine, will look a little bit more into, you know, a little bit more standard than what we'll see. You can see them spread out a little bit more, and they're playing towards, some towards the A side, some towards that B side, but it looks as though a full A push is going to be coming through from UCL, so the rotate will have to come around from the extra members for Not Men. The stage will at least slow this down a little bit, and at least push some pressure through that funnel area, so they can't quite get themselves in. The Viper Ball is all over the place, is covering so many angles at this moment in time, but they will be dropped, at least, so there is a little bit of a segue to happen. But look at this, UCL are just evacuating the dance floor. They don't want anything to do with that side anymore. They're going for the rotate, Grace.
They certainly are. Stampeding now towards that B site. And Nottingham not really having... Well, they do have a little bit of util there for B to give them the warning, but it's not extended into B long, so it's going to be maybe a little bit late. However, Nottingham have used their brains here and been like, okay, the collapse isn't coming, and most likely that is going to be a B collapse. Ooh, Raptor shutting down Holy Smokes, that initial entry point, that Reyna to get those opening picks yeeted and deleted from the server. Another rotate is coming through from the side of UCL. But I think Nottingham are wising up again. We see Raptor going on a little bit of a tear to try and go and take that heaven position.
Wow, this is just going round and round. Very much a Ring of Roses type scenario. They've been back and forward between these sites. Eventually, they have decided to try and stick the spite in A, which they will get it down. The Sova coming through with at least some intel to gather where they are playing. But everybody there is here for Not Men. Sakuna, though, able to get a kill onto Fort, though. Check your corners, though. You need to make sure. But the flick, the shot, the double kill coming through for Leaf, who's just pushed straight in there and just clutched that back from them. Needed that so much, but... it's a 1 versus 2 scenario. Can they find the remaining members alive for UCL? They have to try and find this. The Viper Wall is covering off the player above, but Diet Coke comes out on top, and the attackers of UCL were able to win that one out.
So close there, so close. Leaf is doing really well at the moment. They're ending up in these 1vx situations, but it is just so uncomfortable. You'll start piling up the kills, but you've still got so much work to do. You've still got double angles to try and think about, to try and contest with. And sometimes you just lose your ones. Diet Coke coming through with that pick at the end. It's gonna get UCL starting to nip at the heels of Nottingham.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I said it a few rounds ago. I was a little bit worried there after that, the sheer amount of aggression that UCL are bringing now, and just again, just fully sending it into A. They're not really entertaining any possibility, but a big flag from Not Men, and they seem to have this idea. This is the second time they've gone for a big flag. Hopefully, it works out this time for them, so they can at least start to get a couple of rounds on their defense. Not really worked out so far. Diet Cloak going for the plant though, and is this flank going to be in time, Grace? Is the real question.
This is it. The flank seems to come through hot and fast. Ooh, getting a little bit aggro on both sides here. Coke taking out Raptor. Leaf does take down Sakuna in retaliation. Throw another one from Coke. And the aggressive angle from Luna. Taking out Chimera before they're taking out themselves. Leaf will fall. Once again, a 1vx. But this side, this time, it's Isa left in a 1 versus 2. How will they fare? Well, there we have it. The swing around the corner from Smokes. No information. No audio cue to go off. So, of course, that is going to be snuffled up nice and quickly. Again, UCL, rightly so, that timeout is coming through. Nottingham don't want to let this fall away from them. They did such a good job on that first half. Absolutely stampeding through, getting such a massive round differential. UCL have just turned around and got 4 rounds in a row and been like, yeah, we're nipping at your heels now.
Yeah.
Nom, 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 nom.
Exactly, put it perfectly. And I think that, you know, we need to kind of dissect in terms of the way that that Not Men have been using this map was beautifully done on the first half. They baited places, they rotated, they were, you know, it was really well done. You could tell it was their map, you could tell it was their favourite, you could tell they'd been on this and they've been scrimming and scrimming and scrimming, and they really looked as though they had an idea of every single angle they wanted to go from. This time though, on the defence, it's almost like that's kind of got in their head a little bit, where they've thought, we know how to rotate this map, we know how to move around the map, but it's not working. They went for so many big rotates. We've seen so many of them, but they just aren't quite working very well. And it's almost like where they might need to kind of go back to just a little bit of the bread and butter. A little bit of like, okay, let's just play for, let's not really bother with the big rotates because they've not really worked out. And give it a try. But they're having a chat just with their coach, of course, at the minute, just to see if they can try and make amendments and really push us over it. Because they need this, of course. They need to get this map under their belt to get them to fracture.
To the point too, big up to the coaches of both these sides, because they're the ones that are probably sweating the most right now. It's so difficult being a coach. You know, you're sat there and you're watching things unfold and you can't really do anything unless the timeout is called. So you're there like, freaking out slightly. Speaking of freaking out slightly, Nottingham fully aware of, there we go, there's that Viper's Pit. This is where things certainly will get a little bit more clunky. Shot dart goes out, but again, do you know, a veil. Pre-fires through the smoke. Nottingham really trying to work out how they can contest this. There we go, Fork. Beautiful shot there onto Holy Smokes. Trades across the board yet again, lighting up like a disco ball. A 3 versus 3. Oh, aggression there, but Bear shuts it down. And again, they can just bob and weave in and out of this pit. It's such a good piece of util. It cuts off those lines of sight. The scrappiness that has to come through now from Nottingham to try and shut down this take, to be honest. There we go. The wall is going to fall. But what can you do in that moment? Kuna to finish things off.
This is certainly going to be a really big test of the mental and Not Men, because they've had such a commanding lead and now they're within, you know, one round of each other. This is really kind of the big round where it decides things, where they need to try and overcome that. You know, they just need to reset and things and just
like, this is it, right? If you right now, regardless of, you know, whose side you're on, we cannot ignore the fact that last season, you know, Nottingham got knocked out early, UCL won. Nottingham are trying to contest the champions from last time. That is, you know, you're going up against the Elite Four at this point. You're going up against the final boss. It is difficult. And they've done so well. It's now just at UCL, they've pulled their socks up, they're hitting them hard, they're dumping that util out. Nottingham are letting it slip away a little bit, but you got it, your heart breaks for them.
It really does, and especially since some of the individual performances we've seen coming out as well, and the way that they play, they've shown us some really great rounds, and it would be heartbreaking if they were to slip up here. But you know, getting into this specific round that's happening here, it looks as though the execute is going to come towards that B side. All the members of UCL have dedicated towards the side. One member on the flank watch, of course. There's trades coming through as Holy Smoke is able to find Isa, and Not Men here in a 3 versus 5 player disadvantage, unfortunately, at the moment. Still trying to go for that retake though. They need to try and get this through across the board.
There we have it.
Last player standing.
Significant. That was a stomping coming through from UCL. They just absolutely won their ones there. There we have it. A flawless comes through. No blood spilt on their side. We can see the happy faces. The smiles, the laughs, the jests, the jokes.
Like you mentioned it perfectly there. I'm a little bit heartbroken now that Not Men have not been able to get anything so far. It's not looked great for their half. UCL, to their commendation though, have been wonderful on their attack. They really have used it. Yeah, exactly. The way that, you know, I compliment Not Men for their use of the map, but UCL's use of the map has been great as well. They've really went for the rotates when they needed to. They've had people on the flank watches at the right times, and they've flooded the site win at the perfect times as well. And it looks as though we're getting a bit more of a split this time from Not Men, and this is what I like to see. It looks as though they've adapted a little bit. They're not going for any of those rotates. Fork is able to get the first kill. That'll at least set their mental a little bit more. It's Holy Smokes to fall, and now quite a bit of utility comes through. Raptor with the Hunter's Fury finds Bear, and Luna though. Is that team kill to come through?
Where we have the res come through. And again, Not Men, they've really been pushed back here, but again, that spike hasn't gone down, so bit peculiar. Granted, they did have the ice wall to go through. Maybe they just couldn't set up for that momentum, despite the lockdown being there, because of that last-minute ice wall coming through from Fork. You see the scrabble of a rotate coming through here from Diet Coke. Again, they really need to work out what they want to do here. Maybe they try a little bit of a bait, ideally, if they had a little bit of that util. But, oh, that's going to work. Luna opening up some breathing room. Chimera is going to fall. Again, just sending out this util, making sure that they can... Oh, the long angle, the high angle coming through from Fork there. Getting that wall, getting up top. Sakuna can trade it back, though. And that spike is going to go down. Again, a 3 versus 3. And here comes that lockdown from Isa. The push back. Now UCL have to remove themselves. They can't get caught out by this. And again, what utility do they have to try and shut this down? There is a possibility of the ulti coming through from Diet Coke if they do need to use it. It's going to be very uncomfortable indeed. And there we have it because of the defuse. That lockdown came in clutch. Goodness me. My.
Wonderful. Wonderful usage of the utility. And finally, Nott men are able to buck the trend on this side. They're able to get themselves around on the board, and that'll do so much for their mental. That'll be so much better for them. That was a wonderful round. They really played it to their perfection, and I pointed it out that they had done these big rotates a couple of times that hadn't really worked out. This time they stayed static. They didn't really do it, and it worked for them. And that's what I like to see, that I like them go back to the kind of the bread and butter type of style. They're not really risking too much, and it worked out a little bit more for them. And I hope that they're able to chain a few of these together and get us on the Fracture for a third map, Grace.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be, again, a really interesting one. We consider how that will play out. But for now, we're still in the second map, and it's very neck and neck at the moment. UCL just one behind. There we go. Leaf taking out Holy Smoke. So again, that aggressive utility of that Reyna taken away from the hands of UCL. To a little bit of a standstill here. There we have it. Sakuna can take out Isa. I was wondering if they were going to come out on top. That ice will go up. That spike can be forced. Leaf going for the spray and pray just to try and cause some collateral damage potentially to that wall. Give an opening as Chimera will start to pinch through. We also see Fork desperately rushing to the back. Can they potentially catch some of UCL off guard? I would expect someone is holding that flank. We've seen it multiple times throughout the rounds. There we have it. Bear ready and waiting. Gorgeous stuff indeed. A 3v4 now for the side of Nottingham. And again, they're just going to try and stick it. No one is contesting it. Despite the fact of that, Leaf can go massive. De Luna, the swing around the corner. Can they shut down? No, they can't. There we have it. The defuse yet again coming through.
Wow, that was... They were teasing us there. We're going on to the diffuser, off the diffuser, on the diffuser. Were they going to get it? Were they going to get it? And they did get it eventually. And defenders went it out. Leaf, though, missed that in the chaos. The 3K, wonderful. Absolute beautiful play coming out there.
This is it, though. Like, it's coming down to what I call, like, cheesiness, in a sense. Where you're cheesing the plant. You're trying to get the plant down because you're being like, okay, we just have to go for it. We have to force it down. We send that util and just get it down as quick as possible. Get that timer in our favour. But down the side of Nottingham, they're being like, yeah, okay, you've pulled back so much. I'm just going to stick it and hope on a wing and a prayer that you don't apply this pressure now and you don't send down any of that util. That's why the post-plant needs to be a little bit sharp from UCL. They need to send out this utility to pull away Nottingham from going from that spike.
They certainly do, and it looks as though they're going to get a push coming in from A side here. UCL there, Holy Smokes is able to find Fork, and that's the first kill on this round. And now, not many will be wise to it now, and we've got a couple of players, of course, that need to rush back to that side. And I think there's a little bit of a hold here coming out from Bear. Yes, on the other side, finds Isa at the same time. We see a couple of engagements happening towards A, and it looks as though the big rotate's going to come. The bait has already been made, but we do still have one member lingering towards A, Agent Chimera, able to find Holy Smokes though. And surely they're going to be aware of the intel that there's going to be this bait and switch around towards B side.
Yeah, it's the thing is whether Leaf is going to try and keep contesting this B side, but I don't think they are. That ice wall has gone up. And once again, this spike is cheesed. Certainly they have the player advantage here. Nice little artwork. Thank you for that. Thank you, dear Luna.
Deploying drone.
A little bit of a lull in action as they kind of decide how to retake this. They're just using some using some gadgets there to get a little bit of information. Diet Coke, though, doesn't even care about information, just wants to swing everybody and get some kills. And then we're in a 1 versus 4 scenario. Not men, not looking too great in terms of the player count there. Swing comes out from them, but Diet Coke with the 3k to finish off the round and gets that kill across the board. And that's another one up there for UCL. They're still hot on the heels of Not Men.
This is it. It's getting so close. Like, I can barely watch. It's just, it's so like, oh my goodness, what's gonna happen? Again, a lot smoother from UCL though. Just, yes, okay, they popped the Empress to get what was essentially just one pick in the get-go. But I think, you know, that audio cue that Nottingham would have had, it does pull you back a little bit. You know, 1 falls and you're like, oh, this is gonna be an aggressive push. The aggression then didn't come through. Ooh, there we have it.
Yeah, first kill coming through there. Just a couple of trades, very quick in their 4 versus 4 scenario, and the big rotate as well. Seems to be the order of the day for Icebox. Everybody just going somewhere, baiting somewhere, and then everybody going for a big rotate all the way around. And the Killjoy is the only one on that side currently, and it looks as though Not Men are kind of wise to it. They're just bringing a couple members around to maybe support the idea that that could be happening there. But look at Sukuna, who's remained around the other side, wise to the fact that they might come round for the rotate, shuts it down, and it looks as though this could be a lockout here for Not Men, or sorry, for UCL. However, Leaf has something to say, finds the kill, but Bear, who we've mentioned on the last map, is able to get that double kill, and it's 11-11, Grace.
11-11, angel numbers. Lucky for some. Not lucky for Not Men right now, though. UCL has fully bit at their heels. They are fully into that Achilles. They're munching it down. And now the pressure is on again. Remember, UCL already have one of these maps in pocket, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the discomfort starts to trickle through. Especially for Nottingham. You have to try and pull it forward now.
Yeah, it really is. It's so close for them as well. You know, only need 2 rounds to get this across and get themselves onto Fracture, and then they can try and come up with a solution there. But for the time being, still an Icebox, still 11 each, and push coming in towards the A side as everybody stacks up together, and it looks as though they're going to get a full push. No rotates this time. It's Not Men are able to get the first couple of kills. That's Fork and Agent Chimera get them a few. It's Raptor as well with another onto Luna this time, and 2 left alive for UCL. But they're still holding on to these angles. Just know where the players are a little bit. They have information as there's a couple of trickles to come in. Agent Chimera though shuts it down, finds Holy Smokes, and Not Men go on to match point.
Point indeed. Being patient there, just trying to hold those angles. Winning their ones in a timeout, of course, being called here by UCL.
This is just momentum killer, I think. This is what that is. I don't think there'll be too much in terms of discussion for strategy. There might be something really there, but this is probably just momentum. Really, after that round, they'll be like, yep. Oh, we'll just calm everybody down. Coaches will come in and just have a little bit of a discussion and see if there's any changes that they might need to make. This is a big point, or deciding point, of course, because if Not Men get this in, we get onto Fracture, Grace.
I mean, if we get onto Fracture with the way that, you know, these rounds have come through, it could be anyone's, to be honest, at this point. It's just very, very curious to see the fact that, you know, Fracture again, attacker-sided. If you're UCL, like, this is the thing, if you're UCL, the thing you need, really, to just be super comfortable is to just win this map. Which, you might be like, thank you, Grace, Captain Obvious, for that useful information of, yes, they need 2-0. But think about it. Nottingham, really applying that pressure every single map. Then they go to Fracture. They have that more favourable side start. How many times in Fracture do we see people stream through? They get, you know, 10 to 12 rounds on the attack. It switches over. The defence then have to try and get 10 to 12 rounds on attack, which often, yes, they do, but your gap for error is so small at that point because they have so many rounds more than you, and it's so uncomfortable. Do you want that to happen? No, you don't. Once again, UCL going for the cheese.
Oh, wow.
Down A.
could we ask for a quicker start to the round there? Holy smokes, with a double already, and the spike is already going down. Attacker Killjoy is going to go down as well, so that's going to prevent them coming in to get that retake done for at least a few seconds. So, but they're in a good position to at least start out. But look at this, the ult coming through from the Viper's pit is going to go on the hunt to try and find the player. Bear is able to find Chimera, and Not Men are really up against the wall here. Luna is able to get the revival off as well onto Diet Coke, and it's full stack still alive for UCL, and they have the full control. Bear with another this time, finds Leaf, and it's a 1 versus 5, and I think we might be going to overtime, Grace.
Alright, smelling like overtime indeed. There we have it. Oh my goodness, the commitment there to just go and grab them by the jugular. Drop that Viper's Pit. That Viper's Pit was the one, right? You had to do it in that moment. Fully apply that pressure. The chaos against you, when not only do you have those lines of sight cut off, but you've also got that utility where if you step into it, you're pretty much a one-shot at that point, right? Difficult, difficult, lemon, difficult. The opposite of easy peasy lemon squeezy. But goodness me, this is such an incredible game on both sides.
Yeah, oh, it's definitely going to be pretty sweaty a little bit in the last couple of rounds in terms of just the pressure that's on Not Men at the minute. Now we need to chain together 2 rounds. This is the thing, though. This is where it gets difficult, of course. We're into overtime, and it really is a case of just buckling down, making sure you're ticking all the boxes, and making sure that you do this correctly. And not as quick this time, UCL. They don't really want to go straight in for that push at the minute.
This is it. Just biding their time. You're still getting sent out by Bear as well, just to hold them back. Again, just not really... I love the spacing coming through from UCL as well. They're not willing to commit too much to one of these sites. They're keeping themselves nice and spread out. They're keeping themselves kind of passively away from that B site as well. Granted, it looks like Nottingham are going for that B execute, or at least will attempt that B execute. Yep. But for UCL right now, they are just being patient. Just as patient as Nottingham. Both sides just looking for the other to take that aggression. And there we have it. The plant was attempted, but the utility came through, pushing them back. That's going to give UCL all the information they need right now.
Spike planted.
Certainly is. The spike is down at least, and they have an opportunity to get this one out here, Not Men, on this round. Bear's able to get the first kill though. That's Leaf to fall, and it's the heaviest hitter on the server, dead and gone. And now the looks as though the retake has begun. And there's a little bit of a rotate coming around as well from behind, but it's not going to be in time as Holy Smokes is able to find Chimera. It's a double to come through, and the defuse looks to go through, but just with the swing to get the coverage, and another one comes as well. Look at that. The diffuser's going to come across for the side of UCL.
Holy smokes, an ironic name, really, to be honest. Going absolutely large there. Goodness me. Nottingham, they got that spike down, but that post-plant was so uncomfortable. Again, UCL just being patient there, maintaining so much map control. A little bit of a utility pop to delay that plant initially, and that was all the information they needed. The rotates came through, and they played it so well. Again, Holy Smokes just collecting themselves a lovely bunch of kills there. This is where the concern comes in, because remember how UCL's attack approach was when it comes to this side.
Yes, it really is. And they seem to be set up in a kind of reasonable position at the minute. They're all pretty much going to be setting up to go for that B take. They have some coverage at least, they're Not Men. They're just going to hold out and just play off each other and try and get some intel into where this push will come from. And one member out towards mid at the moment, and now the util does begin to come in and feed in towards that site, and execute will start to happen here, Grace.
Yeah, but Fork lurking the other side of this container. There are a few warning shots being sent towards, but again, you really need that information. Maybe we need some of that fade util to get up close and personal here. Give them a little bit more that info. I think maybe Sakuna can go for a little bit of a bait here.
Gonna
keep
switch
the
it
side
round,
of Nottingham fully pressured.
Yeah, switching it around towards A this time. It seems as though that seems to have worked, at least for Not Men. The push, a little bit of presence towards that side on B's at least made UCL change it up, but there's still players over towards A. They're still quite spread out, 30 seconds here, and we still haven't had a kill, and this is where we are. We're pretty much, seeing this point in the moment, and for UCL, but they're just being a little bit tentative. And just as I say that, of course, they activate absolutely everything. Raptor gets the kill onto Sukuna, and we're in a 5 versus 4 scenario as we push in towards the site. Holy Smokes with another one in the eye, so that evens the odds. But the plant is now going to go down, courtesy of Luna. Is there enough util and enough coverage to get this covered off? Holy Smokes with a shot and a head finds it. And Not Men are a 2 versus 4 scenario. Chimera is able to get the kill onto Bear, but it's another one to come through from Luna onto Chimera. And it's now a 1 versus 3 scenario all to do to get it through. And that is the map and the series for UCL.
UCL, you are yet again the champions, the grand champions of the NSC Women and Non-Binary Valorant. They must be stoked right now. We see their happy faces. We see their cheering. Let's go, ladies. A victory well deserved. Certainly, again, that attack was just so disgusting from them, let's be honest.
Wonderful. What a game. What a game we had. My heart is broken, though. My heart is broken for Not Men. They showed us so much in the first half of that map, and then they just couldn't convert enough rounds on the second half. It's just unfortunately the way it worked out. They kind of got played at their own game a little bit, but it happens. You know, so unfortunately, there has to be winners and there has to be losers. And I'm disappointed, though, we didn't get to see Fracture.
I think this is the thing, though. When we can think about that first map, again, I do think that both teams took a while to kind of warm up to it. Seemed very janky on both sides at the start, and I really think that given how well Nottingham then started to do on that map, if both teams went in pretty warm and like pretty on fire, you know, Nottingham really could have taken the first map, right? That's the thing. I really do feel that Nottingham could have taken that first map, but UCL, they secured it towards the end. We then go on to Nottingham's pick. They do really, really well for that initial half, but then UCL, it's a thing I said before the map, right? UCL's attacks, they're just gross. They are disgusting. Yeah. They can just go in. Again, you've got that vein of utility under your belt. It's an aggressive duelist. You have to play aggressively. And certainly giving Holy Smokes that kind of utility, well, the clue is in the name. Because Holy Smokes, they popped off.
Yeah, what a game it was. Leaf did, tried their damnedest to get as many kills as possible, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. And there was a few opportunities that UCL really kind of made the most of, because they kind of became wise to the fact that Not Men like to move around the map a lot. They like to make these rotates quite a lot of the time. And there was quite a few scenarios where they just locked off. They just popped the player around towards A, even though they were doing a B side push. They just popped one player just on a choke point round towards A and just waited for the rotate to come round. And 9 times out of 10, they got a couple of kills off of it, and it worked, and UCL were eventually able to get it across the board. They get the win, and what a map it was. But what a map. First map was great. It was an absolutely banger of a series so far.
Certainly was. Again, you can really tell so many moments where the players must have had their hearts in their chest. I really do think, again, maybe that slight homework for Nottingham to take away, though, is just thinking about that util use, especially, the VOD for map number 1 is probably going to do them a lot of work, especially when we consider the prep work for next season. This is the thing we want to see. We want to see the upset at some point, but UCL, I mean, they're just so good. Absolutely on fire. How do you take down these champions when they just keep winning? We are going to throw to a lovely interview, though. Again, you can just see how they felt about that map themselves. Sending it over. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I am joined with Holy Smokes from the winning team, UCL. So, how are you feeling after that victory?
This feels really good to have a 2-0, our team is really good, everyone's really excited, feels really nice.
Awesome. So, going into the matchup today, how confident as a team were you feeling?
The team was pretty confident. I think everyone was like, oh, we'll take this easy win. We take this win easy, we win LAN, our first LAN, we go get Korean barbecue after,
Awesome. So plans for afterwards, celebration plans already made, I see. We love to see that sort of confidence. Now, what would you say to anyone out there that was thinking about maybe participating in the next Women and Non-Binary tournament? Any advice for them?
I think definitely go for it. Like, even if you feel like your rank isn't high enough, it's still an opportunity for you to like try put your foot into esports a little, to get to know a lot of people. Because I got to know a lot of friends. I got to know all of them, and it was really nice. It's not just like winning; it's about the experience with friends and just improving, like facing other people, and you can get to know the enemies as well. It's a really nice scene. Everyone knows each other. It's very interconnected.
Awesome. And finally, will we be seeing you come back next year to fight for your title for the 3rd time in a row?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Like me and Bear, both of us got the title last time, and then we were joined by like the rest of 3 of them, and we all make a really good team. So definitely.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I will let you go celebrate with your team now. A well-earned victory. Now, I would quickly like to thank our sponsors. Without them, this weekend wouldn't be possible. The event is powered by Intel and sponsored by Monster Energy and Pringles. So massive shout out to them. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. We're going to go to a short break, and we will be back afterwards for the VALORANT finals. So catch you again after the break.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I love a on you. I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best. Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip. Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider Bring Your Own Computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise and they all run very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Hello and welcome back to day one of the NSE British University Esports Championships. I'm your host Affinity and we are moving on to the VALORANT finals. 232 teams entered the competition and only 2 stand before you today. We have Nott Dateable representing Nottingham Trent University. Hey, some support from the crowd there. Now, this is their first time competing as this roster at an event, so it's amazing to see that they've gone so far first run. However, they do have tough competition. They are going up against CES Dragons, representing City University of London. CES had a really strong showing this event. They actually only dropped 1 match in their entire run through to get here. Nott Dateable had a little bit more of a shaky start, but went on an amazing win streak and actually ended up being the top seeded team at the end. These teams fought through online qualifiers and then a double elimination bracket to be here. So it is going to be a really exciting matchup. I don't want to keep you waiting too much longer, so I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful casters to get this best of 3 underway.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Affinity, for throwing it over. It's looking great over there, the NSE. So, welcome to the British University Esports Championships Spring 2023, powered by Intel, with your sponsors, Monster, Pringles, as well as Special Effect. I'm your host, Panda Richie, as well as my co-host here, Ashura. We are very, very excited today for what could undoubtedly be such an eventful match. Ashura, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no. Honestly, I'm super excited to get into it. This is my very first time casting NSC's any tournament, at least officially. It's going to be great after what we've heard regarding CES Dragons, and as well as obviously Not Dateable. Considering these two absolute titans are going to collide in literally just a couple minutes, it's super exciting to think about. And I'm really just stoked to see where this goes. And the energy is going to be amazing. So I'm here for it.
Yes, yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. So let's have a look at a little bit of like the match history that like Affinity just briefly said about it. Like with Not Dateable, like in the group stages in Division 1, they did drop one match up against Swansea Tsunami. However, they just went on an absolute monster streak all the way up through to the semi-finals. They didn't drop at all. Only to KCL Lions did they drop a map, but they ended up taking the victory 2-1. So in the playoffs, they went 2-0 against Cardiff, 2-0 against Korean Pop Superstars, and 2-1 up against KCL Lions. So even though this is the first roster that they've had going through this tournament, they've made an absolute run. They are like a thunderstorm coming through this tournament, and I can only expect we're going to be able to see more in today's match.
Absolutely. And speaking of having an absolute storm, CES Dragons have also had a pretty good record run themselves, being undefeated within Division 1 in their group stages, beating USC C stages, Newcastle Lions, Team A, C9 Village Boys, and then up in the top 12 playoffs, had a bye, but then they ended up beating Abate University as well as Kiel Vandals 2-0 to get to this final spot. So yeah, it's going to be an absolute storm. I can't wait. We've got a brand new roster for Not Dateables. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just going to be all fun stuff. So I'm just hoping that today is just going to be an explosive match. Expecting nothing less, and I just cannot wait to just see what is going to be happening.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, like honestly, predictions. Like, I mean, Not Dateable. They're obviously a new roster to this. So, but again, they blew the competition out of the water, so they could be this dark horse. Because CS Dragons, they did finish 7th in the Winter 2022 split, but now they've made their way all the way to the grand final. So it's looking really good. It should be very exciting. I cannot wait.
No, definitely. Like a lot can change, given like a year or two. They came 7th last year. This year they could be like, champions. We never know. CES have had that experience, and obviously with a brand new roster, things are going to be quite harder for the non-dateables. But they made it to the grand finals, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they can take their very first championship, or will CES be the ones that instead of coming second, will take first place. But we'll see going forward into this next match.
Yeah, exactly. But I just cannot wait. I mean, like again, like you said, like it's your first time. It's also my first time, so I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah,
I'm just looking for. I'm just quaking in anticipation to what we're going to be seeing today. I mean, there's nothing going off of it. So yeah, so we're going to be going over to the match. I mean, honestly, if I had to put a prediction on what could be happening today, I mean, with just the run with how Not Dateable have been going, I want to say a 2-1 to them, but honestly, it could be anyone's game.
For sure.
Like just going off from what we've just seen, like
I have a feeling. Yeah, exactly. Like I was going to say, predictions are very tight, considering they both have very good records in their own rights. But I was thinking we're definitely going to see a map 3. I think it's going to go to third map. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Again, it could be anyone's game. Both teams are extremely talented. At the end of the day, though, it does come down to who is feeling better on the day, who will be playing better on the day. But speaking of which, in terms of map bans, we have Not Dateable banning Haven and CES going and banning Lotus. Nottingham have decided to play Ascent with CS on defense. CS choose Icebox with Nottingham on defense. CS decided to ban Split. And for our final map, if it goes down to it, will be Nottingham picking Fracture with CES on defense for that last map as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play. So again, we've got Ascent, Icebox, and also Fracture 3 very interesting maps here.
Yeah, I mean, we're having an exact same play out from like on the women's and non-binaries, they have the exact same 3 maps. So this is going to be looking like it could be. I'm not going to say a similar series, but in terms of map pool, it's exactly the same. But compared to like the non-binaries and women's, they did not go the full distance. They only 2-0'd it. Are we going to be seeing a full distance match in this best of 3? This is what we're looking for. This is what's going to be very exciting, because like this is going to be the last time that we're going to be able to play Icebox in this competitive pool, because Riot are going to be just removing it and replacing it with Bind. Personally, I would have liked to have seen just Fracture gone. I mean, I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
Like,
no, same.
When Icebox first came out, no one liked Icebox, but now I think it's become one of my favorite maps to play on, just because of like everything about it. Like, and plus with the recent changes to B site, it's a much better map to be playing. So yeah. Ascent's going to be our first map, a nice standard map for most teams to go for. It's a nice, easy, comfortable map, and it's definitely a fan favorite, and it's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah, once again followed up by Icebox and again Fracture, as we did say earlier before. It's going to be very, very cool. Fracture will definitely be an interesting one, considering it is a very small and frag heavy map. So it's going to be quite a fast one. Do we get down to the map 3? Do we get down to that map 3? We'll see. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like compared to like Ascent and Icebox, Ascent, you got a bit more flexibility in like what agents you can pick. Like obviously there's like your standards. Obviously you definitely need your smokes for Ascent and Icebox. But like with Icebox, there's a very strict meta to how you play. It's like if you try experiment too much, you could be putting yourself like 1 foot in the grave. But with Ascent, you got a bit more flexibility with how it plays, and it just offers a lot more of a dynamic experience for us definitely to view.
For sure. But yeah, we're just waiting on the teams to basically get ready before we do get started. And yeah.
Yeah, so as you can see, teams are getting ready. So while we're waiting, we're just going to continue chatting. So honestly, I'm like I said before, it's going to be anyone's game. I mean, I'm just hoping we're going to see that explosive action from Not Dateable, because like I said, they made a fantastic run through to get here, and if today's the day that they for whatever reason don't perform, it's going to be an absolute heartbreak for everyone at Nottingham University, because they've done their university really, really proudly with how well they've performed, but they are up against CES, who are second seeded, so it's going to be a tough match for sure. It's like I don't think there's any clear-cut winner at all by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, once again, like as you said before, this game is going to be very not very clear-cut. It's going to be very difficult to see who's going to win, considering both teams have had a hot streak. It's going to be interesting to just again see how they play against one another, especially in this finals. And again, they have not met in this tournament yet, especially given this new roster as well earlier on. So it's going to be cool to see just how they deal with each other, what kind of comps they'll pick as well, considering I haven't seen too much of them myself, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So while we're waiting for the players to get themselves ready, everyone at home, make sure you've got yourselves a can of Monster, box of Pringles, and make sure you also put Monster Drop down in the Twitch chat for your chance to win some Monster Energy. Now, this giveaway is going to be going throughout the entirety of the NSC stream, so whether you forget to type it in today, you've always got later in the afternoon, or at any point during Saturday and Sunday, it's always going to be going on, so there's always an opportunity there for you to grab yourself some Monster.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so
there's always an opportunity to grab your stuff, so go for it. Why not?
Exactly. So yeah, let's talk about some of the compositions. I feel like for Ascent, I mean, like I want to see like there's probably going to be like an Omen, most definitely Omen, Killjoy, probably a Sova. I mean,
Sova, yeah.
Like maybe Sage.
Expecting to see a Jet there as well.
Yeah, Jet and Raze. So we're going to be going over through to the agent select now. So we're going to be definitely seeing what they're going to be picking. So we're going to be seeking
right off the bat.
Yeah, custody.
You know,
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Throw my predictions out of the water. I mean, we got KO, KO Astra locked in by Archie in custody. We got Zero hovering over on the Cypher, and there is the Killjoy that Juan is hovering over. And Chikafi also locking in the KO as well. So we're going to be seeing a bit more of a different composition than what we've seen previously today. So it's going to be nice. So yeah, I don't think we've actually seen a KO at all since at all today. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how both teams play him out.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Obviously, we have double initiator, a completely different comp to what you said, what we saw before, as you said. It's going to be quite cool to see. It'll be different, very different. And speaking of smokes, actually, you know what? The attackers decided. Archie was like, you know what? Sit at home and we'll lock in Astra this time around. So that's going to be quite cool to see as well. Could definitely shake things up in a way that we definitely won't expect it. Radok's locking in on the Jet. Juan locking in on the Killjoy. Last two are still hovering over their selected agents. But yeah.
Yeah, Nair and Salmon. So yeah, Archie pulling out the Astra. I think that's going to be providing a lot of utility, especially with the Gravity Well and the Nova Pulse. Like you can deny
for sure,
like the post plants and like really put a lot of pressure onto the opposition of CS Dragons. So we are going to be starting off with Not Datables on attack. Now, as we're going into the game, while we're loading up, I'm just very, very excited to see what's going to be coming out from both teams.
It's time for Grand Finals map number 1 here on Ascent. Let's get straight into the action here. Not Dateable versus CES Dragons. Map number 1. Let's go.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to be having a look at what the setup is going to be. So let's have a look at the team. So it's looking like we're going to be having we're going to be looking like we're going to be having CES prepping themselves for a B site push.
Yeah.
So it's
all looking like they're ready to stack up towards B main this time around.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's looking like they're going to be looking for some mid control. We've got multiple members going through onto mid link for Not Datables. We're going to have Nayar prepping the shock bolt up through window down to garage.
Yeah, shock dart goes out.
So yeah, shock dart goes out, nothing fine. And then, oh my god, the members of Not Dateable going for such a fast push down in through mid market, taking control of it instantaneously. The utility coming out from Juan, just having to throw him out. The 0 point coming out through into boat, but no one's going to be found. And now members of Not Dateable are starting to just push in, and Juan 2 and Naya are just trapped in the back of Boathouse. The utility going out, and now Zero manages to
backs against the wall.
Naya finding one, but Steven's going to be trading him out, and now the spike is going to be planted by Zero. Sean holding by the door. Now the door is going to be broken. He's got Salmon as well as Radox to deal with. Can he find one? Unfortunately not. Radox is just going to find him. Now Salmon is going to be using utility as they start pushing onto site. Paranoia coming out through to the back of Boathouse. Now we have got Zero on the spy cam. Just checking to see where the members are. And now all Chicken Feet and Radox find the members, and that's a 1v2. And Steven finding one. It's a 1v1. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be winning? And Salmon's just going to close it out, and it's going to be CES taking round number 1. I was not expecting
What a round.
I was not expecting that. I know I was asking for explosive, but I wasn't expecting it right off the gates. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, what a round. Like a very, very quick push towards mid, especially coming from Not Dateable. And then just to be shut down right towards the end by CES in a very climactic 1v1 battle down to the wire, basically. And yeah, it just goes to show, man, that everything could change with the flick of a switch. And that's all it took with this one, as CES are up 1-0 currently.
My goodness, yeah, no,
winning that pistol round, that should already boost some confidence for them as well, considering the stage they're at.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and now as we're going on to round number 2, is Not Dateable going to be going in for another aggressive push into mid? It's looking like they are. We have got Zero just running up catwalk, and we have Salmon.
They're unaware. Salmon finds one.
Oh my god, Zero!
Beautiful stuff from Zero.
Shot on Salmon. That is really, really crucial. That is not the battle you want to be losing. The Chicken Feet is there.
Speaking of which, yeah.
Chicken Feet Flash going out, just pulling himself back into cubby. He's going to be taking some damage, and the fragment coming out just to prevent anyone from pushing up from catwalk if they try to push onto him. Cloudburst coming out from Sean just to give him a little bit of cover as he moves his way back into tree.
They have that information now. They don't want to go ahead and push that too much here. Sean the Sheep looking to find something here. 2 are standing right down by tree. The ball goes out.
Yeah, Recon ball coming out. Information.
Yeah, there we go.
Archie taking out Chicken Feet with a lovely headshot. The Sheriffs are coming in big. It doesn't matter that they're on an eco round because they're taking the names of CES, and Juan 1-2 manages to find Steven. They're up in heaven. Utility coming out just to try and push anyone out. But unfortunately,
3 on site there. They're already aware that they've got 1 heaven and 1 potentially coming from the flank here now, as they all try to spread out just across the map, looking for something, trying to hold here. Juan still on top of heaven, looking for a potential pick. Just having to play one edge, looks for some information.
Recon and
So the drone goes out, shot down. There's one gen. They know that they're aware. One gets one, looks for the second one. Beautiful cross. Not dateable. Able to just stop them in their tracks with an incredible counter attack there. As they take the round, and we go down 1-1.
Oh my god, that was, I mean, honestly, like I said, it didn't even matter that Nott Dateable was on an eco run. They just got the frags. They caught CS just with their pants down, and honestly, it worked out for them. Like, that first opening kill from Salmon, though, that's going to be on his conscience for a little bit. That's not a gunfight you should be losing. Like, he had the jump on them, but it wasn't able to close out. So we've got the spy cam coming out from Zero. It is going to be spotted by the recon bolt, so they know that Zero is there at the top of catwalk. Now we've got Redox here, holding in mid. Just keep an eye on mid link, just to see if anyone is brave enough to peek out the angle. But it's looking like we're going to be going for a B push. They're going to make, Nott Dateable are going to be making a nice slow push into Garage. Now the turret is going to be spotting them, so I'm going to have to take it out. And now we have got Salmon throwing a smoke down into the entrance onto site. Now the door is going to be taken down. Now just little bits of pop shots just going out, just see if they can catch anyone, but it looks like they're just going to have to rethink the strategy. You might go for a rotate, but as you can see, both teams are going to converge each other all the way through mid, but the Nebula is right there preventing any form of information being given through the sidelines.
Flash goes out, trying to look for any extra information. Unfortunately, just flashes their teammate just a little bit there. The cage goes out just for any extra, like, you know, blocking there. To Heaven though, however, they're not aware that gets one there. Beautiful stuff from Dipsy. Looking to push them back just a little bit. All four now standing Heaven. They're all in trouble here. Smokes go out as well. And now all to play for here on this site. They're starting to peek out. Dipsy gets another. They're good for two. Everyone's falling down. Shawnee getting two as well.
Oh my god,
gets
he just got
third. What a shot.
What a 3K from Sean. Get two from Heaven and just finishes up with like a little jump shot just to close out the round. And Nott Dateable, they're really kicking up a storm. They are staying true to what I said about being a thunderstorm in this series, and they are bringing it all the way. That is just that. I've lost for words already.
Huge 3K from Sean there. Like, honestly, just able to clean up shop really nicely, especially when all four of them decided to swing from Heaven. There's only so much that you can do in that scenario, and luckily for Nott Dateable, they were able to clean it up in amazing fashion here.
Exactly, yeah. 0 point coming out. Not going to be finding any form of information from either side, so no one knows where anyone is. So everyone's just going to be playing patiently. So Nott Dateable taking a very much more like slow approach. Nebula there at the bottom of catwalk in Cubby.
Everyone playing quite cautiously here at the moment here. Salmon holding across, just waiting for something. Waiting for someone to make a misstep, a mismove.
Aldrin coming out through into market. Nebula coming down again and to the end of catwalk down by Cubby. Cloudburst coming out. Now the alarm bot has been destroyed. Now the members of CES know that they're converging into market there. Now the smoke does come out from Salmon, just try and slow down the attack. Yeah. And Zero has been suppressed. We have got Dipsy just holding. We got Chicka Feet there.
Oh, Salmon good for one, gets one, beautiful shot. Oh my god!
Out. That's really nicely done. And now Zero is peeking his head. And now Chicka Feet is just holding it back. And oh, he finds a lovely headshot onto Zero. That's really nice. And now it's a 2v4 situation. Nott Dateable in a bit of a disadvantaged state.
30 seconds left.
Sean the Sheep is going to get spotted. And information is going to be given out. 0 point coming out. Custody swings, gets one. What a trade. That's a 1v2 situation. And now he is going to be in a 1v1 if he decides to push onto site. Now, they nearly met each other, and now Redox got the operator in hand. Now we have got Sean the Sheep dashing onto site. 0 point coming out. He's going to be get suppressed. 17 seconds. The spike is going to be getting planted down, and now and Redox swapped for a Phantom and got a nice, lovely, quick kill as he swung out from Heaven. Now the spike is going to be diffused, and that's going to be a really
bit
nice
of a quick little peek there. Beautiful shot. He was able to find a really quick pick there as well. Good stuff.
Yeah, no, that's really. I've been both teams were trading blow for blow, and it just
yeah, no kidding. everybody falling down like flies, one after the other. As we said before, they were just trading blow for blow. It all came down to that one kill. Look at this kill here from Salmon. Beautiful shot here.
Salmon
So again, Dipsy finding one as well. This one swing, managing to get two off of the trade. Sean able to play right off of it as well. Huge stuff for Not Dateable as well, as they managed to tie up the scores with CES, making it 2-2 and looking pretty tough right now. Both teams.
Yeah, exactly.
As once again, we're playing it quite slow this time around, just trying to look for any piece of information, something to just set something off there. An alarm bot, a turret, something. 0 spots 1 potentially.
Yeah, no information is going to be given out from either side. Like, everyone's just going to be sitting pretty, but Radox was suppressive. Dipsy knows that he's there, but Radox is just going to find the open kill with the operator. Dipsy was very brave, but unfortunately it became foolishness trying to challenge Radox, who is on the operator now, and Not Dateable. They're really going to have to think their approach. They are looking like they wanted to go for a mid push. They're having to wait for the Nebula to come out, and now they do. They have an opportunity to walk through, and now as they're starting to make their way through mid into market, the alarm bot is going to be there, ready and waiting to be set off. It has been set off, so they know now that Not Dateable is in market. And now the quick spy cam coming out just to see if it can get any quick form of quick intel. Radox goes for the shot, not able to find anyone. The Cyber Cage blocking the line of sight. And now we've got Juan there on the site, holding it by triple, just waiting patiently, just trying to close his angles off from the lead. And now Steven managed to find a nice kill into Naj. Sean the Sheep taking out Juan. Now Not Dateable are going to be able to take site nice and free. Now CES are going to have to play for the retake. Sean the Sheep holding the angle by door. If we're going to find one, the Radox is going to trade him out. The Hunter's Fury coming out. And Radox has been spotted, but he's not going to be getting tagged. He does have a chance now to resurrect Chipperfield. Now it's going to be it's a 1v3 situation now. Steven is on his lonesome at the back of Boathouse. He's a man trapped in the corner, and now Sam is going to do quick work and just going to close out the round. And CES going to be taking the lead from this 5th round, 3-2 to CES Dragons.
Incredible stuff. What a round. Well played. And again, good revive there, or good res there coming out from the side of CS Dragons. You know, Radox able to just give himself a little bit of space, just bring back their opponent. But speaking of which, what an op shot. We saw that earlier before. Juan able to get one again. Sean looking for another one. Things were going back and forth once again, reminiscent of what we saw previously, where they're just trading each other blow for blow. And it's constantly going on, and that's what makes this really exciting, is that you can never really tell how this is going to happen. It's kind of like a game of dominoes. Currently, CES Dragons are in the lead at the moment. They are looking for something here, throws out some recon darts, looking for some information, and now Storm goes out as well. Nobody to see. Sean deciding to go back around, has knives as well, Blade Storm activated. They try to make a slow push towards small advance there. Finds one, gets him in the corner. Beautiful stuff. Gets the updraft, looking for a potential second. Isn't able to get it. They're going to go ahead and push this on site. It's looking good for them right now. Sean going to try and lock this down here. Throws out 2 smokes with some extra cover here. Looking to potentially find another kill as the team start to fall back onto site 0. Looking for something here towards mid, but unaware that the rest of the team are all sitting towards backside now, as Not Dateable sit on site. Trying to play this, trying to lock it down here, where there is a battle going on mid. 0 trying to find one there with the Sheriff. Isn't able to, however. Salmon and the rest of the team are going to have to try and find a way in. They are currently 2 players down here, Richie.
Yeah, so Not Dateable, they've got full control of this site. CES are really on the back foot. They're just playing it slow, playing it patiently, waiting for Not Dateable to make a misstep. Because like once that spike starts diffusing, they're going to have to start making their way off site. And it looks like they're already making their way through the through out of sight. And CS are just going to have to give it this round. And Salmon managed to find 2 kills. Nice, lovely stuff. Like really ruining the economy for Not Dateable. It could have been a flawless round for Not Dateable, but unfortunately, they got themselves caught out, both for Sean and Steven. That's going to be 3-3, even Steven's back on the board.
Sometimes you just have to save your eco, and if you have to get 2 kills to do that, then by all means go for it. Salmon able to get 2 there. Beautiful stuff. Saving the economy once again for their team, just a little bit, giving themselves something to hang on to, as we once again see a bit of a setup here towards B, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go for another B setup. So we have got Steven with his recon bolt. Going to go for an early recon bolt out. Just try to get a little bit of information It's looking like he's going to be sending it over through into mid-market. Not able to find anyone. Some flashes coming out just to clear out the middle. Now we have got Nott taking mid-control as smokes are coming out from both sides. And we have got Zero here just on the lurk at the main of A.
But we do have Rodox holding that as well.
Rodox is holding the angle, waiting to see if anyone's brave enough to go for the ultimate orb. But it's looking like Zero is just going to be playing the patient game. You can see him lurking there. And now multiple members of Nott Datables are starting to make their way through Cubby into Tree the Aldrin coming out from Steven. Oh, he might be spotted. The null command coming out from Dipsy. And now Dipsy just goes straight down, but Zero is right there to go for the trade. Now the Nora Theft is coming out. Salmon is going to be spotted. He is in a hole of a palaver as he is just getting spotted left, right, and center from all the utility. Dipsy is going to have an opportunity to get res, and it is an absolute
Salmon!
It is an absolute graffiti fest with bullets being sprayed left and right. Salmon manages to find Archie. It's a 3v4 situation. Nott Datables are able to get the spike down though, and now Dipsy is there in Tree, even though he has got the door closed on him. It looks like they know that the lockdown coming out from one. Oh, Dipsy finding one. Can he find another? Unfortunately, not Chickafee is there to go for the trade, and Zero is there, able to make a 3k. And now Nail Steven is down there. It's a 1v1 situation. This could be anyone's game. Recon ball coming out. Oh, both members have been spotted. Nayar getting tagged by the dart. He's on the bomb. Looking like he's going to go for the half. He's going to have to be playing this very brave. Is he going to stick it? No, he's not. Zero playing the very, very patient game. Anticipates the half stick, and he's going to have to peek out now. And oh, he manages to close it out for a 4k. And not
really well played.
Taking another round onto the board. Oh my god, that was an absolute cluster. I am all for it. Oh my goodness.
That was certainly something. Let's go back and look at these replays once again. As you said before, an absolute cluster. One side gets a couple kills, the other one does as well. Zero able to pick up 3 huge kills, all once again to clutch up the round in what was looking to be just a really back and forth game, honestly. And they just played that super nicely. Now let's look at the other side here. We can see the CES have currently got 3 ultimates online, but we hear the Bladestorm go right off the bat here, sorry. As they start to make a small descent towards the B site here. You see Rodox holding A by themselves. There's Salmon also holding it from the mid site here.
Yeah,
we can see them slowly start to make their way through after this drone goes in. Looking for some sort of information right now. Potentially push in. Smoke goes down.
So we're not going to be seeing any fast pushes right now. So Shaun the Sheep just baiting out the ultimate orb. It's going to be Zero that's going to be taking it. Just some bullets just being thrown out just in case anyone from CES is just going to walk through. But unfortunately, no, everyone's just going to be playing nice and patiently. It's a very, very slow. Steven and Dipsy here just making their way through mid-market. Oh, he does get tagged though. 75 HP left for Steven as Dipsy makes his way onto Catwalk.
To be in.
Yeah, indeed. But like, as we can see on the map here, like we have got Chickafee. He made his way over to A side, but he's now looking like he's just going to be hanging around back in a defender spawn, just deciding on what's going to be happening based on the information.
Really patiently here, trying to play the defensive game, being very calm in their approach and doing so here. They are looking for one, potentially looking for someone ahead, anyone, but isn't able to find them. Smokes go down. It's a good opportunity. Zero holding that, manages to find one. Salmon unaware, beautiful shot. Again, knows about 2. Tries to get 1 there. The Bladestorm manages to get it. Rodox finds a kill now. And once again, we're going back and forth with only 7 seconds left. The spike has been planted now. Not Dateable and CS down to a 4 versus 3 situation now. Could be playing for pigs. The smoke's gone down. Beautiful stuff there.
Chicken feet
finding 2 huge kills. Last one is in wine there. Now going to be super careful. We want to take out all 3 for the clutch. But Rodox shutting them down, giving them another round here. A commanding win for them in that round.
Oh my god, 100%. Like it was a really good idea from Nott Dataable to fake out the B site push and causing CES to use as much utility as they can. But like after the spike got planted down, Nott Dataable weren't able to capitalize and get themselves into like a proper position. And Chicken Feet just coming in clutch in that like smoke battle, just getting 2, and then it was a convincing win for CES Dragons. But honestly, like as convincing as that last round was, this entire like map so far has been so close. Each round there's never been like a convincing victor other than that last round. But every single round up until now has been so close. Like anyone's game, it's just as soon as one team just gets a small little advantage, that's just what sends it over the edge and gives them the round. But as we're seeing, Not Dateable, they're opting to go for an A push down long now. Like just got Sean just peeking out, just making his way. There is a turret set up there on the top of a box. And now Salmon is going to be pulling. And now we have got the Cosmic Divide.
Right back out.
Yeah, and we have got Sean dashing onto site. He's going to be blinded. Now he's going to be spotted by turret. And Juan getting the opening kill onto Dipsy. But they still have the Cosmic Divide there, splitting off Heaven. And we have got Archie going for the plant now. So the spike is going to be planted now, just as the Cosmic Divide is going to be looking to be going down soon. And now as it goes down, Salmon is setting up the smokes down, preventing members of Not Dateable to have any form of like sightline access.
Trying to go around, smokes down once again here.
Yeah. 0 point coming out.
Going to play from Heaven. Ooh,
yeah,
Chicken Feet.
Chicken Feet finding one, and now Sean the Sheep finding one. Chicken Feet finding two. Juan finding Sean, and now it's a 1v3 situation yet again. Steven finding two. Can he find a third? He can. Oh
my God!
Onto Chicken Feet. That was so close. Oh,
they played that.
Steven is always in these 1v3s all the time. He's always one left to clutch him. And honestly, he nearly came through that time. CES just came out on top. But oh my God, they were so close to losing that. I can't. Oh my God, CES Dragons just. As soon as that Cosmic Divide went down, it was go. They 0 to 100 real fast. Chicken Feet.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Taking names.
One finding one. Steven gets two, looking for the third, but Chicken Feet was right there to just shut it down all once again. And yeah, as you said before, it was literally just go mode. Like the moment that they had an opportunity to strike, they just went straight in, and it just benefited for them in the long run. There, CS was able to just shut them right back down. But here we go now. Roddox holding mid here with an operator, potentially looking for one. Has a great angle, gets the first pick. Sean unaware. But now that they have information, they're going to be aware that there is an operator there. They know not to challenge it too much now. However, one is starting to walk up towards mid now. They're all starting to glare towards Steven, aware of the situation. He tries to jiggle peek there. Chicken Feet gets one. Archie's down. Gets a second. Salmon finds 0. Once again, jump peeking it. Not able to find someone here. Stevens! Roddox right in sight. Beautiful shot here. Flashed out once more. Gets another Chicken Feet. Shutting it down in a flawless round there. Beautiful stuff there. What do you think, man?
Yeah, honestly, like, Not Dateable, they were on such an eco round just then. Like, I don't think they could have afforded to play it that slow. It punished them too much. Like with these eco rounds, they've just got to go for it. If they find the picks, then they'll get value out of it. Like if they did what they did in round 2 just then, it could have become a lot of a better round for Not Dateable. They just played it very slowly, and unfortunately, they just got punished for it. But now going into this next round, they're going to have a lot more of an economy like backing them up, so they're going to be able to really put up a fight now. So we have got Spike all the way at the back over in Attacker Spawn, just like hanging out there. 0 just holding the flank. He was suppressed, and now he's got his camera back up online. He is able to tag Roddox, so they know that he's there. Cloudburst coming out, Nebulas and smoke, so everything's coming out in order to block all the sight lines. And now Chicken Feet able to just dodge immediate.
So what you want to do is you want to lock down the site, essentially.
Yes, yeah. Now Zero's just playing it very, very patiently, and now it looks like Not Dateable and using that noise. They're going to be slowly making their way over towards A. You can see multiple members of CS are hanging all the way back at market.
Also playing it quite patiently.
Roddox
kind of waiting to lead their team in.
Yeah, Roddox holding that same angle just in case anyone decides to push it through mid-market. I mean, the man with the operators, he's playing very, very patiently. But Not Dateable, they're sitting pretty right now. Not moving a muscle, just waiting to see what happens. Sean the Sheep takes out the alarm bot. And now CS Dragons got the information that they know that Not Dateable are going to be making the way over to A site. And now we have got Dipsy closing the door. Yeah, missed. That's a very, very crucial shot. That Rayar just missed. And now Dipsy finding the opening kill onto Juan. Hunter's Fury from Nayar coming out. Managing to tag one, but not able to find any more than that. Now the spike is going to be planted. Sean finding Chicken Feet. 3v5 situation. It's disadvantage for CES. And now...
Yeah, but they're unaware that someone's coming up towards window now. Sean the Sheep very, very close here. Sean Looking to find one, but Nail was aware. Custody. Oh my god, sorry, wait. No, Dipsy gets 3. Zero cleaning it up.
Dipsy just got 2 kills through the smoke. That was absolutely huge. I mean, CS were on the back foot being pinched and sandwiched there up in heaven. But the fact that Dipsy just got 2 quick kills through the smoke there, really closing out the rounds for Nott.
When you thought that your back was against the wall, Dipsy comes out of nowhere. Zero cleans it up as well. 5-6, they're starting to catch up just a little bit. 1 round deficit.
Yeah, 1 more round.
What a way to just reverse the situation, putting them all down. Not aware of their flank there.
Oh my god, honestly, I could not have asked for a more exciting series as we're going into the final round of the first half. We've got Sean dashing in, Blaze Storm at the ready. Turret is going to be going down, but the 0 point from Dipsy is going to be coming out, really stopping the utility that Juan has set up. Everything's going to be suppressed. Archie going for the quick plant. And now CS going to have to be playing for the retake now. Honestly, this round has happened so much faster than the last previous rounds, and I think it's been paying off for Nott Dateable, but the flash is coming out.
They're good for at least 1
Archie is blind to Kingdom Come, and he's going to be taken out. Chicken Thief finding 2, and they are finding the kill onto Sean. And now CS have got an opportunity to defuse, but Steven, with the Hunter's Fury, managed to find Salmon. He's going to be holding on to his last shot. And now Zero managed to take out Naya. Lineups coming out, and then that's it. The defenders are going to be defusing the spike, and it's going to be 7-5. Steven, unfortunately, not fast enough. And now CS going to be taking this lead in this first half of this first map.
Yeah, CS with a pretty dominant first half there as well. Just 2 rounds up, but it's still a pretty good showing, especially with the way they were able to play that last round. Pretty good stuff from them. But now we are seeing a side switch here now, so we'll see how they differ, especially on the attacker side now. Whereas Nott Dateable are now sitting on the defensive side, so it's going to be interesting to see just how the roles were switched here.
Yeah, exactly.
And how they're able to adapt with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think now with Zero, with this on this Cypher pick, I think it's going to be proving very, very useful for them for Nott Dateable. Like, he was playing really well in terms of like holding the lurk, the flank, and I think he's going to be playing very, very well as we're coming through. So Sean got his tailwind prepped and ready, anticipating anyone to push through garage. But we've got 3 members of CES, and Salmon going to be coming out.
Something.
And
Roddox getting 1.
Roddox managed to find the opening kill onto Dipsy. And now the Nebula's coming out, the smokes are coming out. Yeah, and look at CES. They've taken complete mid-control, and it's all cylinders firing as they're making way onto site. Yeah, they've completely taken full site control, and now Nott Dateable are going to be having to play for the retake. The door is going to be coming down, so that's one more obstacle they're going to have to be taking out before they can make their way onto site. Door has been taken out. Zero just checking on his spy cam to see if anyone's all the way over an A. It's definitely not going to be the case. Now the smoke's going to be coming out onto lane, just such nice sight lines, just making it sure that Nott Dateable will have a slow approach.
See the molly go out as well.
Yeah, fragment coming out, really stopping the retake from Nott Dateable. And they are and Salmon finding what and oh my god,
what a shot.
It just turned 100 to 0 so quickly. I mean, I couldn't even get a word in.
Yeah, very, very quick. Very, very quick round there. 0 to 100 very, very quickly there. CES finding that burst attackers round very successful for them, getting a beautiful, beautiful kill. Cleaning up the site nicely, and they're able to buy now, all going with Spectre's Light as well. So they should have pretty much got an advantage going into this next one. As they decide to push towards A this time, and if anything, if we saw from before, you know, the way they played B, I think they should be all right going into this. Now they are throwing out Recon Bolt, trying to look for some information and potentially looking for one to peek out here. So you can see the jet dash. Anyways, he gets 1 though. Archie finds 1. Nail gets the trade. Zero taking out Archie once again. Juancito finds 0. It's all to play for here. Everybody's scrambling right now. Juancito gets another beautiful, beautiful shot here. And everybody is really just scrambling to take the site right now. CES Dragons get the spike down. It's all that matters. It's a 3v3 situation here as they're all starting to play up and towards site. 2 holding door. Flash goes out. Waits for a little bit. Tries to find someone. Heaven. No one there. One potentially close.
Yeah, And now, like we
All
see,
pointing
not
towards heaven
Datable.
now.
Yeah, they're all on heaven. They're all making their way. 0 point coming out from Dipsy, and now he's able to suppress all three of them. Now, Salmon is going to be able to take out both, and Juanito taking out Dipsy. Call CES Dragons the janitors because they're just cleaning up shop, and now they've just completely extended the lead by 4 rounds. That first half was so close, and now CES are just they've become a dominating force, and Not Dateable aren't able to respond to just that aggression.
Yeah, and what seemed to be a very, very close game earlier before is now starting to, you know, the gap is starting to widen ever so slightly. The door is starting to shut very slowly on Not Dateable, but we'll see if they're able to stop the door from shutting on them in his first game here. They seem very unstoppable here. Luckily, Archie was able to challenge them earlier on to get 1 kill in there. They're going to try and look for early information. Archie throws out a smoke. 1 out on site, 0 gets 1. Tries to look for another, but isn't able to find one there. Archie's starting to fall back. Is he going to try and take that fight right now? Salmon up on top of Jenny. Nobody really knows. There's a couple tags there through the wall. Once again, Ascent, the paper box map, giving you all the ability to shoot through those walls here. 0 looking to play this really, really close right now, and everything is going down right on A. 5 versus 4. Not Dateable doing a really good job of just holding it down right now. Smoke goes out and they're just scrambling all over the site. They don't know what to do right now. Sean looking for 1. They know that somebody's going to be down. Drop. Whips a couple shots. Juanito gets 1. Steven sees the shot, gets a second. Radox picks it right back up, and Chicken Feet. Oh my god, what a round.
I don't believe what I just saw. Oh my god, that was insane. That was unbelievable. Radox coming in clutch with that 2k there. He managed to get 1 and then flicks over onto the other. And a really nice quick kill. That was huge. And he was at a complete gun disadvantage the entire time. And it's looking like Not Dateable are going to be going for a timeout. I definitely would need a timeout after a round like that, because like they were doing so well, and now all of a sudden the lead and like the fight that they had in them is slowly starting to slip away. And like Not Dateable, they definitely need to take the time to just, you know, calm the nerves, like re-strategize, rethink, and get themselves back into the game, because if they don't, like they're going to be like losing this first map very, very quickly. I think the experience that CES Dragons have is starting to show. Like Not Dateable, new roster coming into this, like even though they've performed so well, they've I think the lack of experience is starting to show, and the nerves might be getting to them. So we're going to be seeing what they're going to be doing. So hopefully this timeout is going to be good for them. Let them
for sure
have some time to rethink, and it's just going to help them out. So we're going to be coming over to the end of the tactical pause. Let's see what Not Dateable have done with that time in order to get themselves back into the game. And I'm hoping we're going to be closing out the first map in explosive fashion.
So go back on this, because now we get right into this.
So yeah, so Salmon's up on a nice cheeky angle there, holding the angle all the way through to the
cheeky angle.
Ultimate orb, but no one is going to be taking it. We've got 0 there up in Cubby on Catwalk, and he's very, very close to Radox right there. He just needs to peek out the corner, but can he find anyone? No, he's noticing that no one is pushing over onto A side. Now Radox is slowly going to be making his way through into mid, and then Dipsy is waiting at the back there, but he's going to be smoked off, so he's got no sideline. But Steven looking like he's going to be itching to jiggle, jump peeks out. Radox tries to flick, he knows that he's there. He's just holding there in like little cubby, and then 0 has been noticed by the 0 point, so he's going to be suppressed. So members of CES know that someone is lurking there. Dipsy, sheriff in hand, not going to be seeing anyone. Okay. So it's looking like CES are going to be executing attack now on to beat. The flash is coming out, the recon bolt's coming out. Now it's all systems go. And now we have got CES making the way onto site. This is such an explosive attack, and now Radox managed to find one onto Archie. Nice little opening kill, and now CES have taken control of site. Now the spike is going to be planted by Sam, and now the door is going to be broken. Now the members of Not Dateable are starting to make their way through. They're going through explosive. But Radox just finds 3. He takes out Sean and 0. He's an unstoppable force right now.
Oh, one right there on the flank.
And he gets the last 2.
Oh my goodness.
Juan, the man holding the back line, anticipating and he was just there on the flank, and he completely caught Not Dateable off guard. He caught them with their pants down and gave him a real good spanking in the end, and he got huge value out of it, and there was nothing that Not Dateable could do there.
Wow.
That was like CES made such an explosive entrance onto site, and Not Dateable, they made an explosive entrance onto site for the retake, but they just weren't able to get anything off of it. Now, Sean, on the operator, just going to slowly back up his ears, suppressor. He's not able to tailwind his way out into safety.
Huge holding this one.
CES are looking like they're going to be going for an A-side push, but they're going to be playing this very, very slowly. We have got Juan using his lockdown over on the B side, really just trying to fake it out, trying to buy as much time in order to cause Not Dateable to rotate over onto B side, allowing for CES to push, but it does not working because Not Dateable. They are making all their way back over onto A side, converging as utility is going out left, right, and center. Steven's going to find the nice opening kill onto Nayar. Outro coming out from Steven, not able to tag Radox, and now Salmon is going to be spotted. Chicken Feet finding Sean up on top of Heaven, and now the two animals are fighting, and now the chicken came out on top, and now Chicken finding Archie, Salmon finding Zero, Steven there for the trade, and the Salmon finding Dipsy, and oh my god, Chicken Feet finding the third kill, closing out the round, and CES are map point.
I don't know, Matt. Richie, this is looking really tough. It's an uphill battle considering, you know, if you're the side and Not Dateable right now, things are falling apart ever so slightly even after attack pause. Their Salmon, however, good for a couple beautiful headshots. Their CES sailing smoothly through that last round. And now, as you said before, map point. This could be really critical for them. If they're able to take sight the way they were doing over the last couple games, this could be their map. So we have to see how this goes down. Juanito throwing out a swamp grenade, looking for something here as they decide to just send their way through mid. They've managed to potentially find one through the smoke, playing through Cat there. Holding this is also Dipsy over in the corner down there as well, looking for someone. Chicken Feet manages to find the drone. Nayar takes out Zero. There's some information for the teams, and now things are going to start to scramble here, especially towards mid. Steven, good for 2, good for 3. Steven gets a huge 3K. Chicken Feet looks and gets 2. We are down to a 2v2 situation, and it's all to play for here. The spike goes down, Archie gets 1, and things are starting to climb right back up for the side of Not Dateable. CES Dragons only have the one. Juanito on their side left. Going to be able to see how this goes as this round is starting to close out into its final stages. Juanito playing this very carefully, isn't aware that one is potentially on the flank. Archie, here's the gun, goes and tries to wait for this. He's going to try and play this really slowly. Decides to descend all the way up towards Heaven here on A.
30 seconds left.
And it's all to play for here. Archie waiting for it. Guns the head, gets the kill. Not Dateable deciding to take it. They aren't going down without a fight as they continue to keep fighting here.
Yeah, they aren't out of this one yet, and honestly, like, Steven, that 3K from Steven was absolutely humongous. Let's have a look at this replay. Look at this. This was absolutely massive. Like, man versus the world, and he comes out on top. But Chickasee was there to get the 2K, but Not Dateable were able to secure themselves around. They're keeping themselves in this map. They're not going down without a fight, and if they are able to pull off a lovely reverse sweep to bring it back to 12-12, that will be a story of the century. But we're going to have to wait and see. This could potentially be the last map that we see. Now Zero finds a nice early kill onto Radox with the judge, the cheeky man, using a cheeky weapon, and he has to back up. And can he find 2? He can find 2, but he's going to be taken out by Naya. And now the Hunters of Fury coming out from Steven. And now Archie's managing to find 3, and Zero closing it out. Oh my god. All of a sudden. I blinked. Yeah. Blinked. Archie found 3, and then Zero found the last one, and all of a sudden, it's 12-7. Not Dateable are really keeping themselves back in. I don't know what happened in that last round, but someone's been eating the Weetabix, and now they're really coming back on form. Honestly, it's looking really good for Not Dateable. If they keep up this momentum, if they continue riding this way that they've just now all of a sudden built up, they could be taking it all the way to the home stretch. but we're going to be
Definitely a confidence booster, especially going into this next round. As you said before, if they're able to really just play the way they are, they're able to just climb their way back up this huge steep mountain. And speaking of which, that mountain might seem to be needed to be defended, as we are seeing an A push potentially here. And they are looking for some information, as the rest of their team decides to go mid. Looking to play for picks, isn't able to find anybody on A just yet.
Yeah, fragment coming
out.
out.
Try and make a slow descent towards the A site now.
Yeah, and it's looking like CES going to be going for that A site push. The fragment did come out earlier.
Very slowly,
from
very
Dipsy.
cautiously, just waiting.
So, yeah, now multiple members of CS are starting to converge themselves onto A main. And now the Nebulas are being prepped and ready. Salmon throwing out the smoke into tree, and now it's all systems go. Smoke's coming out, the Hunter's Fury coming out from Nayar, trying to just push members off away from site. Now he's going to be opting to just pack it up early. And now the door is going to be coming closed down. 30 seconds left. Salmon going in for the plant, and now it's still a 5v5 situation. It could be anyone's game. Now the shot bolt coming out. Steven prepping his recon bolt to see if he can get any form of information. And now, Nott Dateable are waiting to execute an attack. And now Zero finds a kill onto Juan. The neural theft coming in. It's going to be huge. That's a lot of information just going to give in straight off the bat. Now Zero pushing in.
Ooh,
not able to follow.
God,
Salmon finding two. Dipsy finding Radox as he tries to go in. And Archie finding Salmon. And now it's all up to Chicken Feet. It's a 1v1 situation. Sean having to drop from Generator and try to defuse the spike. And now Chicken Feet, it's all up to you. He's having to play. And oh, he closes it out!
What a shot!
Flick onto the head. And
Beautiful flick.
Dragons take map number 1. What a wonderful, wonderful start. That is insane.
That has
well
left me flabbergasted. Actually left me flabbergasted. That was actually incredible from what seemed like they were climbing back from the claws of defeat. You know, CS were able to just close that out in an incredible round, honestly. What a flick towards the end as they comfortably sail into this next round. Oh, sorry, this next map with a map lead at the moment in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that last round, it could have been anyone's game. Both teams were playing that so well. Chicken Feet was just the one to be able to close it out. Salmon's just getting two nice
stuff,
kills
man.
there.
Look at this. Once again, they were going blow for blow, and every time, especially towards this first half, things were so close here. Beautiful picks. Once again, Salmon finding another one there, and honestly, just really back and forth, and we can see some really surprising picks, and they are finding one through the wall down on Heaven as well, and it honestly just goes to show level of skill that both teams have, both not wavering at the last minute. This was insane, by the way. Just what was that? What was explained to me?
Honestly,
it's all about looking at the flank over there with Dipsy as well. Radox really playing this super nicely as well. Just finding these picks, getting in on site, playing aggressively. That's what you want to do. And their attacker side was so strong, as we saw earlier before. But this huge 3K, by the way, good for 4 potentially, but was unfortunately put down 0. Yeah, man, it was great. Honestly, looking back at all of this.
Yeah, like looking at this last round, like
look at this. Yeah. Gorgeous flick.
Yeah, like honestly, it could, like the first half of the map was anyone's game. Once CS started gaining a lead and an advantage over Nott Dateables, then they just started running away with it. It looked like Nott Dateables was just slipping away, but then all of a sudden they fought back. They fought really well, but unfortunately,
they actually did.
It just wasn't enough. Their close is not there, and CS were able to just close out the round and the map and take the lead in this best of 3 series 1-0. So Nott Dateable, they're the ones on the back foot coming into this second map. So it could be the last map we play, or we could be going all the way through onto Fracture. It could be anyone's game.
Honestly, it could be. It's gonna be hard because now that they might be down a map, they have to fight this uphill battle. But honestly, we'll see how this goes. Can't count them out in any way, shape, or form. But it's gonna be very interesting just to see where this goes at the very end. They could always bring it back. We could always see a map 3 potentially, especially we're going down to Icebox now. So this is going to be very interesting. Obviously, very different. Can you give us any predictions for what comps that we might see on this map?
Viper, definitely Viper.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Viper, Sage, like it's pretty clear and cookie cutter. Viper, Sage, and like all the standard comps. We're expecting both of them to be running similar comps, but we are going to be going to a break now. So we're going to be throwing over to some ad breaks, and we're going to be taking a nice moment to just chill out. And I'm just going to take some time to just process what just happened that first match.
Yeah.
I'm still flabbergasted about everything. So throwing over to the break, I will see you all very, very shortly.
Strength extraordinary.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
And hello everyone, welcome back from that short little break. We're back here again for the British University Esports Championships here for the Spring 2023 split. CES Dragons versus Not Dateable. Now after map number 1, CES Dragons were able to close out the round in a 13-7 victory, but Not Dateable in their first half, they showed a lot of promise with how well they were fighting just towards the first half of the second half. Bit confusing there, but CS were able to run away with a bit of momentum, but Not Dateable were able to fight their way back towards the end, but unfortunately not enough to keep themselves in the rounds. Ashura, what are your predictions going into this next map here on Icebox?
I mean, after what we've just witnessed, I've got to say that once again, I think that, once because we're going to another map, it could be completely different. We could see a completely different shift as we go to Icebox here. It is CES's pick. So they might be feeling quite confident on this map, and especially considering what we saw, especially on their attacker's side, I'm very, very confident that they might have the upper hand on this one. CES just really showing dominance in their attacker side quite a lot of the time. But slowly but surely, Not Dateable were able to sort of slightly claw their way back in certain instances as well. So you can't really count out, either team here. But if I had to really give out a prediction, I think CES might just take this map, and we might not see a map 3. But we'll see as we're going forward into this next one.
So
Agent Select.
Yeah, going into Agent Select, there it is. Viper, Sage from both sides. Yeah, got pretty a mirror composition. I mean, I'm not can't really say I'm surprised. In all honesty,
Yeah.
The Icebox. There's a very strict way of playing Icebox, and if you try to deviate too much, you're kind of shooting yourselves in the foot. So both teams obviously hovering over all the same characters. So we're going to be seeing similar strats being played out by both teams. And but it all comes down to how each player plays the game. We could be seeing a mirror, like was it mirror plays? Like they're both going to be, both teams are going to be playing exactly the same, or we could see some unorthodox methods, like with the clear cut strategies, but the members of each team just decide to go their own way and throw a spanner in the works, really throwing either team off guard. But we will see. So just less than 30 seconds as we're going into the next map. We're still hovering over some of the agents, some of the players haven't locked in yet. Are we going to see any last minute changes? Nayar and Salmon's just hovering over Viper and Sova. We do have.
I think they're just going to keep the hover. Honestly, I don't think they're going to change anything. This is going to be a mirror comp.
Yeah, mirror composition going in. So yeah, both teams playing exactly the same agents going into Icebox. I mean, I can't really say I'm surprised, but let's see how both teams play out the map. So we're going into map 2 now. So for CES, this could be it. This could be the map for them to win it all, or it could be the map for Not Dateable to keep themselves in the series, taking all the way to the end of this best of 3. It all comes down to how each team plays. CES Dragon, obviously they're going to be feeling a bit more relaxed and Not Dateable, but they can't count themselves out just yet. Not Dateable, they are on the back foot. They have got the pressure on them. Like if they lose this, they lose the series. But if they really push CS Dragons to the edge, we could be seeing a shift in psychological mentality, and it could cause a CES to just put themselves into the back foot. And could be seeing Not Dateable taking this map. We're just going to have to see. So we're going to be having CES Dragons here on the attack, and it's looking like we're going to be going for an A site push. It's looking like all the members are gathering over onto A, and it looks like we're going to be going for a push inside. So let's see how it plays out.
Let's go straight into it here, and now we're going to slowly see them go straight towards B. So try to find some information. A recon dart goes out there. The drone also going out. Radox looking to potentially try and help their team get that entry in, trying to look for something, some sort of information. We see some back screen as well, as one's playing Rafters as custody.
Yeah,
Dipsy looks for tries to find one from Rafters.
Yes, Chicken Feet holding up there on 410 just to see if anyone coming through screens, but he's just going to be dropping down, planting the spike. Salmon making his way over to the sage wall that Chicken Feet has just put up. It has been broken, so we've got Dipsy there at the top of stairs making his way over onto Rafters, just checking his angle, clearing them out. We do have Archie throwing up the Viper toxic screen, and now the information is going to be coming out. And now Salmon's going to be having to push up Zero. Ooh. Finds a nice opening kill. Dipsy finds a kill onto Naya. And now Steven finding Salmon and finding 2. And it's all up to Juan as he makes his way from the back. And all eyes were on him as he entered the shooting gallery. And unfortunately, he got bulleted.
What a round. What a round. For Not Dateable there. I mean, fair play to them for taking the first round. They were able to play that really nicely, actually. Look back at some of the highlights from that round here, as you can currently see here. Not where the flank. Steven good for 2. Juanito, unfortunately, had to deal with 4 of them there and was not able to find their pick. And Not Dateable getting that very first round, doing a really good job of just securing the site and shutting them down from doing anything. Steven once again throwing out that recon, looking for someone, another recon bolt out there as well. So now they have information. Now they know that they're pushing towards this site. Sean's got a bit of a cheeky angle up here, Richie.
Yeah, he's just holding up there on screen, typical Jet thing. It's just getting to places everyone expects. I mean, with how common Icebox is, like everyone's going to be expecting someone to be up there on top of screens. But CS Dragons are going to be playing it very slowly. Zero's turret is going to be taken out, so they know that they're pushing through mid. So Salmon there, in through tunnel. It's just going to be holding the angle, just waiting to see if anyone from Not Dateable decides to push through. But as you can see, CES, look at them, they're already onto A site. They're just slowly walking, taking a nice little afternoon stroll as they make their way through. Salmon popping the poison down in mid, and now the spike has been planted. And now Dipsy finds the opening kill into Rollo, finds his head and throws a bullet into his noggin. And now members of CES, they've only got pistols in their hand, and Salmon hopping on the flank. Can he find one onto Steven? Unfortunately, he's not able to. Now Zero finding Salmon. Yeah, Archie finding one. Wall comes up. Chicken Feet managing to find Sean though, but now we have got Dipsy here defusing. It's just going to close out the round, and it's going to be a 2-1 for Not Dateable. This is a completely different team from what we saw from last map. They are really they are really holding it on defense here.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, obviously they've just completely shifted, especially after that last map themselves together here, and you can clearly see with the way that they're playing that they're able to just lock down sites really nicely here. We saw, especially towards the end, when that wall went up and they were able to defuse the spike as well. Things like that, they were in form with one another and had CES constantly struggling to find picks, to find any kills as well. As we saw earlier on, Salmon was playing mid and wasn't really finding anything. But we're going into this next round here knowing that they're going towards B as they start to make a very quick push here. We know CES for their extreme stuff is that, Chicken Feet finds one. pushing in straight. We know that their aggression is definitely there. Archie deciding to fall back, not fighting that. They have to play the numbers game here. It is currently a 5 versus 4 round at the moment here, but it could really, really shift if anything goes wrong. Wall goes up. Their vision kind of clouded a little bit as they decide to try and take sight, but they're going to have to do it very, very quickly. Wall goes up. Heal goes out. Chicken feet helping their teammates out, but the wall goes down once again. Spike goes down. They are managing to get it down, but just in a bit of trouble as one decides to play up in heaven. Things are starting to, start to take a turn right now.
Yeah, and honestly, not Datable. They made a very, very fast rotation. CES, they weren't able to capitalize too quickly onto that opening pick, and they allowed Not Datable to regroup. They're still 4v5, and Archie finds a nice kill, and Steven finding Nayar. And now all of a sudden, the numbers disadvantage is just falling onto CES, and Steven finds a second kill. Chicken Feet holding a cheeky angle there, and unfortunately going to get taken out. And Not Datable, they're finding a third round. What is happening? Not Datable. They just turned this around, and all of a sudden, they've just taken a 3-0 lead. CES Dragons were in such a good position, and then they just fumbled at the last little hurdle. Not Datable were just able to just take it all the way.
The defensive
CES
pressure,
are just paying the price.
The amount of defensive pressure that they are just putting on to counteract any of their moves, just insane. They have them on lockdown every single time, playing this really, really nicely. If they have to play a rotate, they will do it. They play off the Viper wall there. They just kind of wait for someone to make a push, and then they just play it really nicely. But the only one that's finding their shots at the moment is Chicken Feet currently on CES, and they're just struggling at the moment. But we'll see how this goes on as we move on into the next round here. Salmon waiting mid, throws down the orb. There's some information there. Definitely knows that one is mid. And now there's some more information there down on A as the recon dart goes down. Not Datable are aware that CES have started to make their move as Salmon slowly descends towards top here.
Yeah,
finds the turret. And that could be dangerous as there's two there.
Yeah, Salmon still hanging around, going to get tagged by the owl drone. They know that he's hanging around in kitchen. He's been hanging around in kitchen for quite a while. Probably just cooking up like a good old meal. Unfortunately, he's going to stop in his tracks as CS are going to be, as Not Datable, I'm sorry, I'm going to just be tagging with the information. But neither team is giving any give. No one's making much of a move. No one's really going for it. But Zero holding the angle. Salmon's just going to be filleted and cooked into fried fish into the kitchen. And now Chicken Feet is going to be planting the spike. Now that all the utility is coming out, the toxic screen coming out, it has been spotted by the recon bolt. Nanoswarm not able to be set off. So Chicken Feet is able to keep his health nice and healthy. And now another Nanoswarm are coming out from Juan. Just trying to stop Not Datable. One over at the back there by Pipes, and Archie and Zero finding the quick kills, and Sean closing out the round. Again, these rounds are so fast, no one does anything for the longest time, then all of a sudden everyone's falling like flies. Give us a chance.
I don't know what to tell you. Currently 4-0. Not Datable, really, really starting to pull up the pressure. And you know what, CES are feeling it. We've noticed it, and they're just able to close it out so nicely there. Sean, Zero, beautiful, a huge round from the two of them, cleaning up shop last round there. So they get set up once again for a defensive push, potentially on B. Zero throwing out a couple grenades here, just kind of find some space.
Yeah, I mean, like I said at the very beginning, this is a completely different Not Datable team than what we saw from the first map. If they keep it like this, we're going to be seeing a very quick map. Map 2 going into map 3, and Zero finding a nice opening pick onto Chicken Feet there. From the top there, up on box. He managed to get the kill at the bottom of tunnel and underpass, and now he saw Radox's shoulder.
Salmon!
And Salmon getting a nice little re-pick. Now it's a 4v4 situation. And Radox and a cheeky Adex. He's got a cheeky angle up there on top of tunnel. Finding the kill onto Dipsy, who was hanging around in Boiler, and then Sean sees the gun, takes
gets one,
yeah, it's a 3v3 situation now.
Up there.
This could be anyone's game, and now CES are looking like they're going to be going for a B push, but unfortunately they're going to have to be forced back, as we have got Zero's lockdown coming out now, just denying CES the opportunity to push onto site. And now we have got Nayar as well as Juan rotating over to A side now. Steven is holding there at the back of stairs. As you can see, he's just holding behind the site, waiting to see if anyone's going to be making the way. Now the recon dart does come out from
30 seconds
from Nayar. Just trying to get a little bit of information, and the spike is going to be planted. Again, still 3v3 situation. Salmon on the flank. This is actually a massive flank. If he pulls this off, this is going to be absolutely huge for CES.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, he wants to try. They know he's there.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Salmon is there. He's going to be walking behind the turret. He's not going to get spotted. And now it's a 2v3 situation. Not dateable. They're on the back
enemy
foot.
remaining.
Oh,
They are huge.
410.
Oh.
Steven finding Juan. And now it's all up to Steven. Yet again, not able to find the kill onto Naya, and now the snake bite coming out onto the spike, and now always 11 HP, 11 HP in a dream, and unfortunately that dream becomes a nightmare as he just gets sent to sleep. And now Naya's just gonna be closing out the round, and now CS they finally put a round on the board for themselves.
Yeah, and they needed that. That is a huge morale booster as well, and they're lucky that the gap isn't too big. 4-1, 3 rounds down for sure, but it is still early game here for them as well, so they definitely could have used that as a motivational booster here. But let's look at some of the highlights here. As we've seen Raudox getting one, Sean the Sheep finding them right at the top, Sean just taking them down, saying nah, you know what, it's not safe up there, you should get down from there. And they are finding another right after this snake bite. Beautiful take. Just very pick. But as we get set now into the very 5th round of this game, we can see currently they're slowly pushing up towards A once more as a unit, but we've got some information down. The attacker Killjoy putting down their turret now. Also, they're locked down. Trying to push back the defense. Hunter's Fury, yeah, goes out. Raudox finds one. Dipsy going down. Chicken Feet throws out the slows.
Ooh, the snake bite coming out. Too little, too late, not able to tag anyone, and now we have got Steven throwing out the Aldrin just to get the information. They are going to have to play retake at a disadvantage. They've only got 4 members. Like the opening round from Raudox, the opening kill, Salmon managed to find Archie, so CES extending the lead, but Steven's going to find one, and Zero claps back, and Steven finding 2. And all of a sudden it's a 2v2 situation. They are, Juan is able to find the last 2. Juanito able to find the last 2 kills, and now CS started to come back. The lead that Not Dateable was able to build is slowly starting to shrink, and now CS is starting to put them on the board.
This kill through the wall was huge from Steven, by the way. Needed that.
100%. Like honestly,
huge kill.
CS, they're doing really well to bring themselves back in. They're starting to turn themselves around. They're starting to show that they were the team that they were in the first map, and they're bringing it back. Now, going into round number 7, they're going to be opting for another A site push. It's been working for them, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it, exactly.
Now the toxic screen from Salmon, standard setup. Raudox got his Blaze Storm up in the ready, throwing out the Cloudburst, prepping his Tailwind to dash in onto 410. Now he is just going to be hanging around. Oh, he's going to be getting tagged through the smoke. He's on 100. He's still got 100 HP, just a little above light armor, so he's still got a little bit of a safety net to work with. But he is going to be having to be fighting through the toxic screen. That Archie's got sent out. The wall is coming down, and now the Viper's Pit coming out from Salmon. That is going to be huge amounts of utility being used. Salmon's going to make sure he's keeping himself nice and healthy in order to keep this massive wall of smoke coming out. And now Raudox being really aggressive. 5-1.
Beautiful.
Not able to find another, and Archie managed to find Raudox, and it's a 3v3. They are finding 2. Archie getting traded out, and now it's a 1v2 situation. It's all up. It's all up to Juan. Can Juan do it? He's done it before. Can he do it again? He knows one's down there behind that little pillar.
Yeah, but look towards your right, Juanito. No!
Oh my God,
not like that! No!
Check your ankles. Check your corners.
In a high pressure situation, there's only so much you can do. But speaking of which, Zero hiding onto that corner. Let's look at this again. Raudox, huge shot coming out from them. Zero once again hiding in the corner, only just to not check angles. That must be demoralizing in some way. Not dateable. Picking up the round there. Juan unfortunately falling short. CES might be 3 rounds down, but I'm sure that they can claw back if they can. And Not dateable right now, not letting them. They are an absolute iron. There's just an iron wall right now, just not letting them get past in any way, shape, or form. The attackers are starting to slowly deteriorate. And they are throwing out the drone, trying to look for something. There's a bit of contact down towards mid. You heard those gunshots go off just a little earlier there. You can see Dipsy throwing out those slow orbs, just trying to take the attack. Just trying to, tell them to, chill out for a little bit. Just slow down a little. Just, let's take this at a slower pace. Zero could potentially find one. Gets one through the smoke. Beautiful stuff. Decides to fall back. You don't need to do anything more. Zero picking one out through the smoke. Huge kill. Juan once again already knows if someone's position is just lurking mid, waiting for someone's head to pop out. Zero decides to go back. Archie gets one. Archie potentially good for two. Gets a second. Beautiful shot. Archie, huge stuff. Dipsy gets the other one. They are literally just not wavering at the moment. The defense is really strong here. Juanito alone once again, but there it is. Dipsy getting that extra kill. Huge round from both the Sage and the Viper on Not Dateable. As they lock in a 6th win, a 6th game. Let's take a look once again. Zero proving to just hide in a little bit of corners, just play those right angles, but you'll love to see it as well there as the other two decide to pick it right back up. Business as usual on the A site. Beautiful stuff. So we get into round number, I believe, 9 now.
Going into round number 9, like that last round, CS, they were on an eco round. All they had was sheriffs in their hand, so they're up against all the rifles. So they had to opt in for an A side push, because if they tried to go B side, they were at a complete disadvantage in terms of rage. But we're going to be seeing a very fast execution of attack by CES. And now Radox is going to be spotted by the utility as well as Chicken Feet. Now they're making the way. The op shot coming from Sean, not going to be able to find anyone now as the wall comes out. The spike is going to be planted by Salmon, so they're able to successfully get themselves onto site. 5v5 situation. You have got the slow orb coming out from Dipsy, and now as the spike timer is starting to tick down, Not Dateable are going to start feeling the pressure if they're not able to get themselves onto site fast enough. But look, we've got Nayar and Juan holding on by belt and pipes. The Aldrin is going to be spotting there, and now the Viper's pit coming out from Archie. Ooh. Huge amounts of utility to go. And Zero on the flank, able to find Sean and Archie finding, and then Dipsy closing out the round, and then Not Dateable are going to be taking a 7-2 lead in this first half. Oh wow, they all of a sudden they just turned around.
Mental stuff, bro.
I mean, honestly, it seems to be a common occurrence with these rounds. The spike gets planted, 5v5, no one really does anything, then all of a sudden the kill feed just lights up and the round's over. I mean, and it just ends up, there's just not much for us to talk about, unless we're able to just spit 1,000 words out in like 2 seconds.
We are not fax machines, we are simply casters.
Exactly, like we can only speak so much, but not CS Dragons, they're looking like they're going to be opting for a B-side push. This snake bite coming out quickly from Archie. Archie gets a lovely quick pick, and Sean manages to find another kill as Salmon gets taken down. And now CS all of a sudden in a 3v5 situation. They're finding themselves in a bit of a sticky situation here, and now Nayar throws out his Aldrin, just clearing the left side of yellow, and now he's going to be playing the back, not able to get over to the top, so not able to find anyone. You can see we have got Chicken Feet making his way through mid, clearing his angles of underpass, but we do have Sean holding the angle there. Oh, able to spot Steven at the top of Boiler there. And now Chicken Feet is just going to be backing up. Sean slowly making his way through to the under part of a tunnel. Just checking, just peeking the angle. And now Chicken Feet able to save himself from being found by the utility. Steven, jumping out. Checking the information, and he's able to spot Chicken Feet there. He's just jumping, doing a little bit of a dancey dance, not giving Chicken Feet an opportunity to take his head off. And now Archie throwing out the snake bite, just denying CS an opportunity to try and even plant. Now the resurrection coming out from Chicken Feet, able to bring up Salmon, and now the alarm bot was not able to get taken out. That's going to be a little bit of health. That Juan is going to be taking. Juan is going to be planting the spike, and now we have got Zero popping the lockdown. Archie finding one, Chicken Feet finding another. So the trades are coming out from both teams, but it's a 3v4 situation. CES are still on the back foot. Chicken Feet is going to be spotted by the refund drone. Steven finding 2, Chicken Feet finding Archie, and Steven closing out the round with a lovely 3k. Steven. He's always getting these 3Ks. I always find he's always getting 3Ks.
Steven's always finding, actually just really impressive. Just always finding these 3Ks and just finding a way to shut them down no matter what. If you're always on the back foot, count on Steven for sure. But let's look at this. Oh my god. The precision you must have for that shot was insane. I'm gobsmacked, bro. I still can't believe that just happened, man. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, CES now they're going into another eco round yet again. Like they've been finding themselves a lot with these eco rounds, and then they are throwing out the recon bolt on to belt to see if anyone decides to go through ropes over into the top of the box over by attacker spawn. Have got Juan pick up the ultimate orb. Now Sean with the operating hand. Oh, he sees Nayar and he takes him out. Nice opening kill by Sean. Sam and Sheriff in hand, just holding that nice little close cheeky angle just in case anyone from Not Dateable decides to make the way through mid, but no one is deciding to. So CES are just going to have to be playing this very, very slowly. Zero holding his nice little favorite angle. Unfortunately, he's not going to be... He's opting out to push through the smoke this time because I think Sam is left and he's just using this opportunity to make his way through tunnel and make his way into kitchen where he's very, very familiar with. They know he's there. Steven throws out the shock bolt. Zero is there waiting just in case they decide to trade each other out. Zero finds the kill onto Salmon. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Salmon is not learning his lesson. He needs to keep an eye out for Zero there where he lurks, but Radox finds a nice little headshot onto Dipsy there. And now the spike is being planted by Juan and the spike is down. It's a 3v4 situation. I mean, CES are always finding themselves in these numbers disadvantage rounds. Can they come out? In fact, yes, they can because Dipsy finds Zero. I mean, Chicken Feet, sorry. But I do apologize. And Archie managed to find the trade on to Chicken Feet. And now 2v3. CS, they still only have Sheriffs in hands. They are at a gun disadvantage.
Yeah, but those Killjoy swarms and storm grenades are coming out now, and things are starting to look a little difficult.
Radox, 21 HP. Not able to find anyone. They're just having to swing, and then there's Viper's pick to make by coming out. Archie and Steven. Yeah, they're just closing out the rounds. And Not Dateable are just running away with this. They've created this wave of momentum, and they are surfing on it as if it's a nice little easy afternoon wave that this is just being
nice
brought to the
little,
shore.
Walk in the park.
Yeah, exactly. Now, final round before we get into the second half, and we see Not Dateable on to attack. And honestly, CES they're on the back foot right now. There's not much that we can do. It's just been a bit of a one-sided slaughter fest by Not Dateable and CES. They're just not able to find an answer for it. And if it keeps up like this, we're going to be seeing a map number 3.
Kill them.
No, I agree, absolutely, for sure. No, Not Dateable right now, just not giving CES any chances right now. Again, last round of the half here, and we can see the Hunter's Fury come straight right out. Nail looking for someone, tagged one, isn't able to find a kill. I don't think manages to tag at least 2 there. Steven firing right back, however, as both Hunter's Fury sides come out. Chicken Feet and Radox playing right off of it, finds Sean and Archie as they fall down to the hands of their mirror copy selves here. Chicken Feet looking for someone up. They know that they're off this. Dipsy looking to potentially come from the flank, finds the res, good stuff. Salmon falls down. Zero. Dipsy once again takes out Chicken Feet, and we're seeing the numbers game once again. It's starting to play a huge factor here. Not Dateable are going to run away with this one more time. Spike could potentially be defused there as 2 are literally lurking down there. Zero falls. Archie, Radox, huge once again, gets to the 3K. The defenders run away once again. Not Dateable going into this next half 10-2 up as they avoid the dreaded 9-3 curse.
Yeah, it's looking good for Not Dateable. I mean, the 9-3 curse is probably what CS Dragon would have hoped for in order to get themselves back in. But looking how this round was closed out, Not Dateable, they were able to get themselves into a really good position where they were able to get the barrier orb up for the members to just defuse the spike. And honestly, CS they almost came back, but unfortunately close is just not enough. It's not good enough. But for all we know, we could be seeing a different CS Dragons now that they're on defense. Let's see how Not Dateable will do on a tank. If they keep this momentum, like Steven, Zero and Archie looking at the scoreboard, they are just running away with it in terms of kills. Like Chicken Feet in the last map was doing so well, but unfortunately not able to find all the kills that his team might need. He's still top frag, but unfortunately, like I said, close is not enough. The wall coming out nice and quickly from Chicken Feet, halting the attack. And now Chicken Feet just holding himself just inside the smoke, just seeing all green as he just backs away. And now Dipsy, they're in a bit of a spray battle, but Chicken Feet comes out on top, and Nayar finds a headshot onto Sean. And now it's a 3v5 situation. CES coming out on top of this defense. Archie taking a refuge between the walls, getting the spike planted. It's 2v5 situation. Now he's going to be looking to go for an aggressive push through the top screen along with his teammate Naya. And now lovely kills coming out from Archie. Juan finding Steven, and now Radox finding Archie, and all of a sudden CES just come back. They've won this first pistol round in the second half. And they're giving
This is what they need, man.
Defuse to Naya. Look at these, such kind teammates. Just like they're giving each other the defuse in order to get their ult points. I wish I wish my teammates did that in my games. Everyone just takes it for themselves.
It's every man for themselves in a comp game, but when it comes down to the wire in a real tournament, everyone has to play together, and that's exactly what they did here. CES taking their the first round here of the defense on the defense side here, and they did a really good job of just not letting them get in any way and playing for numbers as well. But Archie, however, almost even up those odds as they were able to find 2 huge picks there, and it could have really started to tilt on its head there for CES, but they were able to pick themselves back up to get into the next round here. They're starting to push straight into mid. Naya finds one, tags one other. Salmon gets Archie down. Beautiful stuff there as 2 decide to go up tube. Steven decides to fall back a little, doesn't want to put himself in too much of a weird situation right now. Naya throwing out the drone, manages to find 2 there, has the information, is going to wait very slowly just to potentially find those 2 picks here as the turret goes out. Steven, Not Dateable are going to try and find a way around. However, Chicken Feet's got the flank. Waiting ever so slightly. Finds one. Looking for the second here. Both are scrambling. One has to run up there. But Naya is there. Everybody has it on lockdown. Chicken Feet, Naya, they have got it in a flawless round there. CES Dragons take their 4th and their 2nd on the defensive half. Beautiful stuff from their team here. Slowly starting to claw back here, Panda.
Yeah, I liked the aggressive push that Not Dateable were doing through mid, but Naya was able to find them so early on with that recon dart, and it really put a spanner in the works for Not Dateable, because if they were able to successfully get through into tunnel, underpass into orange, and take kitchen control, it would have been really good for Not Dateable. But unfortunately, they got spotted very quickly, and Naya was able to find a really nice opening kill, and it kind of just shot Not Dateable in the foot, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And now, as we can see, Zero just holding a nice little angle underneath the turret, just in case anyone decides to make their way through tunnel. Not Dateable, they're going to be playing a nice slow game. You can see the spike is just hanging at the back of, by attack spawn at the end of A. Steven throwing out the owl drone, just trying to get some information by pipes, making his way over 410, see if he finds anyone over by the generator over there, but not able to find anyone, so it's going to be looking like they're going to be going for a nice quick attack executed. But Salmon's toxic screen halting the attack, putting it to just a full-on stop. Now they're just waiting out, and here comes the utility. Now we have got the barrier orb from Dipsy getting prepped. Now the alarm bots are going off, the nano swarm going out, recon darts going out, and it's going to be destroyed very quickly. And now we're still waiting for that spike to be planted. That wall is very close to getting down, and Steven making his way through, getting on top of the green box as he makes his way onto the top of site. He's just going to be holding there, in fact. Not opting to go up top. Oh, he's decided to go up top now, yep. Now the Aldrin coming out. Chicken Feet finds the opening kill. Spike is planted now, able to tag one of the members of Not Dateable. Now the Snakebite coming out, pushing them all the way into the cubby. Naya finding Steven, and now Sean finding Salmon, and now it is a 3v3 situation. It isn't even Steven's in terms of numbers. Now Naya finding Zero, Not Dateable. They are on the back foot now. This numbers advantage definitely as Rodox finds 2 kills and closing out the round. Really nicely done. And the CS Dragons, they've completely flipped it around. 5-10 all of a sudden. Like, they came into this 10-2 and they've just won 3 rounds in a row. I mean, it's... I don't know what to say. Like, now at this point, it could be anyone's game. Like,
for sure.
Not Dateable was so strong, and now CES Dragons are so strong. It looks like both teams just played defense just so well.
Momentum is just shifting so clearly between both teams, and yeah, as you said before, you can clearly see the defensive side. No matter what team was playing on no matter what team was playing defense, have always seemed to come out on top more times than not, and they seem to be playing this quite nicely now. You see Nayar playing all the way in spawn. Interesting stuff. They're probably looking for something. Speaking of which, Radox able to get one beautiful kill there on B as the entirety of Not Dateable continue to decide to push up on B along here. As you can see now, Radox once again is going to try to hold this. The information is there for the side of for the side of CES. They know that somebody's coming out there. Radox once again retreating towards the middle side here as the rest of Not Dateable slowly start to make their way onto site. They need to get some sort of one down. However, Chicken Feet finds one, manages to get two. Archie falling down at the hands of the Sage player. Steven takes out Salmon here. Chicken Feet finds their third. Huge kill. That's what he needed to get this one. It's pretty much all comes down to none other than Dipsy as he finds himself in a 1v4 situation. That's an operator. You have a sheriff. Chicken Feet and Radox are going to really try to play this super defensively right now. He's going to try and rush him down now. All of a sudden, they're going to attack him down. Chicken Feet. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just the opening kill from Radox. He had the operator. He was holding that angle. He knew someone was going to be walking out, and he capitalized on that. And now we are going to be going into a timeout, in fact, for Not Dateables. Like, even though they are the ones in the lead, I mean, they've just lost 4 rounds in a row. So they're definitely going to be needing this timeout. They've a second timeout of the series. CS still have not yet to use one, in fact. So while we're waiting for Not Dateable to sort themselves out, prepping themselves, re-strategize, they are gonna like try and just like cool themselves off, because after losing that many rounds in a row, it's really going to start taking a strain on your mental. So definitely a wise choice. So hopefully they come back stronger going into after the timeout.
For sure. And it only just, it comes down to the timeout. They felt obviously they need it, considering that it's, you've let 4 rounds slip. But, this could be a good, mental reset for them. They, just need a little bit of a breather. I'm sure that when they do that, they'll, come back into it. They'll be like, okay, now we're ready to go. We got this. And, they'll feel a lot more confident going into this next round. I'm sure of it, especially after this mental reset. But we'll see how it goes. And as we said before, the defensive side, no matter what team was playing on it, seemed to have been better throughout the entirety of the map so far. So we'll just see whether or not, CES can continue to constantly keep walling them off, stopping them from, making their way in, or will Not Dateable finally get that round that they need to make that lead happen and continue it forward as they sail into the sunset with a victory here, as CES Dragons and Not Dateable start to, play this round now to get into round 17 here. Chicken Feet waiting in mid, looking for somebody there to decide to underpass it. Salmon gets 2! Going through the tube. 0 getting Radox. Beautiful shot there. A trade, and they're all going blow for blows now. However, now CES find them with a numbers advantage here. 4 to 3 players at the moment as they decide to lock down A, as the Not Dateable team have to find a way around now. They find themselves in a very difficult position here, Panda.
Yeah, like, look, you can see that Chicken Feet just completely walled off mid, just completely denying Not Dateable any opportunity to make the way through tunnel into kitchen. Like, they attempted it, it failed, and now they're looking like they're going to be going for a B site push. We still do have multiple members over by A site, but they are going to be rotating the way over through into kitchen. Got now their box outside of kitchen. Chicken Feet making his way through tunnels into the top of site, and now it's like Not Dateable are going to have to be making a fast attack as the lockdown comes down. It's going to be buying them time. Chicken Feet deciding to opt in for the hold up at top, and the spike is going to be planted. He drops down. He is going to be taking some damage. The spike gets planted, and he's able to find Dipsy, but Archie is able to find Chicken Feet. Yeah, he's going to get caught out by the lockdown, but he's able to get a kill out of it. And now the Viper's Pit coming out from Archie, preventing any form of information visually for CES. And now CES are going to have to make their way into the Viper's Pit if they want to have an opportunity to take out the members of Not Dateable. And Salmon was there lurking all the way around, and he finds himself a 4K. What a clever man, wrapping around the Viper's Pit in order to catch the members of Not Dateable off guard, and it completely paid off.
I was going to say, it's when stepping into the Viper's pit, it is a very scary situation. Archie had that completely unlocked, but it wasn't until, as you said before, Salmon wrapped straight around to get that beautiful, beautiful kill. And it's all about, you know, just kind of outplaying your opponents in that scenario. And Salmon just, you know, did just that, basically, as they managed to find their 7th round, and they're slowly starting to crawl back up.
Yeah, they're really clawing their way out of this hole that has been dug for them by Not Dateable, and CES are really starting to bring it back. Not Dateable, they're really on the back foot right now. They've been in the lead for so long, but unfortunately, like the lead's just getting smaller and smaller. Not Dateable, they're going to be really feeling the pressure. The AWP shot coming from Radox, not able to find anyone. We have got Chicken Feet just walling off middle yet again.
Yeah.
Now it's looking like Not Dateable are going to be opting in for a slow A push as they're making their way towards pipes. So we have got Steven there, just slowly making his way through mid, taking down the wall just to give himself an opportunity to make his way through mid and see if anyone's over at the top of boiler. It's going to be a very, very slow execution onto A site. Now going to be waiting for some of the utility to be coming out. We can see Steven's just slowly scrambling his way over to the top of the belt there, and he's going to be looking like it's going to be. Yeah, there goes the recon dart. Information is going to be found, and now Not Dateable are going to be executing the way onto site. The crisscross toxic screen are coming out, and Chicken Feet manages to find a lovely kill through the smoke. Steven managed to trade out Juan for a 4v4. And now we are still waiting for the spike to be planted. The utility coming out from either side, just denying each team any form of opportunity. And Sean gets a lovely kill on Chicken Feet from the cheeky angle there on pipes. They are at the top of the stairs, making his way onto rafters. Now the spike has been planted. Sean still opting to keep his nice little cheeky angle. Now he does see the Aldrin, going to take it out, but unfortunately for Dipsy, he is going to get tagged. And now he's going to have to back off. And now the toxic screen is going to be coming out from Salmon. And now Naya defusing the spike, able to get it halfway before getting tagged, and now Steven's going to take out Naya. Viper's Pit coming out, and now the last one of the Hunter's Fury shots is going to be tagging Salmon. Salmon finding one. Can he find another? He's going to be using this toxic screen to outplay his opponents, and outplaying he is. Can he find three? No!
Oh my god,
Steven's
that was
close,
Steven! Never count out Steven!
Never count out Steven. The man with the 3K on his head for days. Closing out the round, bringing it to 11-7. Not Dateable are 2 rounds away from winning a map number 2. CES were doing so well. Salmon really clutching out, using the Viper's Pit to just outplay his opponents with his unpredictable nature, but unfortunately not able to close it out. Oh
wow.
God.
It all came down to the wire in that last scenario there, and what looked like for them to, you know, kind of clutch out an 8th round. Luckily, the Hunter's Fury came in clutch as well there. Steven really playing that beautifully. Get to the 3K. Never count this guy out. Sean and the others are going to start to try and push up towards A now, as we've seen before many a time. The entirety of CES split towards, and now they're going to start making a very slow rotate as we see the wall being planted down and potentially put up very soon. Recon goes out looking for some information here. The Bladestorm online, as I forgot to mention earlier. Juanito holding the corner right there. Zero just waiting for someone to potentially come through flank. And the team are starting to push up more and more now. And I don't think they're too aware, because Radox is still sitting towards B, as A has started to take shape here, as all 5 of them are starting to push up his Salmon, holding them from rafters. There goes the Hunter's Fury. Archie finds one. Huge kill coming up from Archie there. He's going to try and find another. Then Nayar has the Hunter's Fury, isn't able to get one, but was able to tag someone. Juanito, good for one. Looking for potentially a second there. They stacked up. Steven takes out Nayar. It's all going blow for blows. CES find themselves in a situation that was reminiscent of just a couple rounds ago in the numbers game. Sean holding this angle, especially from pipes, is going to look for someone to come up rafters here. Dipsy and the others are going to start to try and fall off now. They don't need to fight this too much. Radox in trouble. Here's Sean trying to find something. Chicken Feet gets the Ruz. Now they're at 4-4 here. Radox finds one. They've got the numbers advantage. Once again, it's 4-3. Things are starting to really take a turn here. Chicken Feet finds one. Zero gets the room. Oh my god, I can't even talk. As Radox finds the shot. Beautiful stuff. CES really pushing it back. That res was definitely a very pivotal part in this round here. CES really pulling this back now, making it 8-11 here, Panda.
Oh my god, yeah. The teams were making you work there, Shura. But honestly,
yeah, no kidding.
It's honestly that could have gone anyone's way. Both teams just playing out. This little Bladestorm fight between Sean and Radox, just Knives would be like making an outline, but Rollers came out on top, and then CS were able to just come out on top towards the end there. But that was a very scrappy round, but CS came back. And then we have got Rodox up on the boxes down long, holding the sightline to Garage, see if anyone's going to be coming out. Here's a feat, finds one, dashes out, easy work, all in a day's job. And now Rodox is just going to take the safety all the way at the back of Snowman just to hold the angle. And Nayar throws the recon dart out just to see if he's going to be able to find anyone. Not able to find anyone, unfortunately, as Zero is able to make safe haven within tunnel. And now members of Not Dateable are slowly starting to converge onto A site. Zero still holding by tunnel in mid. Juan and Nayar holding the angle on screens. Archie slowly making his way on to point. Now he's going to be getting spotted by this turret if he's not careful. Turret is on his right. Juan will be ready to have a look around once he gets spotted by the turret. And now no one is moving a single muscle. Like everyone is just waiting for something to happen, someone to slip up. And there goes the recon dart. Turret going out. And now Archie finds a quick kill onto Juan after he got spotted by the recon dart. And now the spike is going to be planted. Really, really nice execution by Not Dateable. Good team coordination. Teamwork makes a dream work, and they got the spike down. However, they are a little bit of a health disadvantage, as we can see. As we can see, Archie and Steven both on low health, whereas CES are sitting nice and pretty with a lovely health pool right there. Recon drone is going to be taken out. Salmon finds a nice kill. Sean gets a kill onto Nayar. Chicken Feet finding Steven. 3v1 situation, and CS are just going to close out the round. And it's going to be map point for Not Dateable. We could be seeing a map 3. We could very well be seeing a map 3 unless CES pulls something out of the bag to reverse sweep them in the next coming rounds. I think we're going to be going to Fracture here.
Potentially. Oh wait, no, not map point. CES managed to get that. It's their 9th round actually, so we're seeing 11-9 here. Starting Not Dateable.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we've still got 2 more left in the bank there for Not Dateable. CES starting to pull it back very slowly. If they're able to get this next round, they're in a very good spot to potentially take this up. But yeah, once again, they only have 2 more. Not Dateable just have to win 1 more for map point, as you said before. Now Chicken Feet and the others are going to have to try and find a way to stop that from happening. As we get into the next round, things are starting to ramp up a lot here. You can see Rodox looking for a shot. Has a bit of a cheeky angle. They're going straight into this here. Turret goes down. Steven has the drone out, has some information, sees one all the way down at rafters. They know they have that information going forward. Their recon going out. Shock dart as well, looking to find some potential damage. Nayar backed into a corner. The attackers have taken this site beautifully. The Viper's pit going up, and it's all to fight for now. Sean going in. Sorry, not Sean. Salmon and Nayar going in, potentially looking for something. Is Sean holding this? The wall's starting to go down. Their defense is crumbling ever so slightly there. Not Dateable are going to have to try and find these picks very soon. Salmon finds one, takes out Sean in the air once again. Things are starting to look really dangerous for them as they start to trade one another out. Nayar finds another kill there. Rodox, beautiful shot with the operator. Up close and personal. Makes it a second. Gets the spike. Diffuse it. Makes it 10-11. And we are getting closer and closer to a potential 11-11 here in this map.
We are. I mean, I know. Like when I was saying earlier about going to map 3, it completely blindsided me. wasn't thinking at all. And now CS, they've really pulled it. They were what 10-2 going into the second half, and now all of a sudden it's 11-10. Like CS they pulled something out of the bag going into the second half, and they are fighting their way back. They really want this 2-0 victory. They really want this 2-0 victory, and honestly, if we see that, then they have done so incredibly well. Chicken Feet going for a nice early wall. They're not able to completely cover from long and garage, so it's going to give an opportunity for the members of Not Dateable to sneak their way through. You can see Sean up there. Sean finding a nice quick kill onto Chicken Feet. And now we have got Rodox on top of Yellow with the operating hand. Takes a shot, misses, just gonna have to dash away. I mean, if he got that shot, I would be completely lost for words. Someone going for a shot through the smoke, just trying to destroy the wall, but Archie is going to be successfully able to plant the spike. 5v4 situation. Not Dateable have the numbers advantage, continuing the numbers advantage. Salmon finding Dipsy. Now the Viper's pit is going to be coming out from Salmon. going to be taking out the wall, and it is just a complete fiesta in terms of utility. All the utility is going to be coming out, not going to be spotted by the recon dart due to lack of visibility. And Salmon finding Archie. And now Steven take out Radox. And then Salmon finding 3.
What are you doing? No way!
Oh my God.
Not like this!
Oh, and Salmon finding 4 at CES.
Like
They're going to be
this.
bringing back the rounds to even Stevens. 11-11. I don't think anyone would have seen this one coming. But here we have it, folks. You're seeing it with your very own eyes. CES Dragons, from the depths of despair, have managed to claw their way out of this well of absolute misery that was 10-2, and they've brought it back to 11-11. CES Dragons are out. They've come out all guns blazing, and they are throwing a bazooka into a little pistol fight that Nott are trying to fight them with. And I could not be more excited to see how this final stretch of this map turns out, because if CS Dragons keep on going like this, we could be seeing a 2-0, but who knows? Nott they're still at it. Both teams are still at it. It could be anyone's, but Radox got a cheeky angle, not opting to take a shot. He's prepping his tailwind. He knows that Sean was there. He's going to get spotted by the recon bolt from the Aldra, and he's just going to have to dash away. He's just going to have to dash away to safety, just go back and realign himself with a different angle. A lot of utility coming out, and Nott throwing out the toxic screen by Archie there, but they're not opting to go for the push. We can see on the map, Zero finding Salmon, who was holding down in orange. He knew he was there, and now the lockdown coming out. No, just trying to push the members of CES Dragons away. Chickafeet not opting to go for a very aggressive play like he did last time. He's just going to be waiting this lockdown out, playing it nice and patiently, and Archie finding the nice, lovely kill from Juan in mid as he tried to make his way through underpass. And now CES Dragons, numbers disadvantage. That hasn't stopped him before. 3v5 situation. The shot bot coming out to try and catch someone from the end of yellow. Now Chickafeet making his way through on to yellow there. All he has in hand is just a healing orb. If he gets the kill, he has a resurrect. He might have an opportunity to bring someone back from the dead. Can he find one? Zero able to find one. Chickafeet able to find Sean, and there comes the resurrection using Nayar as a little bit of a bait, in fact. A little cheeky man, but Chickafeet able to find Zero, but Archie finding 2 kills all of a sudden, fully closing out for a 4K, and all of a sudden it's map point for Nott Dateable. They're putting CES Dragons on the back foot, and Nott Dateable only need one more round to win this map if we want to be seeing Fracture. Oh my goodness. I'm lost for words. Sure, I'm just lost for words.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say either, honestly. The way they played that was incredible. Archie in the corner, just waiting for them ever so slightly, that just gets those 4 kills. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And again, they just flipping it. They're just flipping the tables all over. Things just starting to switch every now and again here. And they, yeah, as you said before, have one, but Radox able to find a really, really quick pick there that could be quite good for the pacing of this game. But I lied, as soon as the res goes up there, they have their 5th player back here as they decide slowly to just now go towards A. They are starting to make their way there as a team now.
Yes, they are, yeah. Now we've got CS Dragons. They're just holding their positions there. You can see like a couple of them down the middle. We have got Salmon there up in kitchen, just keeping an eye on tunnel, because we do have Steven there making his way through mid. Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to be going for a very nice, convincible ace site push. Like we got Nayar as well as Radox all the way over on B side, so they've got a bit of a trek. And now the utility coming out from Nott Data is going to be executing this attack. Owl Drone and the Toxic Screen coming out, and now the Nanoswarms coming out from both sides just to make sure that they are going to secure themselves a place on this site. And Radox finding Zero with the Blaze Storm. Now Juan puts down the lockdown. It does give him enough time for Nott Dateable to plant the spike. Plant the spike by Dipsy. Now the spike is planted. Now they're just going to have to walk away. They've got a lot of space they have to give up, unfortunately, just because of this lockdown. And Juan has got an opportunity to defuse the spike. The Toxic Screen from Salmon coming out on Radox. Managed to find a 3K. Find a 4. Can he find an ace?
Beautiful.
And now
Archie.
Whoa. Radox
Radox
manages to find his ace as we're going into overtime now. 12-12. Oh, this is getting very, very spicy and dicey. CES Dragons they've brought it back. They've managed to win 10 rounds in this second half in order to get themselves into overtime. All Nott Dateful had to do was just win 3 rounds, and CES Dragons just gave them a backhand and told them, no, we're bringing this back. We're going to send it to overtime, and they're going to have to. They're both going to have to fight for this map. If they, oh my god, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say.
I don't know. I literally don't know either. We're going into OT right now, and things are starting to, you know, it's hot. It's getting hot. It's really starting to heat up. In fact, no, I lied. It's on fire. That's where we are at the moment right now. And CES were just able to, you know, claw back from defeat, making it 12-12. And now we're in this situation, this pivotal part of the game. Tensions are high. It could be anybody's map at this point.
Yeah, with how both teams have been defended, both teams have defended this map so incredibly well. But if they keep playing as they are, if CES win this map, they're gonna have a huge advantage on defense if they play how they've been playing. But if not, they will take this map. It still gives an opportunity to win on attack. It's honestly, it's a bit of a coin flip, depending on who wins this first round of OT. All right, it's going to get spotted on the top of belt by Sean. Not opting to go for the shot though, just back off. You know, just respect the challenge. And now the utility and the toxic screen, slow orb, barrier orb. Throw the kitchen sink in there as well as you're at it, because everything's just going to be thrown out. And now Chicken Feet is making his way underneath into hell, blocking off the wall, and Salmon is going to go for the plant. Wall is going to get taken down, and Sean could be met with 2 gun barrels in his face, but he's going to opt not to do that. Instead, he's going to let his members take down the wall, and Sean is going to go for the challenge. Not able to find anyone just yet, but Sean finds the opening kill onto Nail, but Rodix is there for the trade. Rodix holding there at the back, over on the top by the edge of rope. Salmon finding Archie, and it's all looking like it's going to go CES's way as the Viper's Pit coming out from Salmon. That is absolutely huge that he's able to get this ultimate down, and Rodix closing it out with a 3K with a nice quick double kill. And now CES are on match series. They're on series point right now. This could be the round that CES take it all for a 2-0. We still could see a fracture. We could still fracture, and Nott Datable are going to be going for a second timeout. This is such a crucial time for Nott Datable. They are needing this timeout. It's so crucial.
Rodix, man, going absolutely huge with that 3K towards the very end of that round as well. They needed that for that 13th win, and we're going to, again, as we've seen, like, this could, you know, their defensive side has been very strong. They've literally just come off of playing defense. You know, so previous half, obviously before OT, they've just come off of playing defense. Let's play attack for another round, and now they're going back to playing defense again. So surely they must feel a little bit more confident or a little bit more comfortable here. They can play the same strats that they did before earlier on. But we've seen a timeout now. Just, you know, they want to compose themselves a little bit. IGL giving them a bit of a talk right now and just kind of calm down and chill out. Things are going to be A-OK, they're saying. Now they just need to get themselves back on form, and that's what this mental reset could definitely be about, because tensions are flaring. This is pretty much all coming down to the wire now. Remember, match point on the side of CES if they are able to win this defense round, as we get ready to get set into what could potentially be the very end of this series.
Oh my god, like, oh, my heart's going pitter-patter, pitter-patter. I feel like it's coming out of my chest. Honestly, like, my heart is absolutely racing. I could not have asked for a more exhilarating series, especially in this second map with how close it's been. And now we have got Chicken Feet there at the edge of green, prepping the barrier orb. As we can see, all of Nott Datable have converged into Garage, and now we have got them moving through the long. And Zero just holding at the end of mid, just in case anyone from CES is brave enough to take a stroll through the icy plains of Icebox. Now Chicken Feet's water is going to get taken out. Now that has notified the members of CES that an attack on the B site is incoming, but Nott Datable opting to go for the rotate. It looks like, or they're just playing a few mind games, just trying to psych out CES, trying to force them to move over to A side while they take advantage as moving on to B, which I think is what it's looking like, because we have got Nayar rotating over towards the stairs, heading up to Rafters, and now Nott Datable, they're slowly walking up along, and now we're going to be waiting for the execution. The utility is going to be coming out very shortly from Archie, he's going to prep his toxic screen. Sean prepping his tailwind. He's made his way onto site. Oh, the cloudburst coming out. Now the utility's coming out. Chicken Feet throwing shots through the smoke. And now the members of Not Dateable have made their way onto site. Zero finding the opening kill onto Salmon. This is looking very, very devastating for Not Dateable, as Steven was able to send a bullet into the back of Chicken Feet. And now we have got Juan, Nayar, as well as Radox making their way into Snowman, and Zero is just going to be taking out the members of CES, throwing bullets into their noggins, and Juan is going to take the trade though. And now it's a 1v4 situation. Can Juan be the hero that CES need? It's Juan versus 4. Juan versus the world. Now Juan's just throwing pop shots out where he can. The recon dart coming out, able to take it out. It's just making a lot of footsteps. Now they know he's there. Steven know he's there. Not able to get the kill as he's just jiggling. And Juan, he's running out of time. I don't think he's got enough. And now it's 13-13. We're going to be going into another round of overtime.
Oh,
now
man.
Not Dateable are keeping themselves in this game.
Overtime.
Oh my god, every time I hear overtime, I get more and more shook. We are seeing a 13-13 now. Things are really starting to ramp up a little bit more now. Once again, you know, Not Dateable finding that round, keeping themselves in the race. They are alive. They are kicking. They still have this going. They are still in the race for potentially looking for a map number 3.
Oh my, yeah, it's anyone's game. It is looking, tensions are high. I can cut it with a butter knife. It is that thick, and I am all for it. And now we have got CES back again on the attack. They're going for another A site push. Utility getting taken out from both sides, and now we have got the recon dart coming out from Nayar, and now Radox is making his way onto the top of Generator with a nice quick cloudburst, a tailwind execution. Now the crisscross smoke of the toxic screens coming out. The spike has been planted ever so quickly, and now the members of CES are just backing up. They're playing for the post plant, and now Chicken Feet finds a lovely kill onto Zero. Really, really nice spot there from Chicken Feet and getting a nice quick opening kill. The turret was there just to inform them, but it doesn't matter because Zero got taken out. And now Dipsy throwing out the wall, the snake bite coming out, and now all the nano swarms. Archie finding the kill onto Juan, Steven finding Radox, Salmon finding Steven, Sean finding Salmon, and now that's it. The round's done. Not Dateable. They're taking map point. They win this next round, and we are going to be going over to Fracture. Boy, it's good. Oh, this is anyone's game. It's a very back and forth. Tables are flipping. How much longer of this overtime are we going to be dealing with? Who knows? Who knows?
CES are right now on the back foot. Once again, they find themselves a round down. Not Dateable now on the very climax of potentially taking the map. This could be quite dangerous.
Yeah,
14-13 right now.
Not Dateable. They've done really, really well to get themselves all the way to this part of the game. They're one round off from closing it all out. But like we've seen from CES Dragons, they did not go down without a fight, and they're certainly not going to be doing it in this final round. They're not going to throw it all away because they're definitely going to want this 2-0 win. And now, Not Dateable opting for a B push here again. It seems like these teams have their own favoured maps that they like to go for. Not Dateable going for B, CS going for A, playing out very, very slowly. You can see Zero there just hanging out the entrance toward, as before entering on A, and it looks like Not Dateable could go for a rotation and go for A. You can see that we have, we got Zero as well as Steven slowly walking through into A, but they're just not going to be. They're not going to be pushing too far. Just going to be waiting. They are probably expecting Radox to have an operator in his hand. He's been very deadly with this weapon, and he's definitely not going to give it up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Someone's going to be walking the crosshairs, and Steven finds the kill onto Radox. He's not able to dash out there in the nick of time, unfortunately for him. And now it's a 5v4 situation. Dipsy planting the spike. Could this be Not Dateable's chance to close out the map? And now the shock bolt as well is coming out from both sides of the Aldrone, coming out from Nayar, trying to get a bit of a quick information. Not able to tag Sean. Now the poison orb as well as the toxic screen coming out.
Oh, Salmon, beautiful shot.
Finds a kill onto Ipsy. Not able to find another. Nayar finding a kill onto Steven. Oh, and Zero and Archie.
Oh my god, it's on the
my god, it's a 1v1 situation all of a sudden.
1v1.
It's a 1v1. We got, they're going to be dancing around 410.
Oh,
Zero is there, Zero is there, Zero closing it out!
Attackers
It's
win.
Not tasteful. Take
Oh
map
my
number 2.
God.
We are going to be seeing Fracture. We're going to be seeing a third map in this best of 3 series. I could not have expected something like that to be happening.
Both teams were playing so incredible. I'm actually really, really impressed with what we've seen. It was like, yeah, nothing I've ever seen before in a series. It was really, really fun to watch. We're going to map number 3. It's going to be great, but let's take a look at some of these replays from both these incredible teams, looking at just how they played. Zero getting that beautiful 3K, these incredible rounds. Rodox, once again, well, he's so good, man. And Sean able to counteract that beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Steven getting another one there too. All these amazing, amazing kills. Look at all these great picks from all of these players doing incredible jobs here, man. Rodox definitely impressed me today a lot as a player as well. Archie here getting another one here. Also, like, just, yeah, insane stuff. This, by the way, Archie, oh my god. Please, I'm never going to stop talking about that one. That was incredible.
Yeah, that's a shot that you're definitely going to be proud of, because that forcing Rodox to just go up and updraft and just get a nice quick kill from it, really nice. Honestly, Archie and Rodox, they're both adds for each team. Rodox and Archie, MVPs of their team, 100%.
100%. Both players are just incredible. Like, everybody's playing so well as well, and it's just really fun to watch them go back and forth constantly. It's always blow for blow, and especially, you know, very reminiscent of their games on Ascent, but, you know, very, when it came down to the last round, right down to the wire, both teams were just swinging at each other. Like, they were relentless. Everybody was just going down until we saw a 1v1 for Zero to just close it out, and for them to now get to this point where we are going to map number 3. Yeah. This has been an absolutely incredible final so far. I'm
100%.
very, very happy with what we've seen from both teams.
Yeah, you could not have asked for a better finals. This is the level of play and how dynamic we want to be seeing it. If it was anything less, we would not be in for a good time. But I'm so thankful that both teams have showed up today and really giving it their A game, because they are putting on a performance for us to remember. They are doing so well. Like, we're going through this whole string of replays, and it is so long. It went the complete distance on this map. And honestly, if CES won that final round, it could have gone even longer for all we know. But Zero there closing out the final kill to win it all for map number 2. And honestly, I couldn't have asked for anything less. I could not have asked for anything. Ooh. That was just insane. Honestly, like I feel like I need a little bit of a break after all that, because I can only imagine how the players are feeling, how much of an adrenaline rush they're getting out of this. I mean, we're just shouting at a screen for your entertainment, and I'm already just like out. I'm just blown away by how exciting this has been going on for.
I mean, CES honestly have surprised me so many ways. They were down so many rounds, and they just to come back, to claw their way back was so impressive. To go and just push the limits to overtime, to push them to a map 3 now, going to Fracture. And honestly, I'm very excited to see just what happens between both of them, and it's going to be absolutely incredible, man. It's just going to be fun to watch. Yeah, like it's just exciting. It's I don't know, like I've never seen anything like it, or I've never casted anything like it, at least up until today. Not Dateable, CES, both of them are just very, very skilled teams, and they just push themselves to the limit. And this is the kind of Valorant that I like to watch, where they just push themselves, and especially that last map. Yeah, I think map 3 is going to be incredible for both teams. CES proven that they are just fighters, natural fighters. They go into it, they keep getting these kills, they just keep clawing back and defying the odds no matter what. Not Dateable or constantly on the defense. They were playing so well as well, constantly looking to close it out in several points. And yeah, it was absolutely incredible to just watch them both go back and forth. But yeah, here we are, man. Like, we're seeing a map number 3 now, and it's anyone's map, man, from what I've seen.
Yeah, exactly. As incredible as this map number 2 has been, we are going to be going to a quick break, because I think we all need a nice little break after that absolute roller coaster of a map. Okay, so don't forget to throw Monster Drop down into the Twitch chat for your chance to win some Monster. It's going through the full weekend, but we're going to throw over to a break, and we will be back with you very, very shortly.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hello, welcome back from the nice little break. We're back here again for the British University Esports Championships Spring 2023 here at Insomnia I-70, brought to you by NSE, powered by Intel, with the lovely sponsors of Pringles, Monster Energy, and Special Effect. We are going to be going into a third and final map. It's been a very, very exciting series so far, and the final map of choice is going to be Fracture. We haven't seen this map played out at all in any of the series that have been played out today, so it's going to be a first for everyone and a feast for the eyes for everyone as well. And honestly, it's a map that I'm looking forward to cast, and I don't know who's going to win. In all honesty, it's been such a back and forth by both teams. Could you put like a name on the on the winner? Sure.
No, I don't think I can. No, I cannot. I cannot do it. We've not seen Fracture been played out today. I did earlier think that, after the Ascent game that I thought, that CES were going to take it once again. I did say that I thought that they were going to win the Icebox map. But after what we saw and the way that Not Dateable were just kind of able to basically knock them out, I was like, okay, well, now we're really, really starting to reach a climax here with Fracture, where this could potentially go either way. It's a small map, it's very frag heavy. So we are going to see a lot of trades, a lot of kills, very much so blow for blow as we have been seeing before, especially in these last two maps. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we can find going into this next map. And honestly, it's so hard to call right now. Have you got anyone that you might, either of the teams or just
absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I'm gonna sit back here. I'm gonna sit pretty, cast a game, and I'm just like quaking in anticipation to see what's going to be happening in Fracture, because if it's anything that's it's been on Icebox, we're going to be in for a very exciting final map to close out the series. And honestly, I wouldn't have asked for anything more, like coming into this final round. After how CES were clawing the way back through map 2, honestly, there was a little bit of in me that thought they were just going to 2-0 Not Dateable, but I was proven completely wrong.
I think it's when it,
I don't think anyone saw it coming, in all honesty. Like, Not Dateable 10-2 up in the first half, and then CES just gave them the big old middle finger and just brought it all the way to overtime, but they weren't unfortunately able to close it out for themselves. So they might be a bit disheartened by it, but they've still got another chance, and well, both teams have another chance really to just take it all.
Absolutely. No, you're definitely right about that one. Obviously, CES, they were very, very powerful in their last game, and they were almost able to bring it back into what we thought might have been a potential 2-0. Obviously, Not Dateable were like, nope. They shut the door on their faces, and they said it's not happening. Had a really good defensive round in that last one, but the tensions are high, I'm sure of it. Both teams have had a small break to kind of collect themselves up, just to kind of refresh themselves a little bit. So we go into map number 3, which is Fracture, and it is all to play for here. It is all for the marbles. It's going to be a very, very interesting time, I think, on Fracture.
Exactly. If I was in the players' positions, my palms would be unbelievably sweaty. I mean, my palms are sweaty now, and I'm just watching them. Like, this is how exciting it is for us to just be casting such a wonderful, wonderful series. And now we are going to be going into agent select. So, Dipsy, instant lock on the breach. I mean, that's not surprising. Like, breach is so so prominent, especially on Fracture with all the different like fault line angles you can get, and especially the Rolling Thunder ultimate is so huge, and Brimstone as well. Brimstone's another common one, but we do see Archie opting to go for the Asher instead. So looking like we're going to be seeing a very, very Sentinel heavy comp for the side of the attackers. And now see, we're hovering over the Raze as well as the Killjoy. I mean, I'm surprised I'm not seeing a Killjoy over on the side of Not Dateable, in all honesty. But Zero is still there, still hovering over Cypher. He could switch to a Killjoy, last second. Like, we still got 30 seconds. But we are going to be seeing 2 Jets as well as 2 Breaches. And then we've got Juan and Archie on their respective smokes. So I think they're just going to be waiting out the time, but I do believe we're going to be seeing a Cypher on Zero's going to be picking, as well as Chicken Feet picking up that Killjoy. So it's going to be very interesting. Yep, there's the lock-in from Zero. And it's looking like we're going to be seeing the Raze and the Killjoy coming out from CES.
For sure.
And as we're going into map number 3. Yeah, as the lock-ins come in now, we're going to be entering map number 3, which is Fracture, which is going to be our final map of this finals series. It has been an absolute joy coming to this stage, and I hope everyone watching has had an absolute pleasure seeing the absolute shenanigans that have been happening from both teams. They've both been bringing their A game, and honestly, both teams deserve it, but unfortunately only one can come out on top. Who it's going to be, I couldn't even tell you. In all honesty. So first round of this final map, we do have CES on the defense there. So let's see how Not Dateable do this attack.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we've not seen too much of this map being played out, so it's going to be very interesting to see what we can find here. Zero putting up some very cool trap wires as well, just in case that somebody does come through the flank here, as they are going to get ready to lock in for this attack round here right now.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. And now it's looking like Not Dateable are going to be going for a... Could be either side, because you could both go for A side. They're splitting off evenly. Just going to make some noise over on B. We have got the spike hovering over on B side. Steven quickly grabbed the ultimate orb. It's going to alert, but look, we can see multiple members of CES over there just making the way through satellite. And fault line coming out from Dipsy. It's going to be a very fast execution onto A side, however. So yeah, so they opted to grab the ultimate, go for the rotation. Now 3 members of CS, they're making their way through onto the top of the drop, and the Nebulas are coming out by Archie, just smoking off the sightlines, and now the spike is going to be planted by Dipsy. The aftershock coming out onto default, but it's not going to be finding anyone. Now he's going to take refuge within the Brimstone smoke, and now CES are now having to play for retake. Okay, so the Nebulas are coming out. Zero making his way through sand, trying to catch someone on the flank, and he does.
Yeah,
he manages to fight 2. Can he fight 3? Getting caught.
Reload. Picking it right back up.
Yeah. Okay, so it's
saving
a 4v3 situation. Okay, Steven fired the back of Nayar's head, and now Chicken Feet is going in for the push. And it's a bit of a scrappy fight.
What's going on?
Chicken Feet jumping and managed to take out Steven, but Archie
what a scramble! Oh my god! Radox, you're so good! Oh my god! But unfortunately, no time. Oh my... Bro, Not Dateable managed to escape with the round because of the Astra Star there, but CES was so close to taking it. Both teams literally trading one another out. Zero started it all off with that flank. As look, this is absolutely insane. Zero manages to get to Nayar. Beautiful trade, Steven right behind him. Never count Steven out. We've seen that before. Both players jumping around right now and just fighting, and oh my god.
The collapse!
So good. What a 3K, man. Beautiful. For what looked like CES was able to claw it back, but time... Turned out. Was that...
Oh my goodness. Wow, Jesus, it's so explosive. Like, Bradox getting the collateral, and now we have got Not Dateable making the way slowly onto B side. Radix over there behind the green box, prepping the tailwind. checking the angle there in the cubby, but not dateable. Backing off. Weren't trying to find some information, but they weren't able to see anything. So, but the rotation that was coming out, it looks like they're playing it. It looks like they're playing a few mind games. As they're just executing on the site. The Nebula's coming out, blocking the sight lines from Canteen and Lane, and now we have got members of Not Dateable taking control of Tower. And CES again playing for retake. They're all making their way through Defender spawn. And the stars are being prepped. The cyber cages are getting activated. So much information being denied visually because of all the sidelines that's been taken out. And now Steven is going to get stunned by the fault line, and Archie manages to find AR. Radox finding Sean, and Archie and Dipsy finding the kills, and Not Dateable. Are they going to be taking round number 2? I mean, they have the gun advantage completely. I mean, Juan is right there behind Generator. He's just stuck there in place. There's not much he can do. I mean, is he going to get taken out by the bomb? Yeah, he's going
to die to the bomb here.
He's going to die to the bomb, get a little bit of extra money. He didn't have too much in to save, so he's just going to be getting a little bit of extra cash for his death. And Not Dateable, they're just going to be taking a 2-0 lead in this final map. I mean, what can we say?
I don't know. So far so good for Not Dateable right now, but it is still early rounds here now. CES, sorry. We've seen them, claw back from this before. We've seen them take heads before as well. So it could really go back and forth. But speaking of which, right now you can currently see CES all opting to buy Vandals and Phantoms and, really start to push up here.
Yeah,
we will see how this goes on.
Yeah, they're just going to use the guns from last round on the little eco. Simon throwing out the fault line, just stopping anyone from pushing through a main. All the members of CS, just keeping an eye on the drop. And members of Not Dateable, no one's moving. Simon prepping the flashpoint. Sean slowly making his way through flick in hand. As they're making the way through a main. Oh, he's going to be walking past door.
Oh, walking past the door, yeah. Just waiting for someone to potentially peek out on ropes here. Don't know if you would want to do that.
Salmon is playing a very patient game. He's not moving. Sean prepping his tailwind, dash it through. Now the Nebula's come out, blocking the sideline of Salmon in the sands, and now he's going to dash it on top. And now the members of Not Dateable are just going to take control of ropes and rafters. And Chicken Feet finds a nice opening kill onto Zero. And now the fault line coming out, and it's an absolute cluster. Sean managed to take out Juan. The wall coming out from Steven, blocking was an elbow there. And now the members of CES, they're kind of just like a couple of them are just stuck on, is it BA site? And now the members of Not Dateable, they've taken control.
Here we go.
Of Spike down, defender spawn. One enemy remaining.
We're gonna win. No other option. Let's go. Target out.
They were able to find themselves and get that round in. CES Dragons not falling back too much here. Still might be a round down, but are still in this fight, still early on in this game as well, man. Things are starting to look really good for the Not Dateable side, however, considering the fact that they are up 1. We'll see how this goes down.
Yeah, Zero slowly making his way through Satellite. Juan holding the angle there. And now he's just waiting to see if anyone's brave enough to go for that ultimate hold. He's just jiggling, just keeping himself safe as he's just trying to gather some information. The members are Not Dateable. They've picked up the spike. They're making their way over to B side. Zero gets spotted, but Juan's not able to find the kill. Now Zero knows that he's there. He's just going to pop the cyber case just in case Juan decides to go for a challenge. And now Zero is going to be making his way back over through Defender spawn and trying to make his way through to Arcade. And now Not Dateable, again, they're waiting for the utility to come out in order for Sean to have an opportunity to dash in onto site. Rorox holding the angle there. The Cosmic Divide coming out, and there it is. As all systems goes, the fault line, the wall, the cloudburst, everything is being popped. Rorox pushes through the Cosmic Divide and manages to find the kill onto Steven. Zero taking out Chicken Feet, who was up in tower, and he's going to get absolutely bomber-clouded as Archie finds Rodox, and now Not Dateable, they've got themselves in a nice little advantageous position. As the Cosmic Divide comes down, the Nebula comes out just in time to block off the sight lines from Generator and Canteen. Dipsy And Archie there, unfortunately, they've just been smoked off by Juan, but they still have a numbers advantage, and now they are making their way through into tower. Flashpoint coming out, Juan finding Zero. Now it's a 3v3, even Stevens in numbers. Archie finding Juan on always blow for blow, trade for trade, but it's a 2v1 situation. Can Nayar close it out? Unfortunately not. Dipsy's going to find the kill, and now it's going to be 3-1 for Not Dateable as they continue to take the lead that they just already built up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Not Dateable able to just get that extra round in. Nayar, unfortunately, wasn't able to find an extra one. They were by themselves. It's quite unfortunate there, but look at this. Rodok's brutal stuff here. Both teams absolutely swinging at the fences once again, but Zero playing from the flank was definitely something that completely shifted the entirety of that round there because they weren't expecting that push. Once they got the kills, they were able to really start to narrow down on the numbers game. And that's the way that Not Dateable have been really starting to just kind of win these rounds over and over again. Rodox has the Blaze Storm online right now, is trying to look for someone towards their share, but the entirety of the team are starting to push through A main. That's some pretty loud noise going through there. Just a couple gun checks there as another Blaze Storm comes online. Sean trying to potentially look for something as they get backed away by the Raise Nade and Breach as well here. They're going to have to try and find a way to get in right now. They are currently clamoring through and are going to push through door, even though the star is out right now. Tries to find one. There we go. Dipsy gets a kill. Beautiful stuff. Salmon able to go ahead and get the trade. Oh, sorry, not the trade, but takes out Zero, sorry. So now we're playing the numbers game of 4v4 here. Salmon is going to try ever so slightly to go in here. Potentially finds a head. Archie gets the kill in what was a very close quarters combat match there between both players. The wall goes up. The team can now go ahead and try and plant the spike right now. CES are in trouble here. Not Dateable have this site locked down at the moment. They are on a mission to get it. However, Not Dateable able to get another. CES are going to have to try and find a way in. Chicken Feet, unfortunately, falling short there. The updraft was caught there by Steven. Rodox just a little too unaware there. Steven once again is just holding it here. And Juanito once again by themselves gets a shot. Beautiful shot. Good stuff there from the Brimstone player. Unfortunately, doesn't have too much time. Is going to go ahead and save themselves just a little bit. But Sean, unfortunately, able to find that kill. Juan, once again, on their own. And they are, once again, suffering from the numbers game quite a lot here. CES just not able to stay together too much there. They were able to, in the, not able to play and capitalize straight off of it.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing a repeat from Icebox, except this time it's on attack. Like, Not Dateable, they're doing really well on this attack. They're completely dominating CES, and it's just thrown all of their way. They're executing their attacks in such a coordinated fashion that it doesn't give CES any time to breathe. And previously, like CES, they were going for these aggressive pushes through arcade as well as satellite. They're not finding anything, so instead they're just going to play a nice slow game. And Not Dateable, they're just going to be slowly making their way through onto B side. We do have Steven there making his way through underpass to meet his friends Zero and Sean, as they're going to try to take arcade control. And now the Nibblers are coming out into generator, and here comes the rolling thunder coming out onto site. Here it comes. Here's the execution. Now the members of CES, they're making their way through. They're making their way through defender spawn. They're regrouping as fast as they can, and now Not Dateable have taken complete control of the site. Chicken Feet, he's got his lockdown prepped and ready. Down it goes. Rollins finds the opening kill onto Archie. That is really, really good. This is going to buy CES Dragons huge amounts of time as Nayar Satchel jumps his way onto site. They've got complete control of site. They completely play for this retake. Brimmy with the stimmy making his way over to protect Nayar. And Steven finds the kill through the smoke. And now back to the defuse. It was already halfway, 1v4. It doesn't matter. Salmon finds one, but his CES Dragons were able to defuse the fight. And now he is
right.
He got caught with his pants down, having the flashpoint out. He was giving them a cheeky little wave, but unfortunately CS had none of it, and they just threw him. they threw his wave down onto the floor, and they sent his economy down into the ground. And now CES bringing it back another round, but Not Dateable still in the lead as we're going into round number 7. So still so far in favor of Not Dateable, but CES again, they're not going down without a fight.
No, absolutely not. CES are really starting to just fight back. They are starting to claw back a little bit. Not Dateable, unfortunately, weren't able to close it out there. CES able to get the upper hand in that round there. And also, I just want to say, really nice use of the jet smoke there into the diffuse from CES. Like good stuff there.
Yeah, 100%. and they played that retake really, really nicely. Like, we're waiting for all the utility to be burnt by Not Dateable, and then was it Chicken Feet put down his lockdown. It bought so much time for CES to just take site back again for free. They didn't even have to fight for it. It was just handed to them on a silver platter, and they completely capitalized off it. And we could see multiple members of Not Dateable pushing in through a main. They are just gonna have to back up. It will be a Davis versus Goliath fight if he chose to take it. Salmon knows someone's there at door and takes out Zero with a nice, lovely opening kill, but unfortunately he's gonna get flashed by utility. Zero is gonna be resurrected from the dead thanks to Steven, and it's a 4v4 situation. We have got Nail stunned by the fault line. Juan taking out one, but getting traded out Zero.
Oh no!
The showstopper coming out.
Do they know?
What's he gonna do? He's gonna stop the show for Zero. Zero is gonna be seeing the graveyard once more. The paint shell's coming out, and Nayar is able to take out Archie after forcing him out of the corner. Nayar throwing out the satchel, just trying to push
30 seconds left.
out Dipsy, but it's Dipsy 1v2 situation. He's backed up into a corner, swapping out for a gun, opting for a better one. Oh, where's he gonna peek?
They're holding their crosshair. Nayar.
Oh, Dipsy managed to fight one.
Oh my god!
And Chicken Feet was there. Chicken Feet was there just to pick up the slack. Chicken Feet able to clean up the kill.
Very, very nice. CES clawing it back, dude. They're playing this very, very nicely there.
Yeah, luckily for
Cleaning up
CS,
shop.
they're not at a 10-2 deficit this time. It's only 3-4. They got a little bit more breathing room, but honestly, that was a very, very close round. Unfortunately, Zero playing Cypher is just playing out all the cinematics that Riot have been releasing, just Cypher dying all the time, but CS were able to close out that round. It was honestly, that was really, really close. it could have been anyone. Just Dipsy was just more prepared for the swing. No, Chicken Feet, sorry, was more prepared for the swing than Dipsy was. And now Sean making his way through into Arcade. Yep, it's looking like it's going to be a B-site push. Both the members of Not Dateable pinching through. Now we have got Sean dashing through into the top of tower. Cloudburst coming out from Radox as he makes his way to safety as the Cosmic Divide from Archie comes out. And now Archie is going to be planting the spike. Site given to Not Dateable for free. They had to use a little bit of utility in order to get it, but for the most part they came out unscathed. And now the Rolling Thunder coming out from Salmon, not able to tag anyone, but Juanito was able to descend.
Oh my
the
god!
Also strike from the skies to find Archie, and Dipsy finding the kill onto Nayas. A 3v3 situation. Aftershock coming into tower. Salmon, Dipsy, Sean, 1v1 situation. Shorty in hand. Ooh, Juanito not able to find Sean as he just peeks with the Shorty.
Oh, tagged. Very difficult situation there, Juanito.
And Juanito gets his 3k for that round, and he's brought the round back to 4-4 for CES. We're back to even Stevens. The rounds have reset, but has the economy reset for either team? We'll be finding out when we go into the next round. So as we can see, yeah, CES had a little bit of economy deficit, but they've got enough in the bank in order to buy themselves a nice, pretty gun. Yeah. I think once Juan saw that Sean only had a Shorty, he just wasn't afraid at that point. So look at the economy from both teams. Both teams are in a bit of a sticky situation. So if either team wins this next round, the other team is going to be at a real disadvantage going into the economy round. So we're going to have to see how it plays out. But yes, it's 4-4, pretty even across the board. So it's like we're playing out round one, except they've got heavy shields and rifles. So Not Dateable, looking like they're going to be going for an A push. Oh, Salmon playing very aggressively up at doors, able to find a nice kill onto Sean. And now Steven and Archie are able to respond back with 2 kills of their own. The Molly coming into main, and now the fault line from Dipsy coming out over into elbow, not able to find anyone, and now Steven was able to get the wall up in time. Now this gives an opportunity for Archie to plant the spike in default now that they know that Salmon is off the breach. There's no need to worry about an aftershock coming into their face. And now Cloudburst coming out as members of CS are making their way through Sands and Door. Now Zero just playing from drop. He's going to get smoked off though. He's going to have to force him to either come down or just wait out. Oh, nice turnaround from Chicken Feet. And yet again, is he able to find one? He does find one. Just Dipsy was able to find Radox, and now it's a 1v3 situation though. Juan caught with the iPad out, and Zero was able to just take him out, and now it's a 5-4 lead for Not Dateable.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So far, 5-4, not dateable, up around, and things are really, really like just shifting back and forth. This was huge, by the way, from Salmon. Good stuff there. Chicken Feet able to pick it right back up, even after their teammate fell. Tried to go for 2, was good for 2, but isn't able to get it there. And Zero and Steve able to clean it back up, and not dateable getting that round there. It really just comes down to these gunfights, really. And honestly, the way these guys keep swinging at one another, it becomes really hard to tell who's going to win. But eco-wise, it looks like right now that they're going light, things are going to be a little bit difficult, a little bit of an uphill battle, considering that they have to fight against these Vandals. But we've seen this before. We've seen them completely take it before. So we'll see whether or not CES can do this here. Sean going straight in, on site, potentially trying to find some space here. Was tagged early on, so could have the information that somebody was playing around arcade there. And as you can see, all of them starting to push around towards that backside as the spike has been planted on the attacker's side here. Not dateable, finding their first kill with Steven taking out Salmon there. Sean waiting ever so patiently down on arcade there. So we can see very, very slowly that Rodox and the others are starting to move around towards the site here as they start to try and find these picks. As Zero takes out Chicken Feet right now, and they are holding this down very, very nicely towards that flank here. They are unaware at the moment. That's 2. Sean and Zero teaming up together to get this. Naya, beautiful shot, but then Dipsy starts to take it back, taking Naya out of the race here, taking it into 6-4. Beautiful stuff from both teams once again. Not dateable, however, able to capitalize right off of the numbers game. And also just the guns game, if anything.
Yeah, but now that we're going into this round number 11, Rodox, he's got his operator now. His favorite gun that we've been seeing him on throughout this series. So he's going to be holding those angles, those cheeky angles, where he's going to anticipate people to be pushing through. Yeah, so you can see he's going to be setting himself up on the A site through A main, because he knows at least one person is going to be pushing through there. So in terms of ult economy, though, Not Dateable have an absolute overwhelming advantage. Rodox takes a shot, misses. Now the fault leg coming out, he's going to get stunned. Unfortunately, he has got his tailwind ready. He's going to dash out of there. He's going to get blinded in the process. He's just going to reset him up.
Oh my god, no!
Catches the hip of Archie, and the Rolling Thunder is going to be coming out. Now the members of Not Dateable are going to be storming the way in, but Chicken Feet is there to stop the push, Steven finding Rodox. And now it's a 3v4 situation. It's not looking good for Not Dateable, as all of a sudden Zero is finding himself in a 1v4. Chicken Feet and Juan taking up the kills, and now Zero is on this flank going through defender spawn. Can he catch members of CES off guard? No, he's been spotted. They know he's there. He's back to pit the corner. He's stunned, unfortunately, and that's all she wrote, because Juan's going to finish Zero off with a nice, lovely headshot. And beautiful 5-6. And that's CES. Last round, 5-6. If they could bring it back to 6-6 for all we know, or it could be a 7-5 lead for Not Dateable. Who knows? But this final map of this series is so unbelievably close. I could not have asked for anything better. Yeah,
just all it takes for you is to overextend just that tad bit. Rodox is like, okay, I see you, and then just shoots. That's it. And was at the moment that you just overextend, you find yourself in a bit of a dangerous situation there. Rodox, beautiful op shot there. Really setting CES, giving them another round here. Yes, they might be down another, but we'll see what happens here. Once again, Rodox sitting on the operator. They want to be careful here. They know someone's playing long. Jump peek goes in. Rodox takes the shot. Nobody's there, but no one's home. Gets a shot. Then Sean, however, with an op of his own, takes out the Jet on the other side, and is now going to lead the way potentially to find a path in en route to the B site here.
Yeah, now Not Dateable. They're just holding around. Sean, after seeing Rodox on the operator, says anything you can do, I can do better. Picked one up for himself and just absolutely dominated him in that nice little op fight. And now Not Dateable are just going to be playing this very, very slow. You can see where Zero is. He's at the top of drop right now. He's just playing very, very patiently, waiting for someone from CES to rotate and overextend. But it looks like CES are going to be moving their way over to B side, converging way over. Cosmic Divide coming out, completely blocking off Rafters, as well as the exit to Elbow. Sorry. Now Zero is going to be moving in. Oh, he is. The Theft is coming out. That's huge kill. Huge amount of information. He manages to find one. He does get a second one. Juan is there to trade. Now he's got the orbital strike prepped and ready. The sky is opened up. No one is going to be fried. In fact, it's going to be Juan taking an absolute bullet to the head from Sean as the Nogi can clean off by him, and then he activates his sub just in case for a quick kill. And Sean going to be coming up very, very closely together. He's making his way through underneath drop. He gets spotted. His shoulder goes peak. That's it. Steven was all on his lonesome, and Steven was on his lonesome to take out Salmon as it was a 1v4. And we're going into this. We're in the second half, 7-5 to Not Dateable, and they've outdone themselves in this series. In all honesty, they've done really, really well. And like I said, both teams deserve the win, but unfortunately, only one team can get the win. But let's see how CES fare on the attack. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Let's see how Not Dateable deal on defense, because they were doing very well on attack, but how will the defense fare? So CES opting to go for an attack from the opposite side, whereas in the first half, Not Dateable were more happy to go down from the bottom half of the map, whereas CES are going to go for a top side. Let's see how this goes. So we have got Steven prepped with the wall, up and ready, up in satellites, but Radox as well as Samo making the way through Arcade, just clearing the angles of Tower, slowly making the way through towards the Ultimate Orb. Yep, there we are. Salmon grabbing the Ultimate Orb just in order to build up his Rolling Thunder nice and easily. Very, very slow pace from either side. We do have Juan with the spike right now, making the way through Dish. Now, it has been walled off completely, so not going to be able to do anything. And they're going to be opting out to just rotate away and just rethink how they're going to be executing their attack. So, Chicken Feet holding there, just waiting to see. I mean, it's a very, very slow, patient game right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's looking like not CES are actually going to be opting for a B site push. I don't think they have enough time to just completely wait out the barrier, so they're just going to slowly make their way through, keeping an eye on a tower because Zero is just there sitting on his spy cam as it gets taken out. Now the smokes come down as the attack gets executed by CES. The paint shells are coming out from Nayar, and Nayar finds a nice opening kill onto Zero. And now Archie is getting peppered through the smoke, and now the bullets are coming in and out from the smoke, and Archie does get taken out, and now the swarm grenade is going to be prepped. There is Sean on the flank, but Chickafeet I say ready, but unfortunately Sean was there and found his head. He's got his tailwind prepped and ready. He's waiting to see. He fakes out the dash. Now, CES do have a numbers disadvantage, and now Flashpoint coming out from...
Oh, beautiful.
Oh my
flash.
god,
Yeah,
Sean finding
able to get over. Oh my god!
All of a sudden,
Not Dateable. They just flipped the switch. That's insane. Yeah, no, CES had the lead, and they played really, really well in that round. But then Not Dateable, because of the flash and then just straight in, they were able to play that really, really nicely and get those kills. And Sean just really finding those picks and taking the heads off of the Dragon.
Wow, that was such a fast turnaround. Like, it was looking so good for CES with how they set themselves up for the control. But yeah, you can see that Juan was flashed, and it was all she wrote. And then, oh my god, Sean with the absolute
I did not expect
disgusting flick. Yeah.
Mad.
Sean really pulled it back for Not Dateable there. So, and now as Not Dateable's lead continues to extend, CES, they're finding themselves on the back foot. So Zero making a nice, quick, aggressive push into Arcade, just taking refuge behind the box. But we can see that multiple members of CES are going to go through Sata again. They've probably seen that it's been walled off yet again.
Oh my god, Zero peeks out.
He's been spotted, 53 HP. Oh, again. Oh, he gets a lovely double. That's absolutely huge from Zero. That is really going to put a spanner in the works for CES. CES are on the back foot. They've got the spike in spawn, and now we have got Steven as well as Sean making their way through main. And now members of Not Dateable are making their way through to defend A side, but they are picking up the spike and making his way back towards B. Oh my god, it could be anyone's game right now. It is really, really close. And Zero, I say it's really close, but Zero decides to go get a third kill right now. It's been a very patient game that CES are trying to be playing, but unfortunately, Salmon finds such a nice kill onto Sean's face, taking him out of this round. But he finds himself yet again in a 1v4 situation. He's got a complete gun disadvantage right now. He does have his fault line up, but have got Zero here on 45 HP, and he gets taken out. But Dipsy was there for the refrag, and now CES find themselves another round. It's going to be 5-9, but Not Dateable are still in this lead.
Salmon found that headshot right after, even though that there was someone standing behind Zero. Mad impressive stuff there. Still able to get to some pretty good damage overall for that round. Look at this beautiful shot. But
Lovely
once
one-taps.
again, Dipsy was standing right behind Zero, ready for that trade.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing off each other really, really well.
Here.
But wasn't it? Yeah, no, it's just going anyone's way. Both teams are playing it really, really well. Even though Not Dateable are still in the lead, Sean's got the operator in hand. Tailwind prepped at the ready just in case. Zero is just going to be making an aggressive push as well, just in case someone decides to push through. But looking like Radox is just going to be holding at the top of attacker spawn over in that little corner by the ropes. And it's looking like CS are going to be going for an A-site push now. They don't know that A-site is completely clear, but Sean is going to be backing up over to drop. And now Rodix finds a nice opening kill onto Zero. Yeah, Zero is going to be punished for overextending like that.
That's
now,
what they needed. They needed that big opening.
Not Dateable have been alerted. As we can see that Chicken Feet is there in underpass. And now Not Dateable, they were going to go for the rotate, but they're making their way back over to B. And now this is the time for CES to just make the way over onto A, but Sean managed to get a nice kill onto Radox, throws up, gets the Bladestone up and ready. And now the smokes are coming out from Juan. He's smoked off Radox. And now look at the triple smoke completely blocking the sideline from Not Dateable. And now the spike has been planted. It's still a 4v4 situation, so it's a very, very even match. And now Salmon prepping the Rolling Thunder. He's got his Rolling Thunder already. Oh, he's playing. Yeah, he's getting the postman. Say postman, but now here comes he playing it very, very aggressively. Not able to find one through the wall. Oh, he's going to get caught in the gravity well. He is going to be vulnerable. Not able to find the kill. The flashpoint coming out from the Dipsy. And Salmon finding two. Ball line coming out. Oh, he's not able to stun. And Steven and Archer are now in a 2v1. Chicken Feet bringing it back to a 1v1. Now Steven is going to be defusing ball. He's going to go fake it. And now he's going to be shooting through the box. He's not able to find it. And now Steven doesn't have enough time. Steven is able to get the kill. What? No, it doesn't matter.
Oh my god!
CES,
Chicken Feet with a clutch!
Yeah.
6-9, yeah!
Really, really nicely done by CES Dragons. They bought as much time as they needed in order to prevent Not Dateable from defusing Spike, and time they bought. It was really unfortunate from Salmon. He threw out all his utility, but wasn't able to find like the initial kills. He's able to find two, but unfortunately it didn't matter. But at the end of the day, CES were able to bring the rounds, and now only a 3-round deficit as Not Dateable are still currently taking the lead.
It all came down to playing, just those rounds really, and honestly, incredible stuff from their side as well.
Okay, and now we are going to be seeing, it's going to be like a B-side push, from a CES, as they are going to be playing again patiently. So as we can see, they're going to be playing patiently. Gunfight is going to be coming out, so we've got to see who's going to be coming out on top. So as the patient game is being played, neither team is giving way. The Nebula Smoke coming out from Archie, blocking the entrance to B side. And now Steven finds a nice opening kill, and Archie is there for the frag onto Salmon. CES numbers have just all of a sudden just whittled down to 3 out of 5. And now Juan is there. He's on site now. He's able to get the spike down, but Chicken Feet was able to get the kill onto Zero. It's looking good for CES if they keep this up. And now Not Dateable playing for the refrag. It's a 2v4. Yeah, Steven's able to get the kill onto Chicken Feet. And now CES. Oh, what a flick from Naya. The auto strike coming out. The sky is going to be cooking Steven into the ground. He's been burnt to ashes, but it doesn't matter because he's in a 1v3 situation. Can Juan find a one? He can. He's got Archie. He's forcing Archie to defuse a spike, but Sean is there. Sean is there to close out the round, and it's going to be 10-6 for Not Dateable. Not Dateable are creeping closer and closer to this map victory to take the entire series, but CES Dragons are still in there.
Honestly, what a play, honestly, from both teams. Yeah, Archie getting that nice flick and leaving Juan by himself once more. But I think, again, it's just the numbers game is just really starting to pile up on them, and we can see them going into a small timeout here just to kind of talk to themselves, get themselves readied up and whatnot. CES have been playing quite nicely, but Not Dateable do only have about 2 or 3 rounds left until they can claim a championship here today. But we'll see as to whether or not this timeout could really and effectively just help them out in the long run here. They do need this time to just calm down and collect themselves here, even though they are 4 rounds down. We did see it before in Icebox. These guys are capable of literally clawing back. CES have done it before. I'm sure they're capable of doing it again if they get themselves back into this for sure. But it seems like, you know, a lockdown and a focused team such as Not Dateable are going to constantly try to just, you know, hone in on that championship. They're on a mission. They're on a mission. CES now have to be the ones to stop them eventually, but we'll see how that goes coming in to this next round. They just need to calm themselves and find that composure.
Yeah, they're in it to win it, Not Dateable are, but this is going to be the first time out CES take, and as we're entering the exit end of the timeout, hopefully CES have been able to collect the thoughts, reset the mental, and re-strategize, because like I said, this is the first time out they've actually had to take in this entire series, and I don't think there could have been a more crucial time for them to take it than this final map. Sean pushing aggressively, spots one, not able to find the kill, and now Zero gets a lovely double kill with the judge aggressively pushing through door. And now he's going to continue up with aggression. He is. Sean's going to find Juan through the cyber cage after Zero was able to take him down. And Sean able to take out Sam. And this is Sean and Zero have been playing so well off of each other to just absolutely take out multiple members of CES. All four of them fell at the hands of Zero and Sean, and now it's all up to Chicken Feet, who is just on site by his lonesome. He's
by himself right now.
He's there on his own.
The
Spike is in such a precarious spot where he is just gonna have to fight his way to try and get it. And my God, he's got a fight. He's got a big uphill battle to fight. All he's got is a sheriff. Sean is just holding the angle there. He gets
my God, tagged though. He's been tagged. Sean's in trouble here.
Yeah.
But gets the heal. Luckily, Chicken Feet unfortunately being found there by Steven in the smoke, who was able to not only heal their teammate, but find that kill there. Now 11-6 here. Things are starting to become even more of an uphill battle for CES. Not Dateable are starting to close in on them very, very slowly. Sorry, close in on that win very, very slowly now. They are still on said mission. CES are willing to shut them down, do anything possible, as they all now have Vandals. Roddox going to opt for those knives that gonna use the Blaze Storm, sorry. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting round, and we're going to see how this goes down right here, right now, as we go to round 18 here. Roddox trying to find one. Unfortunately, he's unable to there. Archie takes out Salmon while Salmon gets one. A beautiful trade there, but now we're seeing a 3 versus 3, all in the blink of an eye here. Both teams are starting to really push themselves to the limit here. We're going down onto the B side. Spike's been planted. We can see now, you know, things are, just scrambling all over the place right now.
Yeah, things are scrambling. We're scrambling. Everything's scrambling. Here we go. We've got the lockdown coming out from Chicken Feet. Steven's going to be able to res Archie. And now we are going to have... Yeah, I mean, like, CES are able to buy themselves as much time as they can. Nayar tries to take refuge. Archie tries to take refuge up into tower, but Nayar was there ready and waiting. And now one player, no one was detained. And now nanoswarms are coming out. And now Not Dateable are in a bit of a different situation. And now they're in a 2v3 situation. They're just going to have to back away. Chicken Feet able to get the kill. And now just going to have to give the round to CES Dragons there. Really, really well played.
Huge confidence. Huge confidence. Even if they did die to the spike.
Dipsy was going to fall to the hands of Chicken Feet, and Chicken Feet is going to die for it. So CES Dragons, they're not out of it just yet. 7-11. I mean, that's one of my favorite Asian grocery stores to go to whenever I'm out there. You know, nice popular brand. Sorry, I just got completely sidetracked after seeing it. 7-11. CES are bringing themselves slowly. They are at a 4-round deficit, but it's nothing that they haven't fought before. I mean, they were at an 8-round deficit in Icebox, so it's nothing new to them. But are they able to close out in this final map? So Juan prepping his smokes, Spike in a nice lovely angle. Showstopper coming out from Nayar, making his way through
no, this is scary, but Nayar.
If he presses his left pick, he just needs to do that, and that he does. Zero gets taken out, the spike has been planted. Juan has managed to take out Archie, and now Sean is on the flank. Can he find one? He does manage to spot.
They're aware though,
by the turret. Yeah, he's going to have to use his smokes in order to take cover. And now he is just going to have to play this very, very slowly. Not Dateable. They're in a bit of a disadvantaged situation. And with down, can he take another? Unfortunately, he's not able to find the kills. He's able to take out Juan. that we still do have Salmon with his Rolling Thunder. He still has the ultimate full post plan.
Oh no,
now
Rodox goes down.
Dipsy does have his Rolling Thunder for himself. The aftershock coming out. Chicken Feet finding Sean. Now it's a 2v3 situation. Not Datebot. They're just going to have to back away yet again. They're just going to have to give up this point once more. They're not able to play for retake yet again. And now CES are closing this gap slowly but surely.
This is where things start to spice up. This is where things start to get interesting, because if they play the next couple rounds the way they've been playing it, they could really start to claw it back up. CES have been constantly pushing them back into a situation where they play for time, where they play for the spike to just go down, and then they force Not Dateable to fall off of sight. And honestly, incredible play. 2 rounds consecutively doing the right thing, and wow. Just incredible stuff overall, man. Like, I mean, to be honest with you, it's been fun to see these two teams just go at it, and it's a very like it's a tense game. It's a tense game. It's hard to call, man. It's too hard to call. But yeah, we are seeing a timeout as well. That, you know, once again, they're probably just discussing strats. They don't want these 2 rounds to get out of hand. We've seen this before, that once CES manage to find their footing, things start to look dangerous because they're able to claw their way back up. And we saw it on Icebox previously, as you know, aforementioned several times before. But they don't want that to happen. They don't want these consecutive rounds to constantly keep happening, because if they do, they leave a moment, just a little moment of weakness for them to essentially lose that round. But we're going straight, I think, back into the round now. Both teams getting ready to just buy up here. Both teams happy, chuffed looking, very excited to be up on stage as well. I'm sure it's going to be a very intense last half or last couple rounds here as we go into potentially another round for the attackers. CES looking to make a statement if they can once again here. Now Not Dateable are gonna go through under the underpass, trying to potentially find somebody across, but what they don't know is that CES have gone straight towards A. There's been a smoke out. They think somebody's there. Nobody is around, and oh my god. So far, they just are very clueless. They could go straight there and plant the spike, but Juanito isn't aware that there's 4. He gets 1 huge pick. You can move back now. The turret could potentially find someone. However, Sean does have Blade Storm online. Things are going to look dangerous. Gets 1. Is tagged, however. Beautiful peek. What a shot there. And now 1 for 1. The heal is up. Sean gets 1, trying to lead his team into battle here. Rodox gets another huge shot, but Sean able to take the trade. He gets the 3rd kill. Chicken Feet gets 1. The Rolling Thunder being played into it now. Things are starting to get even more dangerous. Chicken Feet for 2. Chicken Feet for 3. It is 9-11 here. CES are starting to really bring this back. Chicken Feet, huge round from them, especially in that last one. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that round here. Juanito gets 1. Beautiful. Just ends up getting back there. Oh my God, Sean really just, you know, trading out his teammates really nicely here. Chicken Feet getting that really crucial 3K to essentially shut down the round there. And let's go, and you know, this is a good thing for CES right now, is that their attack strategies seem to be working more and more going into this.
Yeah, so CES, they brought it back to the forbidden scoreline, and Sean going for the operator shot, but not able to find anyone, unfortunately. Okay, so he's going to have to reposition himself. He's repositioning himself for an arcade push, so it's just going to be like, CES are just going to be 5-banning the way down in the bottom end of attacker spawn. So they're just kind of just chilling out, just playing patiently, seeing what information they can gather, seeing what is going to be happening. So it looks like all the members of CES are slowly going to make their way through A main. It's very slowly. I mean, Not Dateable, they've kind of just spread themselves apart, just keeping themselves open to the options of a rotate if need be. But what they don't know, CES are slowly making the way. You can see Juan hang around at the back there, playing that lurking role, and now they are going to be making their way onto side. The smoke starts coming down. This shot's going to... Nayar finds a lovely kill on Zero through the smoke. And now, what was it? Steven is going to have to heal himself with the healing on, as Salmon gets the spike planted. Juan is still there. The alarm bot goes off. But the alarm bot vulnerable for so many people. The fault line comes out. Steven finds Chicken Feet, but Chicken Feet was able to find Harchi. Juan holding the flank. They're able to find Dipsy. What a shot from Steven. Bro, I thought he got the flick onto Nayar there through the box, but in fact it was in fact Steven and Nayar and Salmon there able to close out the round. And CES, they're They're rewriting history again. They're bringing back this map deficit. They're bringing back the round deficit.
Before, and I'll tell you again, they have definitely done this before. We have seen them claw back. And I said it before, once they get those consecutive attack rounds in, once they get those successful rounds, it keeps on piling up.
What?
They do so
That
well.
was a
We just saw that in
disgusting
slow-mo.
shot.
That was ridiculous. What was
a
that?
disgusting shot. Oh my god. Juan just walked into the path of Steven's crosshair and he just got absolutely domed for it. That was
blasted.
That was
my.
disgusting. If it wasn't for the kill feed, I would not have thought that was Juan getting taken
They're all
out.
deciding to push up here. Chicken
Yeah,
Feet finding one, takes out Dipsy. Beautiful stuff there. They're going to try and counteract this push here. As you can see now, Steven trying to potentially find one during spawn, but the rest of CES are starting to come from Arcade right now. I think they think they're going A. Archie's starting to make the rotate. They aren't aware. Salmon finds Steven unaware and is going to go and try to plant on B. The information's out now. It is a 5 versus 3. However, 2 have pretty much low on health. Archie's sitting in spawn CT right now, looking to potentially find something, or isn't able to get it though, is going to have to try and walk around those smokes to find something, puts down Nebula of their own, takes Thin Suck there, going to try and bring them in with that black hole, but isn't able to do it at the moment right now. Salmon holding on to this angle right here. We've seen Archie with a Sheriff before, has been able to deal some really impressive damage, but CES have this site on lockdown right now. They know that they are around here. They just have to wait to see where they are. There's some information out there. Zero, they're unaware of the situation right now. Salmon sitting in the smoke. They are sitting in the smoke. Was there for good for 1, good for 2. Rodox able to pick it right back up. Sean takes out Rodox once again. There's the trade. Chicken Feet stopping the Jet from doing anything extra there. The attackers make it 11-11. It is anyone's game to win. This is getting too close here, Panda.
This is getting way too close for comfort. Oh my goodness, 11-11. Like, CS have managed to claw it back yet again. Granted, it's not as big of a map deficit, round deficit as they had to face in Icebox, but still, they've managed to bring it back. Not Dateable, they had this extended lead for so long. I think for the entirety of this final map, and then CS yet again in the second half have brought it all the way back. And now we could we be seeing another overtime game? For all we know, that is exactly what we could be seeing. So we do see Chicken Feet has got his lockdown prepped and ready. Down in underpass, he pops this, and now this gives CES an opportunity to just get straight in onto the B side. And now Juan is ready with the smokes, and now they pass the spike over to Nea. Now it looks like the members of CS are starting to quickly converge in onto site, taking the opportunity now while the space is free. Nea is planting the spike in default, and now the fault line is coming out by Dipsy. And here comes the Rolling Thunder, and the fault down it goes. He's able to manage to catch a few members, and Archie's able to find the open kill onto Nea. And now CS are at the numbers disadvantage already. Now the aftershock coming out from Tower, and now Zero getting blinded, and Rodox was there to get the kill onto Sean. The neural theft coming out by Zero. Steven and Dipsy finding the kills. The skies are opening up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find anyone. And now Juan is in a 1v4 situation. The Cosmic Divide is there, but the Molly comes out, and Zero is just going to get cooked like a nice little fillet, medium rare. And Juan's able to fight too. Oh my god! Juan has become a chef. Juan the chef.
This could be it.
Archie, is he going to be able to get the defuse?
He gets it just in time with 0.8 seconds. 0.08.
Oh my god, oh my god, that was so close. They are sitting on series point. They could be the one to take it all. They've got one more round. CES, they have got one more round in order to bring it to OT. This is such a close...
cooking up a storm though. CES still not out of this fight here. Not Dateable could potentially take this. As you said before, this is all to play for as they now go to match point. But we'll see what happens as we go into this very next round here. This could be it, but it could not also be it. CES have clawed back before. Their attack rounds have been successful as they decide to go straight towards B. The other team are going to have to make a rotate very soon. Rolling Thunder goes out. Nobody on site, but now they have the site to themselves, so get ready to plant. And now the entirety of the team are making a rotate. I think they're aware of this situation right now. I hear a boom bot going out. That means there's some information going through. Tries to find one here, but isn't going to...
Yeah, nothing's gonna be happening. So like we're waiting for Not Dateable to make their way back over to B side for the initial retake, and now CES Dragons have made themselves into a comfy position where they've taken space, they've taken where they need to go, and now Naya finds a nice kill onto Zero. That's a good opening pick. Chickafi ready and waiting for RG to push through the smoke. Dipsy finding Naya. Now it's a 4v3 situation. Aftershock and the molly coming out. Steven finding the kill onto Juan as he was distracted by Sean up in the air, and now Dipsy and Sean 2v1, and there we are. Not Dateable. They take it. They've won it. Not Dateable.
Wow.
They've won.
You
the
blink
series.
and you miss it. Not Dateable are your champions here today.
Wait.
Wow.
Hold on. Oh
wait,
my god.
What?
In the Fiesta
Oh wait, no, hold on. No, I lied.
When the Fiesta reveal, I thought Not Dateable. We're gonna go into overtime.
Hey, look,
it's
listen,
not over
we're
yet.
going it's not over yet. So why did they pop off? Wait, why did they pop off? Wait, what? Wait,
we switched
okay, wait,
over
no,
all
so we're
of a
going
sudden.
into overtime.
Oh my god. Okay, so we're
Hey,
okay. Not
man,
Dateable have in
you
fact
said, you
not
said
won.
you said it was over. It's not over yet.
I thought it was over.
You said it was over. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. What?
We are going into our second overtime of the series. Oh my god. When I thought Not Dateable won as soon as we flicked over to the different cut.
Got me excited.
I thought that was it, but no, CES, they've clawed themselves back to another overtime situation. So let's see what is going to be happening. Oh my god, Not Dateable, they are now going to be on the attack for this first part of the overtime. So Zero just holding out his spy cam just to keep an eye out of Dish. And this has become a very, very much more exciting series. I'm very glad that I was wrong. We get to continue to see more of this absolute amazing gameplay from both teams. Both teams have really brought their all today, and honestly, they both deserve this spot in the finals, and it really has shown. But who is going to be the one to take it all? Not Dateable. They're playing so patiently. It could be anyone's game, Ashura. Like, what do you think?
I don't know, man. Like, honestly, I'm ready to see CES potentially claw this back. Not Dateable could be defending themselves here and maybe take it. I don't know. Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen here. Things are going to be very, very dangerous. That's for sure here. Chicken Feet gets one. Beautiful stuff. Finds one, tries to go through the smoke here. Sean in a bit of trouble there. Tries to double up draft, but the ceiling's going to stop him for a little bit. Nail gets another. That's beautiful. Not Dateable in a dangerous position right now. They're looking for something here. They're looking for some kills. It is currently 5 players to 3 players.
Now, yeah, the spike's been planted now. Nayar just tucked away in between the wall. He's just holding him below drop. Now he's just waiting for his teammates. The flashpoints are coming out. The Nova Port's coming out from Archie. And Archie managed to get the kill onto Nayar, but Ronox in 1v4. And that's it. CES Dragons, they've put themselves onto series point. They've got one more round in order to take it all. Not Dateable.
This is it. This could be theirs. This is all to play for here. Once again, match point. CES Dragons only have one more. Could this potentially be the end as we get into what might be the final round of the series? If CES are able to really take this attack side the way they've been doing it this entire time, it's really starting to just get even more like heated up right now. And the second overtime of the series here.
Like
you thought earlier that Not Dateable won. Yeah, exactly. That got me confused. I was like, wait a minute, no, I don't think so. But here we are. Things are really starting to just take a turn for both teams here, and no one really knows what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be anyone's game. I know, I made the mistake earlier. In the confusion of it all, the excitement was high. I was riding the wave.
I know,
and now we're just back in. So, like, it wasn't got CES here. They're on here on the attack. They are Satchel jumping his way. Oh, he sends himself into the air. It's a very dangerous situation. He nearly made Not Dateable go for a bit of pigeon clay shooting, but now Chickafi able to get the spike planted. The fault line coming out from Dipsy as well as the aftershock. The spike has been planted. It's still a 5v5 situation, but you can see CES. They're back to Pinto corner, and now Radox is being tagged through the wall, sorry. He's gonna get taken out, and it's a 4v3. Steven finding a second kill, and now Chickafi able to find one. Now Sam is making way through the Nebula, trying to spray through the smoke. Zero finding Chicken Feet. It's a 2v4 situation now. Are Not Dateable able to bring it back? Fault line coming out. Is Juan's there to take out Zero, but Dipsy takes out Juan, and now
Juanito.
Oh, he's in a bit of a difficult
one more.
situation. Sean gets the shorty kill onto Salmon, and Not Dateable are keeping themselves into this final map. Like, no one wants to give up this final map. No one wants to let the other opposition win, so they're just keeping them into overtime. We're continuing on. We're going to be switching sides yet again. Not Dateable on the attack as well. Oh my god, I mean, there's so much that's going on. Like, I'm just riding the entire wave of all this thrill. It's just so exciting.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to just see them both just go back and forth right now. Everyone playing out of their minds right now. This is a really, really tough battle. To what might have seemed like an uphill battle for CES, now seems like an even battle for them as well. And I'm very excited to see whether or not they'll take it, whether or not Nott will take it. It's very, very close between both of them. And we'll just see whether or not which team will really be the ones to take it home here today, as we can start to see them maybe push a little bit towards B right now. Steven jump peeking a little bit, trying to see if they can find an operator, maybe just a little bit of information there, but Chicken Feet is looking around just to try and survey the area, looking for someone here, playing very cautiously here. A couple more jump peeks there. Gun goes out there. The wall is up. There's some information. Now they're going to start pushing up here. Sean is aware of the situation. They're going to go straight in. Archie catches Chicken Feet unaware. Takes out the first one there. Gets that first blood, and essentially allowing their team to go and move straight in on site. Not Dateable are going to go ahead and plant the spike, putting it down. CES on the back foot here. Things are going to look a little bit shaky from the get-go right now. Rodox is throwing out that smoke, going to try and give himself a little bit of space right now. Throws out the stun, looking for somebody close. Dipsy tries to find somebody here. Juanito sees one, but Archie gets him unaware. And now Not Dateable playing this numbers game 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2. Archie finds one, Dipsy finds yet another, and it's a 4K for Archie as they clutch. And as they basically get it into a 14-13, we're going once more into match point. This now could be Not Dateable's final round, but we'll see. We've seen CES completely clutch this out before. I've got belief that we might see another one. I personally think we probably will see another one, but who knows? Because this is so back and forth, I just genuinely think we might see another one.
Honestly, I think you're right. With how the teams we playing, like Chicken Feet and Sean, they're both sitting on 26 kills. Both teams have got double-digit kills. Not a single person is sitting there in single digits. I mean, with how long the rounds have been going, you'd expect that. But both teams have been playing so well. And now Not Dateable, they are sitting on match point. They have just got to win this one round in order to take it all, and they are here on the defense. As we've seen, it's been attacker favored for like both sides predominantly here on Fracture.
Exactly, yeah.
And now we have got some shots from Dipsy going out through into door. And Chicken Feet gets a lovely opening kill on to Sean. That is going to really put a dent into Not Dateable's plan in order to take in the series. Now that they're disadvantaged, the alarm bot, the utility, it's all going to be getting set up. And now Archie finds the kill onto Sam, and they are taking out Archie. It's a 3v4 now. The spike is down though, but Nayar is there to pick up the pieces, and now he is able to get the spike, and now it's planting it. Now Not Dateable, they're in a bit of a situation. Steven managing to find the kill. Now Steven is spotted, and now Chicken Feet throws the nanoswarm. He knows that he's going to get taken out, and the judge comes out from Zero. Oh, and then the lockdown coming out from Chicken Feet, and now the showstopper coming out as well. They really want to close this out. They really don't want to be spending any more time in this overtime. They just want to be closing out, bring it back to even Stevens, and Dipsy gets a nice kill onto one. It's a 1v2 situation now. He's having to push up through A main. The boom bop is coming out. He's going to be finding Dipsy, but Dipsy's going to get taken out by Chicken Feet from the swing there. And yeah, you called it, Ashura. It's 14-14. No team is letting up. It is anyone's game. As we another overtime. I suppose this is our third overtime we're going into now. It's just it's either going to be Chicken Feet or Sean that's going to be breaking the 30 kill benchmark. It's looking like Chicken Feet only needs one more kill to break 30. Sean's got a bit of a mission there.
Very doable considering what he's been doing this entire time, man. Chicken Feet has been on fire as of late. Definitely could potentially break this 30 kill mark as they start to arm up B site here. the attackers are going to slowly start to make their way onto site, throwing out a slow orb. There is a bit of information there. Now the other team are going to have to start making that rotate towards, and they are aware that somebody's playing arcade. They're just going to have to try and find those picks very, very carefully here. Steven jump peeking, waiting for the operator to potentially come out, but there isn't one in sight, so they aren't aware of that scenario here. Steven looking to go underneath once again as they decide to take a different approach to surprise them from the other side. However, one thing that they don't know, however, is that Rodox is watching that side as well. They're both aware of that situation of whether they could be and run the flank, but arcade is starting to look a little bit populated right now, so things could be quite dangerous here as the shots start to come through. Information is going to start pouring out very, very soon here, and things are going to be this is where things are going to start getting really, really messy here. Juanito looking to potentially get this opening kill here. They're holding this cross once again alongside their Killjoy once more. Smokes go down. They don't want to end up engaging too much right now here. Juanito literally so close to zero. Both players on site. They decided to take two of the flank. Catches one. Literally, his leg was in the smoke. Juanito said, I'm going to take advantage of it. Rodox with two. Chicken Feet gets the third. The 30th of Juanito. Literally sniping Sean right off the top. 15-14. CES are literally crawling back. They are at match point. This could be the series point that they need. This could be the end, but there is a timeout on the side of the attackers. Not dateable. Need a little bit of a minute. This could really be it for either one of these teams. We could potentially see them bring it back. I think we might. I think I'm open to the idea that they might bring it back here, Panda. But we could 100% see it go either way. This is a very scary situation because on one side it could just slip from you. You could be almost winning. Not dateable could have it slip from them, and this could be the round in which CES could potentially do it if they play this next side extremely well. It is all down to the wire here between both of these teams.
Oh my god, down to the wire is it's a paper thin wire that these teams are walking on, and one fatal slip is going to just either just bring them back into overtime, or we're going to be seeing CES Dragons just take it all the way. It could not be closer than how it has been today. This is such a close series. Like, it's just been going back and forth, like ping-ponging either side. I mean, neither team is letting up. Neither team, like, wants to give the other one the victory. Like, they desperately want it. You can tell in their gameplay that they both want it, and they are really throwing everything into the basket in order to get it. Like, every single egg is going into the basket, and now CES, they are one round away from closing it all out. They're here on the attacking side. And now Zero is holding up in tower as Arcade once again gets populated as a very nice popular tourist spot. As CES Dragons make their way through the fault line, coming out into tower. Is going to get caught by the trap wire, but is thankfully for himself, he's going to be able to jump out. And now Archie and Nayar, they're both going to be able to get one kill, but not dateable. They find two kills, and then Zero finds 2 kills of his own. Nayar is there to trade. It's a 2v3 situation. CES Dragons, they do have the numbers disadvantage, so they are on the back foot, but it's all down to the wire. One more minute left, and it's 1v3 situation. It is going to be an absolute miracle, but Sean was there ready and waiting for Nayar to peek at the top of tower there. And we're going to go back to another overtime.
Oh, I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what way this is. I genuinely have no idea what way this is going to go. I did think we were going to get another one of these again with the way these two teams have been playing. I was like, yep, it's going to happen again. Watch. Yep, and it happened again, surely. But I just don't know who's going to win now, because it keeps going one after the other. One team will get a match point, the other one will get a match point, and then all of a sudden it just resets. And it's like, well, this is going to constantly keep happening until we find someone. So they're going to keep on tussling until we do. This is 15-15 here on your grand finals. This is starting to get really, really shaky. CES Dragons are going to try and look for something here as they make the attack towards from A main onto the A site here. At this time, though, CES have people on site. They are aware of the situation, but they're going to be overwhelmed here early on. Sean gets one. Salmon couldn't do much. Salmon could not do much about that at that point in time. Archie's going to go ahead and plant the spike. Now CES currently only have 3 players standing left. Chicken Feet managed to get one now. The numbers game is starting to slowly go down. They're starting to deteriorate. Now they have to play this really calmly, otherwise they could be in trouble. That's a peek there. Sean trying to find someone. Is able to get it. The Raise Nade comes out once again. Naya taking him out with the Raise Nade here. And Rodox also is going to lead the charge in to try and find something here. CES are starting to really ramp it back up. Stun goes out, flash out once again. Dipsy sees one. Rodox is down, and we're right here at a 3v3 situation. The spike, Dipsy's gonna get diffused. Oh, Dipsy, beautiful shot. Rolling Thunder to just stall it ever so much more there, and the spike is gonna go down. 16, 15, so on and so forth, to the side of the attackers, and we are seeing a match point on the side of Not Dateable here. But for all we know, and hell, I think it's gonna happen. I think it's gonna reset once again. That is what I think is gonna happen once again.
It probably is. You're probably right, sure. Like both teams. Oh my god, what a dirty little peek from Dipsy there. Again, nice little victory game. Oh my god, the level of play is just so insanely high. It's just I can't bring it into words how insane this series is, especially going into these last stretch of this overtime, because it's just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it could be anyone's game. And honestly, like, if Not Dateable win the round, CS are going to just take it back to overtime. If CS take the round, Not Dateable just going to take it back to overtime. Honestly, no one knows how this is going to play out, but Not Dateable are here. They are the ones on match point. They are the ones on defense, and they are the ones that are looking to take it all. But CS Dragons, they are this wall that they need to try and overcome, and they are no easy feat.
No,
now,
absolutely not.
The smokes are starting to come out, the nebulas coming out, the gravity well coming out from Archie. The bullets are being sprayed through the smoke, trying to see if they can catch anyone. Now Nayar is looking to be planting the spike, and now we're waiting for the spike to get planted as he repositions for the spike plant. He's going to be able to successfully get it down. It's a nice, very fast spike plant, as it was only 1 minute left. Dipsy getting his flashpoint prepped and ready. Multiple members of CES Dragons are up down there in tower. No one has taken a member out yet, so we're still waiting. And Steven managed to take out Radix. Caster's curse. Steven finds the kill, and now Dipsy takes out Juan. It's a 3v4 situation. 2v2, 1v2. Not Dateable. They're in the position. Not Dateable. They take it. They take the series. They win 2-1. I called it earlier, but I was wrong. And now Not Dateable, they close it out 17-15. They are your NEC British University Esports Spring 2023 champions. Oh my god. I could not have asked for a better series if I tried. Look at the scenes. Look at Not Dateable. They are so happy with their achievements. You can see everyone, all the support that they had. And honestly, I could not have wished for a better and close series as this one. Honestly, Ashura, like, your thoughts, please.
I'm flabbergasted. If you can see my face right now, I was very confused. I'm not confused, but like just shocked, if anything. I don't know. I don't have words. What a series. What a way to go out. And like, honestly, Not Dateable, from what we saw before, I genuinely thought we're going to lose to CES because CES just seemed very strong on the back foot. But the moment that we went down to match point, I was like, oh, surely we're going to see another one, right? No, but it just went all the way down.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Well played, but let's take a look at some of the replays as we are seeing right now. Here's some incredible kills, some incredible plays have been made. The shorty kill from Sean, Salmon, beautiful stuff there. Everyone just playing out of their minds. Some of these incredible shots, man. This was amazing by Rodox with the operator. It's too dangerous, man.
Archie just getting clapped in the booty by that operator shot was just unforgiving. And this highlight reel is just going to be going on for a very, very long time. Let's be honest here, because with how well both teams played, honestly, like I said, both teams deserved their place in the finals. Both teams deserved to win it, but Not Dateable were the ones to come out on top. And honestly, either team would have done it for me, but Not Dateables, they were the one to close it all out.
That raised all in heaven. Yeah, this was also insane as well.
Yeah,
the trade right after. Yeah, no.
That was a dirty
crazy shot. It went back and forth. Honestly, it was so hard to call. What was this? Bro? This alien flick. This was mental.
That was absolutely nutty. Like, so many insane plays coming out from both teams, and I think
15. I've never commentated that ever, bro. That's insane.
I think I've used all my vocabulary in my dictionary. I don't think I can think of any other words to just say how
what a 5-star match, man. That was absolutely incredible. Look at that, man. Like, you just sniped him out of the sky. Beautiful headshot as well, man. Like, oh my god. The util dump here as well. Beautiful stuff through the smoke, nonetheless.
Jeez, okay, right, okay, so we finished with the series. It was so exciting, and now we're going to be throwing over to our lovely host Affinity over at the NEC stadium, where she's going to be interviewing. So, Ashura, thank you so much for being your co-host today. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name's been Panda Richie, and we're going to be throwing over to Affinity for you for your post-match interview. See you later.
Peace out, everyone.
Hello, and I am here with a member of the winning team, Steven. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, guys. That's all I have to say.
That's what you have to say?
I've got no words right now. I'm
But
speechless.
everyone seems a little bit tired as well. So, going into this, how confident were you feeling?
Super confident because I feel like everyone had them as the favourites. I like coming in underdogs. We've been underdogs every single game we come into. We just formed the roster, so us coming in as underdogs, we just liked that. We liked the hunger. We liked that people didn't expect us to win. And you can look at the pick'ems. No one had us to even make the final, bar a few people, apart from him over there. And but yeah, we love being underdogs.
Awesome. And it does seem that you've got a bit of a crowd here to support you. Crowd, make some noise. Awesome. What would you like to say to the people that have come here today to support you?
Thank you so much. Big shout out to the Esports Society as well. They're all coming down, making the trip, because I know some of you have come very far, and my personal friends for coming down and supporting me, because they might not understand what's going on fully, but they're still like supporting me big time. So I really appreciate it from all of them. Thank you.
That's awesome. So, this is your first time playing the NSC, if I remember correctly. So, and you've taken the trophy on attempt number 1. Will we be seeing you again next year to try, keep your title?
Yes, for sure. I feel like we're going to keep this roster unless some prodigy comes in from the year above, and I'd probably me be getting replaced, to be honest with you, because they're all so good. But I feel like we just click as a roster so well, and that's shown. We've only been together for 2 months, and we've won NSE. So yeah, we're a few years.
Awesome. And what are the celebration plans then? What comes next?
Well, I won't ask you, Sean. No, I just think we're gonna go celebrate, have fun, maybe a few beers, maybe a few more beers.
Awesome. Now, I'd like to just quickly thank our sponsors. This weekend has been powered by Intel, and we are sponsored by Pringles and Monster Energy. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. Now, I'm going to let you go celebrate your team. Do you want to say the line?
Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you after the break.
Strength extraordinary.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this.
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I never turn on you. I get the gang on you. You better pray for it. I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters. Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. Cue rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun. I promise you.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to meet, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.
Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and like over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's it, Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esport Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing. Today we're at Durham University, where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart in over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they've no noise and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and VALORANT in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. Post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epiclan a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on, breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
Hello and welcome back to the final event of today, the Rocket League Spring British University Esports Championships. Now, we have 2 amazing teams that have battled their way to be on stage today. We have Roehampton Monster Shop representing the University of Roehampton, and they are going up against UEA Blue Jays representing the University of East Anglia. Now, UAE is no stranger to this tournament. They actually placed second last winter event, so they're back here to try do one better and take home the throne this time. UEA has actually placed in the top 5 the past 2 events. So they placed top 5 in the spring and winter of 2022. They're going to do a little better this time. They're definitely top 2, but can they take home first place for the first time in 2 years. Now we have a best of 9 lined up today to decide who is the ultimate victor of this event. Without further ado, I will hand you over to the amazing casters to get this underway.
Thank you very much, Affinity, for that wonderful introduction. And you've teed the event up beautifully. A weighted best of 9 to decide who will be crowned champion of the NSE 2023 Spring Split. My name is Ryan. I'm joined by RW Dragon. These two teams are quite familiar to us, aren't they, Dragon? And maybe you can tell us why that may be.
I would also say they're quite familiar with each other. I mean, we've seen them several times over the last split, and in fact, across all UK university competitions as well in Rocket League. These two teams have been at it all season, every single split. I'm pretty sure there's always been a battle between the two, and this time it comes to a head in a grand final, no less. This has been a constant final game sort of situation between the two teams. We could be looking at a game 9 here, Ryan, and it is going to be absolutely a slugfest, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really will be. These teams faced off against each other in another grand final in UK University Esports very recently. That went the way of Roehampton, who qualified through the upper bracket. They won that first series 4-2, avoided the bracket reset, and ultimately were victorious. So Roehampton looking good in that same tournament in the winter split as well. On LAN, UEA absolutely dismantled Roehampton. Which nobody was expecting, actually. Roehampton came into that as the stronger side, and UEA were the underdogs. They ultimately went on to win that tournament. Roehampton finishing second in NSC in winter, as Affinity said. They lost in the final to Salford Lions, so hoping for redemption in the NSC Grand Final are Roehampton. And if they do win, they will be only the second team to be victorious in both UK University Rocket League competitions after Loughborough did the double in 2020, I believe. So it's been a long time since we've seen this kind of dominance. Are we going to see it again here from Roehampton?
See, the tricky thing is, I'd hardly say Roehampton's year has been dominant by anything. I mean, at the start of this entire year, we sort of looked at the original team, got Crisis, who has unfortunately decided to part ways with the team, now Dylan in his place, but Yotam and JSW, we looked at them and thought, that's going to be the new dynasty. That's going to be the new team that takes control of UK University Rocket League. By the end of this year, only having one title to their name, it's a little bit of a tricky situation that they've found themselves in. Next year, there has been a little bit of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge from people on the inside of these teams saying that Roehampton is going to be a lot stronger next year. But at the moment, UEA, they have the LAN ice, they have the LAN victories over Roehampton, and at the moment, they may be the slight favourites over them.
Yeah, that is the thing. I've seen both of these teams play on LAN against each other, and Roehampton just crumbled. UEA looked so cool, calm, composed when they played against Roehampton on LAN. They ultimately went on to play Warwick in the grand final of that LAN and were victorious. But yeah, they look incredibly comfortable. So is the LAN setting gonna play into UEA's hands again? Not sure. I mean, the last time they were on LAN, they had to bracket reset against Warwick, which, again, they came in as the underdogs and they defied all expectations. So, yeah, I feel like UEA may be coming from the lower bracket, yes, and perhaps they did get quite fortunate in the fact that Exeter, by the look of things from looking at the bracket, weren't able to play in their final matches, because Exeter also are a force to be reckoned with on their day, performing incredibly well in European competition as well. So, yeah, UEA may be fortunate to get here, but this is an old foe and one that they have beaten before. I think Roehampton have been more dominant throughout this season. Obviously, they finished top in the National League. They finished on top on 51 points. Exeter was second on 48. Loughborough third on 48, and then came UEA Blue Jays on 43. So in terms of performance over the course of the season, Roehampton were absolutely the more dominant side, but UEA just seemed to find another gear in finals, and we'll see if that is going to be the case today.
Yeah, that is going to be the question hanging over this Roehampton's team's heads. They have lost a final again, well, lost in a finals sort of land stage to this UEA side before. They then went on to beat them in a final stage this past split. So there's so many questions that, of course, that this Roehampton team need to answer. Where are they at with their chemistry with Dylan? How is Dylan going to deal with the LAN setting? Can they take that sort of Roehampton LAN gaming rooms sort of synergy that they have? Can they finally transfer that into a LAN environment? That's the question hanging over Roehampton's head. I think there's still questions hanging over UEA's head. In particular, how are they going to deal with this second sort of chance at this Roehampton team? They lost in the bracket in the playoffs in the upper bracket. Now that they have a chance, they are in a weighted position, but for a lot of teams, this is the golden side of the bracket. This is the golden side. There's been quite a few occasions where teams have come from that game disadvantage to become champions of the UK in NSE Rocket League. Can they add the name to that list? And can they also add their name to that list of teams, Loughborough and possibly Roehampton, who have both won the sister competition to NSE and NSE itself in the same year, and in fact, just overall. So this is a crazy scenario that we have. That this could be Roehampton taking both UK university competitions in one split. Tremendous achievement, only achieved by Loughborough in the past, I believe, or possibly Portsmouth added to that list. And now they could be adding themselves to the list and setting up the true dynasty at this point. It's all the storylines converging, Orion. All the storylines.
Well, we're talking about the bracket a lot, so maybe we can have a look at that and see how both of these teams booked their place in the grand final. I've been told we have a bracket graphic, so that should be appearing on your screens shortly with a bit of luck, but I'm going to talk about it anyway. So, as you mentioned, yes, the key turning point for both of these teams was when they met in the upper bracket semi-final. Roehampton actually won in Game 7 there. I don't know which way the games went, but it went to Game 7, and Roehampton came out victorious, knocked UEA down to that lower bracket, where they then faced Lincoln, who have actually looked pretty resurgent this season, and that went all the way to Game 7 as well in UEA's favour. They then advanced and faced De Montfort, who have also been having a pretty good season as well, looking strong with McLovin continuing to build up team chemistry, but ultimately UEA Blue Jays once again with a victory 4-2. And then we get to the end of the bracket, and Roehampton making that upper bracket final versus Exeter, but I'm not sure what happened to Exeter. It says on Wikipedia, Exeter Emperors were unable to attend the final and had their upper final match retroactively forfeited. The original score was 4-3 in favour of Exeter Emperors. So Exeter actually beat Roehampton in that upper bracket final, and they did not play the lower bracket final against the UEA Blue Jays, which then promoted the UEA Blue Jays to the grand final. So Exeter made it on merit, but Roehampton and UEA making it in Exeter's absence still sets us up for a pretty insane contest.
I think, entertainment-wise, I think this is the best outcome we possibly could have asked for, other than possibly Exeter versus Roehampton. But Exeter, they have just been absolutely destructive. They've been destructive. They've been demolishing so many teams in their path when it comes to UR, the European competition associated to NSE, as well as in terms of the NSE competition. They may have come up a little bit short in terms of the actual national league, in terms of coming second, but being able to beat Roehampton has been no mean feat this entire year, despite switching out for Dylan building up that confidence with his teammates. It's still incredible when teams beat Roehampton, in my opinion. Maybe so next year, but in this case, these two rivals, these two teams have been butting heads constantly. I reckon we've got the storyline, of these two teams in terms of how they've been playing this year and how many times they've come across each other. And also, we've got the LAN ice on Roehampton. It's all coming together, Orion. It's all coming together. And in my mind, that is completely based around storylines in terms of entertainment. Yeah, this is a good one in terms of entertainment, in my opinion.
We've talked a lot about the game now, but we haven't actually given a concrete prediction either way.
Oh,
I'm going to kick things off. Right? I think UEA take this, genuinely, because I doubted them at the Newell Winter LAN, and they surprised me. And they blew everyone at that LAN away, including Roehampton, including Warwick. They were just faultless. And everyone just kind of like, afterwards, looked at each other and went, how on earth did that happen? But UEA just did not make any mistakes. They were just calm. So Roehampton, yes, they come into this, the better team on paper. They've been dominant in NSC and Newell as well. But I think UEA takes it on LAN.
That is a solid prediction, I have to say. Very good reasoning. Here's the thing, Orion. I have a bad habit of caster cursing a team based on my predictions. And I think at the start of the year, I jokingly said that I would not predict any teams. So I might have to. I might take the Gregan path of saying I just hope everyone has fun.
Oh no!
But we all know that's not what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go against my morals and actually say UEA as well, which might be a bad news for your prediction. It might be bad news for your prediction, but I think the LAN ice is vital here, and Dylan coming in and being in this position. Oh boy, that is a tricky position to find yourself in one of your first LAN finals, I believe, in terms of Dylan. I haven't checked his track record in terms of UK LANs in itself and where he's been and what he's been able to do. But it's such a tricky situation for him to come into and then have all this pressure on his head. That doesn't necessarily mean that Dylan's going to be the one that just falters. We absolutely saw JSW and Yotam have a few moments where the ice just broke in those Newell finals last split. But this time, I think UEA they just chill out. They know how to play on LAN, they know how to play in finals, and they know how to win championships. And this will be the first time that either of these teams get to etch their names in NSC University Rocket League in terms of championships. So, I mean, Orion, you and I are both champions. I've got a bit more of an asterisk next to mine. But one of these teams is going to be joining the Hall of Champions.
Yep. Yes, they will. And I think we're almost ready to get into game. And here we are. Technically game 2, because this is a weighted best of 9. UEA coming from the lower bracket have a disadvantage. Roehampton already have a game in the bag. So it's going to be a tough one for UEA, but thankfully the best of 9, they've got a long way to go. They can build, and it is not impossible for them to win. It's a bit different to those bracket resets where they have to win 2 series in a row. This one, they just have to overcome a 1-game deficit, and then it is basically an even series.
Not only that, but like I said in the build-up, it's a pretty golden position to be in when it comes down to, do you want to be in the upper bracket or the lower bracket? Do you actually want the game advantage going into this? Because on quite a few occasions, in terms of this NSC Grand Finals, it has been the team that comes through the lowers that makes the impact and gets the championship win, as Ant-Man makes the clearance off the back lines. This Roehampton team, I'd say, starting off just as stronger. They might be hearing our comments and citing, you know what, we're going to prove you wrong. Ant-Man coming on the counter, and in fact, almost goes in for the first goal. JSW clears it out wide. Orion, we've already started off strong. Roehampton looking the better on offense, but UEA definitely getting closer there.
Yeah, absolutely. Ant-Man with a great shot. I'm not even sure how the defense from Roehampton was able to keep it out, but keep it out they did. Here's a long shot. JSW can't reach it as well. Where's the follow-up? That one's going to be good from Ikat Mackers, and the first goal of the series going to be in UEA's favour.
Great start for UEA. Just the slightly weaker. It looks like a better constructed opportunities for this Roehampton side. Are we taking a pause here for the moment?
I think quite possibly.
camera has gone to the teams, so I believe we are taking a pause. But an interesting start to this game. I think at the moment our thoughts are being slightly validated. Some whiffs and misplays coming in from this Roehampton side, and UEA just staying calm in the right situations, finding the net to start off with. But will that goal stay intact? We'll find out after the break. I think Roehampton JSW celebrating for a moment there, so it might be a cancelled out goal.
Yeah, potentially.
But we will see. I'm sure that he'll appreciate just a small break that he has, just sort of rethink everything that has gone on. They might have a second life here in this series opener.
Yeah, it could be a get out of jail free card in the form of a technical issue, but that will remain to be seen. We have paused the game, and I don't know if we'll be going back into game one with UEA on a 1-goal advantage or what is necessarily going to happen, but I guess we can talk about that opening 30 seconds because it was pandemonium. UEA took a shot on goal and it was saved on the goal line by two Roehampton players, but they came straight back at it and got that opening goal. The rotations just broke down on defense for Roehampton. They weren't able to collect themselves, and the follow-up shot really was the dagger blow. So UEA starting out strongly in game one. Just waving mana clear something. Maybe a technical issue on his own side, but I mean, it's good to see that the players are having fun. That is obviously the main thing. They don't seem too bothered that their game has been interrupted. So yeah, smiles all round.
I think this is good to see in terms of what we were saying about Roehampton possibly lacking a bit of LAN finals ice. Look at them laughing and smiling, having a great time. I think they're just gonna chill out and relax and settle into this. As looks like we do restart. Oh, no, it's just a replace. I got excited for a moment.
Going back into the same game though. With yes, we are restarting. So that goal for UEA is going to count. It is 1-0, so we are back where we started. UEA have a bit of defending to do. Snipe finding himself in an awkward spot and finding himself completely removed from the pitch. Yotam looking for that flip reset. Does he have it? Not quite, but the idea was definitely there, just trying to probe the defense and see how they would react to getting that flip reset, because it is a very dangerous spot to put a defense. Do you commit a player early? Do you wait back? And sometimes miscommunications and double commits can arise from that. So mechanics on display already for Roehampton, but no goals thus far.
Bring it forward. He does find a way to the backboard. This might actually roll in. No, it doesn't. Somehow on the line, that is kept out by UEA. That is a bad sign. That is a warning shot, a heavy warning shot. And just again, Dylan denied. Epic save from Snipe, I should say. Still remains 1-0 for this UEA team, but they will be absolutely licking their wounds at this point. They've gotten away with 2 there. And in reply, Roehampton, in terms of this goal, they are right back into this. They just need to find the 1 to get them back equal.
Yeah, they do. They're attacking relentlessly at the moment. And cracks potentially starting to appear, like that one there. It was a bit of a stretch for Eclat Mackers, but he was able to just about get something on it. Now a double commit. Mackers, though, going back to the ground. Might chase this one out. Man in front of the ball, though. Going to just force Mackers to stay as third man. Dylan punts it long, but it's straight into the waiting wheels of Snipe. Now a big clear from Mackers, pushing forward into enemy territory. Ball goes high, and he's going to have to retreat on that one.
A little bit of a play style mindset difference there. Dylan looking for the possession play. Gentle touch into the center. No one there for this Roehampton teams. They were just recollecting their thoughts. Calm play from this UEA side. Hitting it forward. They know they have time to waste. They know they have time to take down, but I'm sure they would love to score another one to get ahead. Dylan saving it at the back post away from Ant-Man. Here we go again. Eclat Mackers trying to go under 1. Finds a way through. Yotam has to save it at the front post. Roehampton survive again. Keep it away from the UEA side. Another shot comes in. JSW blocked out by Eclat Mackers. the sidewall. Towards the center, pitched out and away to the side. Dylan to the diagonal, in towards the center, shot goes wide. Roehampton still 1 goal down, but it's still the bright signs that I think we expected from this Roehampton team in terms of fighting back against the UEA side that scored just before a technical difficulty stopped play. Towards the center, Mackers blocked in the middle. JSW clears again. Here we go. Snipe towards the sidewall. It's just ticking down at time with that play. This is all that UEA need. They really are just parking the bus, sending it upfield, waiting for the response from this Roehampton team, and going again. It's rinse and repeat. Could it backfire in the last 10 seconds or so? Can Roehampton get back into this in game 1? Or game 2, I should say. Is it on the cards? Not quite. Good stuff from Ant-Man. UEA, they take back that game advantage.
Yep, ball hits the ground, and UEA already overcoming that deficit that was handed to them as a result of coming from the lower bracket. So now we essentially play a best of 7 from here, and the last time these two teams played a best of 7, Roehampton were victorious. 4-2 was the scoreline. UEA already winning 1 game, looking good on LAN yet again, but I don't think Roehampton were too far behind there. In their previous series on LAN against UEA, they were slow to start and then picked themselves up after losing 3 games in a row and brought it back to 3-1. But by that point, it was just too late. UEA then stepped up a gear as well, and the series ended shortly after in a 4-1 scoreline. That was the LAN series. So Roehampton have looked great online, but they are yet to really prove themselves on LAN. So we are now tied essentially at 1 game apiece. Best of 7 from here. UEA just look calm. Roehampton maybe are starting to get in their own heads already about this, just having flashbacks to the last time that they played in an offline event against this team. They are still smiling. They're still happy, so you could say that they're pretty calm and chilled out too. But we are now going to get into game 3, and we will see if Roehampton are able to get a game on the board that hasn't been handed to them as a result of coming through that upper bracket.
Game starts. Big demo coming in to kick off this game for UEA. Yeah, I don't think this Roehampton team have a lot to worry about. This UEA team is stepping off them quite a lot. They're just seeming to want to score 1, park everything up, stay with that deficit. But Roehampton will not like that playstyle. What a save on the line in response. Kept away. Snipe. Big clearance upfield, and Orion, that is once again a grazing shot. Just a little bit of a flesh wound on this UEA defense. As Roehampton come close, they will just parry away another opportunity for UEA. But again, this Roehampton team, they're looking the more vicious, the more possibly clinical in terms of the offense. UEA are the ones that, despite that winning record in this series in terms of played games, they're looking for, I have to say, they're looking for a less impressive team.
Yeah, and UEA's playstyle at the moment is one of just complete chaos and disruption, but it is organized chaos. They're always just kind of sending a player in to make a challenge, make it awkward for Roehampton to coordinate themselves. It's usually Ant-Man around the midfield line, just either comes from behind or just like barrels towards the ball and makes a touch, which then just forces Roehampton to adjust their read slightly, forces them to adjust their positioning. Doing so, that wastes their time, wastes their boosts, and they just start to lack coordination a little bit as a result of that. So I've seen UEA utilize the play style before. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If they're getting outsped to things, then it doesn't work so well. But
here we go.
If they can actually beat Roehampton in the speed tie, then it can be very fruitful.
Here we go. They have picked up the pace. There's one mistake coming in from Roehampton. It's the style that, you know, that this UEA team are going for. The reason I say it's less impressive is they're not particularly beating this Roehampton side. They're just waiting for Roehampton to make a mistake. It's unforced errors coming through from the team in black, gold, and green. UEA side are just perfectly happy for letting those mistakes happen. Take the games as they come.
We find ourselves in a similar position with UEA up a goal. Roehampton yet to find a response. We've just ticked into halfway gone in game 2. Hampton yet to get a goal on the board in the whole series, but UEA only having 2, but they have been important ones. That is the difference maker. The games have been close, and Roehampton have had good opportunities, but just have not been able to convert thus far. And this is a very similar story to what happened last time they played on land. Roehampton didn't look bad by any standard.
Oh,
finally, a
good
goal
play.
is going to come through. That's an excellent bump on the goal line, and Dylan finding the mark. That's going to shut me up, and it's going to mean that Roehampton now with a crucial equalising goal in game 2.
They've had enough of this good defense, this clutch defense coming in from UEA's side. You know what? Just get out of the net. Get rid of you. Out of here. That is how Roehampton find the net for the first goal of this series, and they find a second one straight off the back. Right off kickoff.
And that ball just popping up high, and JSW winning the race to the ball there, and nobody home to defend the net. So 2 goals in quick succession for Roehampton there. It's going to give them a lead in game 2, and well, they hadn't scored all series up until about 30 seconds ago, but now they find themselves in the lead of a game. So are we going to get a seesawing of games here, where UEA win one, Roehampton then come back, win the next? And I feel like that, if we enter that pattern, we could end up there all the way until game 9. The only thing that obviously would change that is if either of these teams really step it up a notch and are able to just dominate and carry the momentum forward through the series.
So here's where the LAN ice needs to come in for UEA. Can they shut it down before it goes to 9? Ant-Man says absolutely. Taking the opportunity off the diagonal. No one, absolutely no one is up. JSW's taken 5 minutes to process that information. It's by the time he's up, it's already over. Ant-Man up. That's the second goal of the game for him. Really leading this UEA side. That's exactly what they needed to get back into this, but that is absolutely not. Ant-Man coming in with the clutch demo. Keeping Roehampton away.
2 goals apiece. This is a much more high-scoring game than game 1, where UEA won that 1 goal to 0. At 2 apiece now as we tick down to our final minutes in this series. Yotam, is he going to be able to change that? Looks for the flip reset. Doesn't get it again. That's the second time Yotam hasn't been able to get that flip reset. Now here come UEA. Never mind JSW onto the wall, but it's straight up and down. Does actually manage to get a second touch there using his mechanics to great effect. Snipe though on the wall. He's got it round 1 and 2. Couldn't quite get the dunk though, but definitely probing the defense. Is a hotly contested midfield at the moment. Roehampton just kind of sending one player at a time, really, just trying to utilize individual mechanics rather than playing the team game, as we see once again JSW onto the ceiling. Is he going to get another touch here? Yes, he is. Oh my God! Save coming through for UEA. Keeps them alive in game 2. Are we going to go to an overtime, Dragon?
Oh, I hope so. This is both teams absolutely going full force right now. Last 5 seconds. This is UEA's chance to deny it. No, Yotam is in the way. Still there for UEA. Clearance by Yotam. It's Roehampton's time. Can they bring it forward? Upfield. Yotam towards the center. Big clearance out. JSW. Big demo drops it down towards the center. UEA will happily let that drop. Roehampton cutting it close, but Yotam says, "Cool as you like. This game is not ending here."
Could be a very key point in the series as well, and overtime, a real test of nerves and mental fortitude. Who's going to come out on top here? I feel like it could be a long one. You know, we've gone two goals each, and then a bit of a deadlock. Both teams coming close, but the defense holding, no mistakes coming through as of right now. Yotam, he's got it over the top of 1 though. Needs to be a good touch from Mack, as he's got control and air dribbling it deep into the midfield. So Mack is doing a great job there, carrying that ball to safety. There's a miss on the sidewall though, and 2 players beat, and it's Mack is once again having to deal with the danger. Gets the clear off the backboard. It's going to drop down for Dylan, and there is a 50-50 on the goal line, but it's going to go the way of UEA. Is the double touch going to be there? Not quite. fired back
Ward's
down
out.
the other end, and they're going to have a counter-attack opportunity. The bounce was not favorable, and it's just going end to end right now. It's like watching a game of pinball.
UEA were completely drawn out by that last opportunity. That was a smashing counter, and I think the only reason that did not find its way into the back of the net was on the back of that really poor bounce for this Roehampton side. They weren't able to make the most of it. JSW towards the back ball, clear out towards the side, but Yotam has read that. Bring it into towards the center. JSW's got rid of one. The Doomsday Dish doesn't come through, but the shot from Dylan has clutched it up. Roehampton, they take game 3.
Once again, the demo plays coming through huge for Roehampton as well. We saw 2 goals off the back of demos, and that one could not have come at a better time for that team. UEA went up a goal in that game, and then Roehampton just came straight back, showed us what they're made of, showed us why they were dominant in that National League play, and 2 games to 1, but still a hell of a long way to go in the series, and UEA do not look like they are going to sit down and be quiet anytime soon.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute battle start to finish. This is exactly what it was going to be. These 2 teams are actually providing the entertainment that we wanted to see from a Rocket League Grand Finals. Now, with this position, what do you think both sides need to do? I personally, if I'll take the Roehampton, what I think they need to do, I think they need to play off Yotam a little bit more. I think his plays really do push UEA back onto the defense as they sort of wait to see what he does. They don't really challenge. They step off a bit. I think Yotam needs to sort of know that, understand that, go for the plays, let UEA make the save, and hopefully, I reckon Dylan's going to be the one that just sort of flies in and smashes the ball home and gets them up in terms of the score lines. And I think that's going to be the way that Roehampton progress in this game. What do you think UEA need to do?
I don't think UEA need to change much, really. Just play the game that they're playing, but just faster, better, more consistent. UEA right now are playing as I would expect UEA to play at peak performance. I would say on Roehampton's side, they can definitely improve by playing more as a team. Roehampton, if you can fault them at all, it's the fact that they are a team of individuals. They each individually have they are very talented. They are very mechanical, and often that leads to them just kind of sending one player at a time to go for flip resets, ceiling shots, air dribbles, etc. Things that will, blow the defense apart, but it's kind of high risk, high reward, right? And it doesn't always work out because if you're sending one player against 3 players, usually the 3 players will come out on top, the 3 players in this instance being the UEA defense. That being said, they did utilize those plays where one player has gone up, maybe gotten a flip reset, and is just kind of toying with the defense. They then combined that with demos where UEA, they're struggling to rotate, they're struggling to move forwards. They don't want to challenge just in case the play goes over their heads. So they're just kind of sitting ducks in the net. So with those demos coming through as well, it's really opening things up for Roehampton, and UEA are struggling on the back line to kind of coordinate themselves. But I still think Roehampton ultimately would benefit from working as a team a little bit more. Maybe just like throw an infield passing play in there. The demos seem to be working well for now, but I don't think that they're going to be as successful as they could be if they were working as a more cohesive unit.
See, I think we're sort of reading the same information, inferring sort of different results. You're saying you want them to change, play a bit more cohesively. I'm saying stay as they are, but just look for the more aggressive plays that can really bring them out. I think Yotam really shines when he has the space, the time, the opportunity to really show off his mechanics. I think Dylan or JSW need to sort of remember that, realize that, and play off what he does. Talking of Dylan, here he comes, Edward over one, almost over the second. But those are the opportunities that I'm really thinking of. Dylan gets it forward, pushes UA onto the back lines. Imagine someone like Yotam or JSW flying forwards, getting a 50-50 there. That could easily fly into the back of the net for that play. But that was in the past. Everything has sort of been re-racked a little bit. Dylan up towards the ceiling, dropping it down, looking for the play. Pass one from Mackers. Holds firm in the center line. Ant-Man clearance to the backboard. Is there a follow-through from this UEA team? There is, but looks like Dylan's there first, clearing it off towards the side. Big clear from Roehampton. Snipe. Pushing it towards the side. Possession is in UA's hands, but they just a bit too harsh on the clearance. Giving away possession. Yotam to the backboard. Cleared out on the back lines. UEA's side just trying to play calm, trying to play their style, but this Roehampton team have started to do what they almost do every single series, just start to warm up by the second or third game until they become an irresistible force in the University Rocket League scene. Yotam towards net, saved out wide. It's UEA's side are getting absolutely battered by players right now.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of their own doing as well. They are giving the ball away for free a lot. We see another big clearance there, and they're just kind of chasing it, but it's picked up by Yotam and contested in the midfield. But yeah, a lot of the time, UEA players just aren't kind of linking up with each other that much. They're very much hit and hope, and just giving the ball to Roehampton, who are able of just picking the ball up off the sidewall and making a play out of nothing, essentially. It's not what you want to be doing. Right now, UEA are playing into Roehampton's hands. They're playing to Roehampton's strengths as well. Trying to think how you play to Roehampton's weaknesses, to be honest. Maybe just more speed, pass to your teammates rather than just hitting the ball long, I think is another one.
Yeah.
We also don't know what the boost situation is like as well. Roehampton could be controlling the boost very well, and that is suffocating UEA, forcing them to hit those long clears. That shot is not really going to do much. Yotam had to wait there to see if Mackers was going to blink and try and get something on target, but not in that instance. Ant-Man is keeping it alive in the blue half. UEA, I believe, have scored first every game so far, of which we have played 2, so we'll see if that trend continues. But I think this is the longest time that we have gone in a goal drought so far in both games, or in all 3 games, I should say.
Yeah, this UEA side have been struggling on their transitions. That's been their big problem. Like we both pointed out, they really struggle when they just play away, they lose the ball, lose possession. Roehampton get to have a second bite of the cherry in terms of the offense. As things progress, this UEA side will start to find things a lot harder as Roehampton settle into the series, settle into their own rotations to keep that pressure on. Towards back lines, Dylan trying to find a way past one. Can't do so. JSW gets 2 big 50-50s, drops down from that. No one there again from Roehampton, just waiting a little bit too long. Here's an opportunity. Oh my goodness! Axles everywhere, tires gone. Mackers has faked everyone.
That is so dirty. He knew that his opponent there was on the wall, had to jump off, regardless of what he was going to do. So what does he do? He just leaves the ball alone. Lets it trickle into the net. And we didn't mention before, but Macca's top 100 1v1 player in the world for a reason. SSL in 1v1s. Showing it there, coming up clutch for his team. And Roehampton, they've got to feel a little bit embarrassed about that one. That is a very cheap way to concede what could be a game-deciding goal.
UEA's game win is anything to go by. It very well could be. Just taking the first game played in this series, 1-0. It's all about the response now from this Roehampton side. Big clear out from Snipe. Big follow-up. But again, the transition just slightly off. Only Snipe committing towards the players. JSW gets a big 50-50. That'll drop down in towards the center. Shot just off target. It's Yotam. Blocked away by Ant-Man. Of course, Ant-Man's nothing. His 1v1 skills also nothing to sniff at. I'm sure Snipe has also picked up a lot of those skills as well. The Snipe does bring it forward. Can't get it past one. That drops Hampton towards the center. Eclat Macca's out towards the wall. JSW has read that perfectly. Dropping it down towards the center. Here comes Yotam. Look, get past one. Can't get the catch. And UEA, it has to be said, they cut it close that game. They will survive. And we're back to tied 2-2.
Yeah, we are. UEA looking great that game as ever. I think the main thing there was their defensive rotations. They never looked remotely uncomfortable on defense despite the monumental amount of pressure that Roehampton were putting on them there. And this is exactly what happened when they played Warwick on LAN in the winter split of Newell. Warwick were just stunned. They were just like, we don't know how we're losing. But it was just because UEA was so solid at the back. There was never really any panic. It was always full coordination, full team chemistry. And Roehampton, despite looking exceptional offense now, cannot find a way through. Notably, there was a lack of that aggression, lack of demolitions from Roehampton. So maybe if they recognize that that's what was working for them, then they might be able to generate some genuine offense where they force that UEA defensive rotation to break down. Until they do that, though, UEA look comfortable, and all they need is that one goal, and they just hold on. So 2-2 in the series, potentially another 3 or 4 games to go yet. Or, no, my maths is appalling. 5 games to go. It's going to be a real doozy.
And these Dylan air dribble kickoffs are really quite vicious in terms of UEA's defense. Just absolutely drills it into the first defender he sees, puts them on the back foot instantly, and that sets the tone almost for the rest of the game. JSW catch on the sidewall, brings it forward, bumped away. That shot has to be put to the side by Snipe. Yotam taking control, takes it past one, not past the second. Zantman will have that drop to JSW. Shot going wide. Eclat Macca's and Snipe getting a little bit confused. Who's taking the shot? But Yotam again just trying to take things as quickly as possible. Doesn't find a quality shot in the end. Big shot upfield. Play continues for the UEA side. Yotam to Dylan. Shot towards the sidewall. Blocked out. JSW look to fake out Snipe. That clearance very simple in the end. That drops in towards the center. Big challenge from Ant-Man. Pushes out towards the side. It's an opportunity for Snipe actually. On towards the ceiling. Doesn't take the flip reset. Just drops it back to Eclat Macca's. It's just hovering over the blue net. And no one from UEA flying in to try and find a finishing touch. Although I would say it wasn't really available to them. Here comes JSW. All blocked away on the backboard.
UEA's defense once again looking impenetrable. They just seem to have Roehampton red, and I don't know if that is just testament to how good UEA are playing now in terms of just ultimately predicting what is going to be coming at them, or if Roehampton are just playing it a little bit too simple and a little bit too easy for UEA to read. They are still going kind of one by one here. This might be a bit more complicated. Dylan flick to the top corner. It's off the bar and it's saved by Macca's, who jumps in front of the ball. That one's going to drop dangerously in front of net though, but thankfully that is Snipe there to clear the lines. Danger still not completely gotten rid of, but that clear should give UEA a bit of breathing space. Here comes Snipe now. Might not be able to get the second touch. It's a very awkward bounce off the corner. Yotam off the sidewall looking for a slight little touch there to give that ball and some extra momentum, but can't find it, and demoed in the midfield as well. JSW gonna have to back off for this one. Don't think he has any boost left in the tank. Does actually get a nice pinch, but I think it's gonna do a whole lot as Macca's. It's straight up and down actually. Dylan with a shot, but it's wide of the mark. Have to feel that Roehampton, when they get opportunities like that where UEA's defense just looks a little bit flustered, really they need to be taking them.
They really do. They have looked impressive in the early part of this game. Surprisingly, on the other side of things, from my reading of the past game and this game, UEA do look a little bit more comfortable. But even then, Roehampton is still getting through. They're still having their opportunities. It's just a matter of being clinical. Hello, Yotam. That was clinical. 1-0 up for Roehampton, finally, after a quite dominant first 3 minutes.
Talk about threading the needle there. It got past the first player who was trying to pre-jump and block the shot, and then straight in between the other two. So pinpoint accuracy from JSW there on the side, or Yotam, sorry, on the side of Roehampton. They're going to get a second here. There has been a demolition onto a UEA player, but Ant-Man with a clear. Might be able to get back to this one as well, but leaves it to Snipe in the midfield. Looks for that infield passing play. It's a good option, but no one from UEA on the same wavelength, and now UEA with a bit of an overcommit. Just Snipe on the back line, tips that one up high, but has he passed it straight to Dylan? Not quite. You can't quite wrap his car round the ball and get the aerial off. W over into that corner. Yotam chasing, has plenty of boost to work with as well. Tries to fake out one. Roehampton this game look a bit more resurgent, don't they?
Yeah, a lot more confident, a lot more aggressive. It was one of the points I did make during the break. I wanted to see a more aggressive Roehampton, more follow-up in terms of their shots and their plays, and they've definitely brought that. I did say halfway through, UEA did look a little bit more comfortable up until that goal. That's true. But the moment that Roehampton were able to realise, they are getting too confident, too comfortable on defence, will step forward. Yotam, Dylan, JSW, they put the aggressor on, they put on the pressure, they found one goal for themselves. Now they seem to be holding just about 34 seconds to go. Roehampton could take the lead in the series in very UEA fashion towards the centre.
So can UEA pull out something magical here with 20 seconds left? Mackers over to his teammate. It's high into the midfield. Dylan blocks away to the left-hand side. Mackers might be able to take the shot here and does onto the backboard. Undefended. Shot coming through.
Oh no!
Down off the crossbar. Can they convert still? Crossbar again. That was the chance for UEA. It's going to be put up high. It's going to drop all the way down. It's going to be Mackers to try and keep it alive, and he does so. Once again, a dangerous ball onto the backboard. Anyone from UEA able to take control. Ant-Man up high, surely dropped down by Roehampton, and it is. So they are going to take game 5 here and go ahead in the series.
Fist bumps all around for the Roehampton side. All the resurgence they needed, but that was a tricky ending to face. UEA almost found a way through in the last second, but just not finding the net. It was there. It was open for them. They had the opportunity and they let it fly by.
Yeah, you really have to feel they should have converted there. That was a golden opportunity to send us to another overtime. And UEA, I would have to say, still are kind of winning the mental battle here. They do just seem the calmer team. Roehampton seem, yes, they seem happy, but you know they're getting quite emotional. They're getting quite into it. They're enjoying themselves. I don't know. It's impossible to know whether it's a blessing or a curse to really be kind of getting into it and getting into the series, or whether it's better to just keep a cool head. Obviously, different things work better for different people. You can see Mackers in the centre there, just calm, you know, deadpan, focused, knows his game plan, knows what he's got to do, and that's just kind of how UEA are on LAN. They are just like pure ice in the veins. But they're going to have to find a little bit extra ice here because Roehampton now have a lead in the series. UEA have come from behind twice already, I believe. So definitely not over yet. We could be going all the way to a game 9. Roehampton look better in that one, but we'll have to see what UEA can bring to the table in game 6.
Yeah, the pattern at the moment in terms of games winning, games lost, is favouring Roehampton just about at the moment. Yotam looking at the goal, just about finds a shot. It's in front of net still. Snipe very calmly, very sensibly, just pushes that away. In terms of next follow-up saves, Yotam locked out by Mackers. Still an opportunity for this Roehampton side. JSW just taking a moment, just taking relax, doesn't take the quick fire shots. Does result in the situation being diffused by UEA. But still, I think the Roehampton are also taking a few smarter decisions when it comes to, alright, we want to keep possession, we want to keep pressure on this UEA side, so we'll look for opportunities to just have a bit more interplay. Look for each other in terms of on the pitch, getting the passes done.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't agree more with that, to be honest. Roehampton now look like they're making UEA uncomfortable on defense for not the first time this series, but it's only happened on a handful of occasions. And I think, as you say, it is just an increase in pace, firstly, but also an increase in that interplay between all three. They're no longer just kind of sending one person upfield to try and get a play going. It's a three-man job now, and they are finding more success with that, and they are making UEA look a little bit squirrely on defense on some occasions.
In towards the center, Yotam cannot find the shot. Dylan can't either. Breakaway opportunity though, coming in from UEA. But again, that is diffused. A slight miscommunication on the offense. Here's the ice of Eaglat Mackers and Co. starting to melt just a little bit. That shot blocked out by JSW. Here to rebuild. Shot upfield. Goes towards the Roehampton back lines. Again from Snipe in towards the center. Dylan has to try and play it away. Opportunity. Yotam's in the way. It's still dropping down dangerously. No one from UEA gets even close to that. Good play from Roehampton to keep it away as they have an opportunity to counter. Just about taken out of position by Blackmackers and the UEA defense. That goes high in towards the center. The shot on target but blocked out again. Roehampton being absolutely inspired by the stalwart defense of UEA to come up with some of their saves of their own. It's 2 minutes to go. We are still tied 0-0.
We are, but UEA are asking as many questions as Roehampton are at this point. And UEA, you kind of see them, it's usually the follow-up shot, the dagger blow, but Roehampton are now being wise to that. They're coordinating themselves better on defense. They're not double committing as much. They're just kind of having that calm attitude to their defensive rotations that we've seen from UEA. And it's really working wonders for them because UEA typically would just hit a shot onto the backboard and then the follow-up shot would be the dagger blow. This time they seem to be dealing with it a bit better though. They are wise to that UEA continue to send players in front of net just to pepper the goal line, but they're kind of snuffing that out right as before the opportunities even present themselves.
Almost a moment there for UEA side to take the lead. They are still absolutely putting this Roehampton team under their cosh. When they do have the opportunities, the transitions upfield is just a little bit better, a little bit more solid. There's still a slight problem to them in my opinion. But they're making them work just a little bit more for them. Dylan doesn't get the play. Big blast upfield. Has coaxed the Roehampton team out a little bit. JSW out towards the side. Big challenge coming in as that moves towards the center. Yotam pushing it away again, but does have a follow-up opportunity, but Snipe is there first, and Yotam decides to drop. Again, it's smarter plays coming in from this Roehampton team. They know a bit more about what to expect from this UEA side when it comes to their offense. They're just a lot calmer, a lot more measured, and it has been working out for them during the last two games. Eaglat Mackers over one, but that does fall for Yotam. The last 10 seconds, this could be an absolute dagger blow if either side finds a goal now. Ant-Man in towards the center. Dylan pushing it out wide, but here's a follow-up from Eaglat Mackers. Can he find a way in towards the center and keep it up? No, he can't. We've entered overtime once again.
5 minutes of deadlock with no goals scored from either side. Does that continue? Do we just end up in a perpetual overtime here where no team can break through? Or are we going to see an early opportunity? Not quite. Would have only been 10 seconds gone, but still GSW drops it down, but it's into safety in the corner. But crucially, boost stolen away by Dylan. UEA, they're going to have to try and coordinate themselves on very little boost here, and you could see there JSW from a long way back was able to close the distance to that ball extremely quickly, and it's still Roehampton. UEA yet to clear their lines, yet to get any kind of meaningful touch on the ball. Once again stifled in the midfield, Demo coming through as well, but no real shot to boot with it. Mackers in control, gets it round one.
Oh, here
what
we
has he got in his store here? Looks for the flick, he's got it past, but not quite. Yotam holding firm there, waiting for that flick to come, and ultimately the placement wasn't too troubling for him.
1 minute in, UEA side. It's tricky to say who's had the better opportunity. We had the 1v1 opportunity there for the Eaglat Mackers. That doesn't go in. Roehampton have held it onto the UEA line on a few occasions. That still hasn't fallen through for them. Has to be said. UEA, though, they cannot let the pattern continue. They have to take this game if they want to take the NSC Championship for this split. Brought forward by Eclat Mackers, played back by Yotam. For the rest of the Roehampton team, there's JSW. No follow-up yet from Dylan. They've wisely decided just take a moment to let the situation diffuse. I think there's a barking dog in the background. He's enjoying the Rocket League as well. UEA on the back foot just a little bit. Things are slowly starting to turn for the Roehampton team. That's in towards the centre. Very awkward from the UEA Blue Jays. That's in towards the centre. No one there. Dylan just a little bit too late to try and play that ball. Yotam out towards the side. A little bit of a mistouch. It's left to Ant-Man. Towards the side. Eclat Mackers off the backboard. Yotam finds a vital clearance. And once again, it's the UEA advantage diffused by Roehampton defensive play.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes with no goal scoring opportunities, and Snipe, nice big clear. Sam pops it up high but can't really recover it. Has been given full reign of the corner though, and that could really catch UEA out as Yotam unchallenged at the near post, almost proving fatal for UEA.
Also towards the centre.
Not quite. If Roehampton win this game, they will be going on to match point, and that is a scary situation for UEA as Yotam goes underneath one, but immediately challenged by Mackers. It is turning into a bit of ping pong here. Neither team really wants to hold on to the ball for too long. They're just very happy to clear it down the field, get it away from their net and that danger zone. But I feel like we could be heading towards a conclusion to this as Snipe with a lovely little redirect onto the backboard. Ant-Man following, but only 2 players being sent at a time, which understandable for both teams. You do not want to overcommit and concede a cheap goal in overtime.
Might start to become a little bit of a cagey affair when it's all said and done, if that's the situation for both sides. If no one's going to make the move, how does one team find a breakthrough? JSW taking it calmly. Can't get it past one though. Ant-Man plays it towards the backboard. There's Dylan. Played away from him. Ant-Man's still in control. Plenty of boost to his name. Yotam blocks out. That drops in towards the centre. Dylan makes the clearance. Snipe, try and get past one. Doesn't find a way through. Is there an issue at the other end of the pitch for Eclat Mackers? Very possibly. Snipe bringing it forward. This is the worst possible moment for one of the players to have an issue. JSW in towards the middle. There we go. It has been paused.
Good job, admin.
I think I drew attention to it, Orion. I think just a little bit. But 4 minutes 20 into overtime, and even with Eclat Mackers, unfortunately, seemed to have a technical difficulty, maybe with a keyboard or a controller. Can't remember which one he uses now, but
that's always fun. PC dead.
PC dead. Blue screen. And I think you can actually see it in the reflection of Eclat Mackers. His
white t-shirt is now blue, yeah.
Blue for UEA, though, so it's quite fitting in the end.
Well, good that it hasn't affected the result of the game at all. But I mean,
absolutely,
we'll go straight back into this game with tensions unbelievably high. I mean, 4 minutes 20 in overtime, plus a full 5 minutes of regulation in this game to decide whether Roehampton goes on to match point or UEA tie up the series. The stakes could not be higher. This is yet another turning point in this best of 9 series. And I mean, I guess we can talk about that overtime. I wanted to ask you who you felt was the stronger side, but I'm going to put my view out there, which is that neither. It was just such a slugfest.
I'm with you on that. Neither team really looked the better. It was so 50-50 in terms of both possession, chances, and neither team, just by the end of that sort of period of 4 minutes or so, before Eclat Mackers unfortunately had the blue screen problem, neither team just sort of were willing to go for that one big move that could have gotten them the lead in the game, could have won them the overtime. So we're a bit stuck in this situation for both teams where they've realized the intensity of this overtime and they're just so cagey. They're just so nervous to make that one goal that could either take them to match point or back tied 3-3.
Yeah, we didn't really see any kind of like clear-cut opportunities, and it definitely didn't look like your regular game of Rocket League between these two top university teams. Cagey is a very accurate word. You know, they were just very happy to get rid of the ball, give it to the other team, go and chase it upfield. They just do not want it anywhere near their net, and that's the same for both teams. And I mean, can you blame them? You know, you're gone 9 minutes and 20 seconds without a goal. The tension is building, the nerves are building. Are you gonna take the initiative and just kind of like catch the ball calmly and pass it over to a teammate, or are you gonna go yeet, get rid of this thing? I do not want it anywhere near my box or my goal line. Thank you very much. And yeah, I think the answer is probably the latter for both of these teams. We will be getting back into this overtime though, and I feel it's that the pause, as unfortunate it is, unavoidable, obviously, it will take the sting out of things a little bit because, you know, they've been playing for 9 minutes, 20 seconds without a goal. Adrenaline is building, tension is building. This to them will probably feel like a reset. I'm not sure if we'll start off of a kickoff or not because the game was paused in-game. So we'll essentially start from where all the players stopped on the pitch with Macca's frozen upfield on the Roehampton side. We might start from a kickoff. Not sure. Up to the admins. But yeah, I feel like it will feel kind of like a bit of a breath of fresh air for both sides once we get back into this overtime.
I'm just thinking, if the admins do decide kickoff, oh, the awful moment when there's a kickoff goal after about 5 seconds after an absolutely incredible overtime to start things off, and in fact, an absolutely incredible game so far. So just imagining the disappointment of we've just had a crazy long overtime, and it takes 5 seconds off a restart kickoff to find its way into the back of the nets. That is going to be awful for one of these teams. But I believe we're just going to take a quick moment to make sure everything is sorted out for Eclat Maccas, make sure both teams are prepared and they know the situation along with us. We'll see you after that.
Strength extraordinary.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart in like over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth, as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise, and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so yeah, really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.
Well, welcome back after that brief technical pause. I believe we are going straight back into a game, and just to set the scene, we are 4 minutes and 20 seconds into an overtime in Game 6, I believe, between Roehampton and UEA. The score in the regular time was 0-0. We have not had a goal in over 9 minutes and 20 seconds, and we start from the kickoff after that pause. 4 minutes 30 now of this overtime, so the tension immediately ramping right back up. We'll see who is able to take this game. That's a nice flip reset, and the goal not going to come through. The faintest of touches, taking it into the sky there, and meaning that we continue in this overtime.
Pushed up play by Roehampton. I think that both teams have sort of taken this as a huge let-off on both sides. We said before the break, this overtime hasn't really gone in either direction. It's been very much 50-50. The mentality must have just shifted to, right, absolutely send it. We've had a moment, we've had a break, reshift our mind, let's go for this. Eclat Makis in towards center, pitched it to the middle, the shot is blocked out. Another shot comes in from Ant-Man, sent wide by JSW. Still the opportunity there for UEA. They just need to put the pressure on as they do that. Eclat Makis, lines have been cleared. JSW towards the backboard, in towards the center. Dylan, I should say, ends up leaving it. Yotam, the shot on target, and that is just put onto the crossbar and kept out for UEA. But a massive break in between in a very, very 50-50 overtime. Looks like balance is slowly starting to be restored as well. I think just about by a whisker, UEA might just have a little bit on Roehampton after the restart, but every single time Roehampton come forward, it still looks dangerous, it still looks deadly, it still looks like something that will terrify this UEA defense. Upfield, Eclat Makis pops it up, here comes Snipe, can't get past JSW, that drops down to the floor. Ant-Man doesn't quite get the best touch in that situation, Dylan will bring it forward. UEA blocked out, here's an opportunity for Dylan, blocked out again by Snipe. Big pinch coming in, and that will relieve a little bit of pressure for the UEA Blue Jays.
Absolutely it will, but we are at 6 minutes 30 seconds now. Is this one going to go underneath? There's a demo as well. It's gone over the top.
Oh my
gosh! Go in. There's a bump as well. Macca's demo and a bump in net seals the deal, seals the overtime for UEA. Once again, being the hero for his team.
Oh my goodness! How did UEA get away with that one? Just bump after bump. And it finds its way through. Roehampton shell-shocked. I think JSW's just a... I can't quite tell, but that facial reaction was just one of complete shock. I think he did not expect that to find its way through. But clever play, clever passing within each other by the UEA side to find their way upfield and in towards the net. Looks like Roehampton might be having a few technical issues for the moment, but I believe that game will stand. Looks like there are conversations going on, but don't think any of the UEA team are up in arms about any of the decisions, so I think everything will keep going. Eclat Makis looking at his two teammates. Let's keep going, let's keep pushing. It's time to finish off this NSC final.
Well, they've been here before. We are now at a tied game, 3 games apiece. But it's a best of 9. So we are not on match point just yet. UEA denying Roehampton a match point there. But I think it has gone back and forth. We haven't seen either of these teams win 2 games in a row yet. So if the pattern continues, we should see Roehampton go on to match point. But honestly, I mean, that previous game was just so testament to how close this series is and how close these 2 teams are in terms of performance. We went over 11 minutes without a goal even being scored, despite multiple attacks from both sides, the defense just holding. So you are seeing top tier Rocket League now, and it just so happens to be at university level. So talent on display right now is honestly within some of the best in the game, and all these players at university in the United Kingdom as well.
So this is second NSC appearance, NSC Grand Finals appearance for this Roehampton side. It is also a second for the UEA Blue Jays as Yotam almost finds the opening goal. Previous occasion that UEA found themselves here, Ant-Man was also there all the way back in winter 2020. Where they ended up losing out to a rampant at the time Loughborough Lions. That was almost the year of a team taking all 4 splits in the University Rocket League. Incredible achievement that no one's even got close to since. But now the UEA Blue Jays, they have their second chance. Roehampton, they have their second chance. And at the moment, we are completely tied up, 3 games apiece. Yotam trying to find a way through to try and get a little bit of an advantage for this Roehampton team. Clapmakers blocked out. 2 players going for the ball. As Yotam pushes it out wide. Clapmakers can't find the challenge. That might fall all the way through. No, it doesn't. The back line of UEA calmly rotating back, making sure that doesn't fall all the way through. 2 minutes in. No goals for either side to be ahead of their opponents.
Not quite yet, and we find ourselves in a very familiar position here. 2 minutes down, no goals, but definitely plenty of opportunities. But the defenses are just looking absolutely sublime at the moment. Clapmakers, how far can he carry this one? Well, only as far as the boost in his tank allows him to, finally dropping it and letting Roehampton clear the lines. But it took a little while to do that. Yotam not making contact. Dylan flipping over the top of the ball as well. It has made its way into UEA's territory, but they're doing their best to try and clear it. You see them all stacked up on defense, but that miss just going to make them adjust their read a little bit. That's a very dangerous touch as well from Mackers. Rotates in straight behind, very fast defensive rotation. Now Mackers at that front post. 2 UEA players going, so they don't quite have the composure on defense that we've seen from them in previous games.
Still a 50-50 game in a way. I'd say maybe Roehampton pipping it just a little bit better in this, but still, UEA have also had their opportunities. They come forward for another one. Yotam having pushed out towards the side. Look at the JSW teammate on the wing. Clapmakers trying to bait out Dylan. Does get the challenge. Doesn't go the way that he would have wanted. Ant-Man, huge clearance. Looking for the back lines of the Roehampton side. Snipe decides to stay grounded. That finds a way past Clapmakers as Yotam pushing again for the UEA backboard. Not quite central though. So nothing coming quite off it. That would have been a wondrous redirect in towards the net. They could have found a way around. JSW up over 1. Can't get past the second. That man clears the lines. It's great defensive rotations from UEA once again. That has been their trademark this entire series of just staying calm in situations where you'd expect all their heads would be absolutely spinning with the pressure that they allow to be put on them. And towards the backboard, UEA is shot blocked out by JSW. And again, this is such a tight game, such a tricky game, where one mistake could cost them the lead and the game itself.
Feels like we're playing a game of chess in Rocket League, as both teams are just always trying to be 1 step ahead of their opponents. Make it 2 steps, you know, it does just feel like that. So
and think Orion is back with us.
I'm
again.
here. I'm here.
Hey.
I'm back with us. But yeah, as I was saying, I will continue with my chess analogy that it is just it feels more like a mental game than a physical game at this point. Just the decision-making process. You can really see how either player or all the players are kind of thinking about the game and trying to think like preemptively to bait out their opponents. But I mean, we're at another overtime, Dragon. In the past 60 minutes of gameplay, there has only been a single goal, and it's going to be a single goal again to decide this. Is that one going to be met by a UEA defender? Yes, it is, off their own backboard. Two players commit, but the clear coming through, so danger has been averted, avoided.
Oh,
But
no.
now there's a demo on the back line, and oh my word, JSW just about makes it home in time.
That demo almost tripped them up from the Roehampton side. But just in the end, JSW is there to make sure it stays out of the way. And man, in towards the center, no one challenging from UEA. I think in the end, a little bit of a smart situation with two Roehampton defenders ready to clear that way. And they really needed to just sort of stay back to see how things would turn out. Dylan towards the back line, that just runs through. Opportunity for the follow-up for the Roehampton side. Cleared out by Eaglatmakers. In towards the side. JSW to the diagonal. In towards the center. Dylan again, just a little bit nervy, a little bit cagey. Doesn't go for the big commit. Lets UEA find a clearance upfield. Find the possession as well. Big 50-50 as that drops down towards the center. Almost the angle of a century that could have given UEA the lead of the series. Eaglatmakers under goes JSW. Roehampton onto match point.
That was an odd one to concede as well. I'm not sure what happened there, whether just the UEA player thought that JSW was going over the top and in the end went underneath, or just a missed aerial. But ultimately, it's not going to matter how things panned out. What is going to matter is Roehampton now on to match point in the series. It's taken them a hell of a long time to get here, but they have made it to match point. Now, I said at the start of the series that it's gone back and forth between these two teams, so Roehampton should win this game. They have done so, and now UEA should win the next one. Is that going to be the case, or do Roehampton on their first match point of this series just take the victory here? What are your thoughts, Dragon?
I think they'll sure be hoping they can end this here. It's going to get starting a little bit nervy as we get very, very close to that game 9. Ooh, do they take it is the trickiest question you could ever ask for. Can this Roehampton side take it? I'm going to say there is a good 70% chance. I think UEA are starting to trail off just a little bit, and I don't think Roehampton, what a super team that would be to combine them, but I think Roehampton just have enough left in the tank to be able to take it. Dylan asking for fist bumps, JSW and Yotam providing as well. About to jump in to this all-important game number 8.
Yes, 8. Maths. It's usually 7 games for a Rocket League series, so the best of 9. Confusing me slightly there, but you are right. Game number 8, Yotam looking to start things off with a 45-degree flick there, but immediately blocked out by the UEA defense, who in the previous game let their guard down slightly, I feel. And I think that was also testament to the amount of pressure that Roehampton were able to put on. But UEA definitely looked a little bit more uncomfortable. We saw more double commits. We saw less kind of preempting what Roehampton were going to be doing. And I think that's kind of how Roehampton have just changed things up a little bit. It's much less vanilla. It's much less direct. UEA are having to adapt to that. Whether they can continue to adapt to that or not is a different question.
I think they also need to be careful they don't fall back into their old ways. What the heck is that? What the heck is going on here?
That
man. Oh, that's
one of the goals
a doink.
Ever.
Own doink.
Wow.
An own doink from Yotam will give UEA the lead in this game 8.
Well, we do like a little bit of comedy relief to just relieve the tension a little
that's
bit.
Calmed everyone down. That's calmed everyone down, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was lovely.
I can only imagine that Roehampton are absolutely laughing about how unlucky
You'd hope
that goal
so.
was.
You'd hope so.
I mean, the way they have been taking the series, the way we've seen the cameras, their reactions to losses, the reactions to wins, I reckon that is going to be the reaction after that goal. It's just a quick chuckle, heads down again. Let's keep going. Flatmackers out towards the side. Both teams will have to restructure a little bit. Like you say, this Roehampton team have adapted, they've changed. UEA need to change just a little bit, move their targets just a little bit more, stay in line with everything. Sniper's been bumped up into the optimal position to take care of that waterfall pass. But yeah, they've gotten a little bit lucky. I'll say a little bit lucky with that doink, but it was still good pressure from Atman onto Yotam. There was no way that anyone in the road positions that Roehampton were in would be able to get that. So 1-0 by way of half luck, half good positioning and good game sense. Can they keep it for the next 3 minutes? Or is there something in the lockers of the Roehampton Monster Shop that they haven't told us about yet? They almost find a way through there. And the first attempt just after being asked.
Well, we do find ourselves in a bit of a different dynamic here than what we've been used to in these past couple of games, where the goals have been few and far between, and it's taken 2 overtime goals to decide the last 2 games. Now UEA have a lead in regulation. Are they going to extend it? Are Roehampton able to really generate anything here? Because yes, both teams have kind of just been a bit cagey, but now UEA with a lead are able to dictate the play a little bit more, as Eclatmakers was doing there with that double touch. The follow-up shot is good as well. Ant-Man secures a 2-goal lead for UEA, and they look set to be taking us to a grand finale as things stand. Can Roehampton answer back here and find 2 goals to at least equalise in this game?
That was the exact pressure and exact follow-throughs that I think this UEA side have been lacking a little bit for this series. It's just, I think both teams almost are in the same vein of, they have different attacking styles, yes, but they both need that more killer instinct to just grapple with teams, just go after them. And it's exactly what UEA have done in this game to find themselves 2 goals up ahead. It's no more just holding 1 goal and just waiting for things, having very weak transitions upfield that they just blast up and hope someone latches onto. Now, they are looking for a lot more of the possession. They do block out the midfield lines, yes, but still, look at Ant-Man. Follows through, keeps control, and now Roehampton, they get put onto the back lines. They can counter quickly, that's the plus side of Roehampton. They're very good in transition. But still, this is a much better UEA side in terms of their offense. A little bit of a double commit. 1 minute to go, and with 1 player back, UEA will hold on to that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, it seems like the mental for UEA when they're in the lead just seems to be that little bit better. They just have that confidence and that swagger about themselves, and then the calmness on defense as well. They know they've got the lead. All they need to do is hold on to it, and they are fully focused on the task in hand. So Roehampton not able to find a way through at all thus far. Goal here could change things. It could upset the apple cart a little bit, but you can see UEA Mackers just trying to kill time off the clock. They're just forcing them in the corner, keeping those challenges coming. Roehampton not able to break out of their own half. They're getting starved on boost, and I think this game is over, which means, Dragon, we have what myself, you, and everyone probably wanted to see, which is a Game 9. Game 9 between Roehampton and UEA. 1 more game will decide the NFC Spring Split.
One of these teams enter the NFC Hall of Champions. Both these teams have won a Newell Split this year. One of these teams is going to take home an NSC annual prize in terms of just their finishing positions this year. It's been an incredible run for both teams to get to this point. An incredible matchup that will be the final game. This is the final game of the NSC Rocket League season. Ryan?
Yes.
This is where the ice comes in. This could be where the ice comes in for UEA. We said it at the start of this broadcast, the start of the Rocket League segment. Could be all about the ice for these teams. And can UEA summon that forth? They did so in that last game, winning out 2-0 from a vital position. Can they do that again?
Well, I mean, you talk about ice. Both teams look in their element on LAN, right? You can see UEA, they're focused, steely-eyed, they know what they have to do. Roehampton, they're equally relaxed, but they're relaxed in a more kind of like laughy, jokey way. They are enjoying being here. They're vibing, as the kids say these days. But talk about ice. I don't know. It's going to be such an even contest. I don't think any team really kind of runs away with it in this final game, as both now have an equally good opportunity. There is a shot on target, dealt with by the Roehampton defense. That one could go all the way, though. Is Dylan going to be there? Not quite. Blocked on the goal line. Opportunities presenting themselves at both ends, but nothing coming through just yet.
Ant-Man with 2 vital touches, one to save, one to just stop a shot from even happening in the first place. This is what it comes down to, just those moments of clutchness that will just divide these two teams. A true Champions Field moment as we continue this game. 1 minute is gone, no teams ahead. This has been Roehampton just about leaving, I would say, in terms of shots. Getting demolished and taken off pitch as well, though. Upfield, in towards the centre. JSW, slight mistouch out towards the side. Will UEA follow that up? They will. First chance from Snipe is missed. In towards the centre. Yotam again coming in clutch, just as his opponent Ant-Man did a few seconds earlier, to deny a shot on target. Towards the side. Left by Snipe for Ant-Man, in towards the centre. Redirect goes high. Can't find a drop down to Eclat Mackers. Here's a breakaway for Dylan. Shot saved by Snipe. Dropping down. Demo dodged. JSW, opportunity from the sidewall. In towards the middle. Eclat Mackers pushing that away. UEA very calmly dealing with a lot of the situations being put in front of them, but not dealing calmly when they're up front. When they're upfield, looking for the one goal that could lead them to the NSE Championship. It's not quite coming together for them.
Not yet, but opportunities on both sides. It really is a battle of the midfield at the moment, just making sure those rotations are working well, and UEA playing their disruptive game, and they are playing it to maximum effect this time. Rotation breaking down for a second for UEA, but here they come in a 1v3. Mackers looking for a flick over one with a demo provided by another player, but the play did not come through that time, despite being as well orchestrated as it was. So we continue here into the fray. Shot is going to be in from Snipe. Infield pass away from the goalkeeper, and that is going to be UEA getting their noses in front in game 9. Could that be it? We've seen UEA hold on to these 1-goal leads multiple times. Roehampton need to find an equaliser fast here, otherwise UEA could really start to put the pressure on.
Problem is, that was right at the start of this series, when Roehampton were at their very coldest, I would say. Weren't quite warmed up. Now they are up to speed, they are up to pace with this game. They have managed to find their way to 3-game victories in this series. What's to say they can't find a 4th, especially from this position. Big clearance upfield, gets past JSW towards the backboard. Big demo coming into play from the Eclat Mackers. That's pushing towards the centre. Yotam towards the side, and towards the middle. Good catch. Chance for Ant-Man. Bumped into the play. JSW makes the stop. It's still there for UEA to make the most of. Up and towards the centre. Dylan has to get there first. Does so, but Snipe also managed to get enough to keep out of the way. Roehampton can take a breather, take a breath, as they finally get into the UEA half, but they are still trailing 1-0 with 1 minute 20 to go.
Yeah, Roehampton are definitely looking second best here. UEA have ramped things up tenfold. Rotations are there. The speed is incredible. Is there any real stopping them here? Well, Roehampton, are they going to get completely caught out? Oh, it's an own goal!
from JSW, who was trying to take it to safety, but it's gone calamitously wrong. Mackers with the flick. JSW just tried to help it back into his own half, but that could be curtains for Roehampton, courtesy of that mistake.
Heartbreak for the team that came second in just the most recent winter split. Their opponents could finally avenge the loss that has possibly been haunting them for the last 3 years or so. Two and a half. Dylan in towards the centre. JSW managed to find the clearance. Big smash upfield from Dylan. Here's an opportunity for Roehampton to step forward. 40 seconds to go on the clock. 2 goals. It's perfectly reasonable that this Roehampton side, the team that came top of the National League, can find their way past this UEA side twice. But at the moment, it's just not quite happening. The last 30 seconds to tick down. Dylan, huge clearance upfield. Ant-Man, clear it out towards the side. It's still centre. JSW is shot, blocked by Eclat Mackers. This UEA side look comfortable now. They look careful, they look cautious, but they look victorious as well. 2-0 could be the final scoreline. But I tell you what, after 9 games in this final, after 8 played games, UEA deservedly are champions of NSE and champions of the UK.
Yeah, UEA unbeaten on LAN across both splits. Haven't dropped a single series. It's crazy. We talked about the ice from them. We gave our predictions. Roehampton were the favourites coming in once again, but I am so glad that I did not underestimate UEA this time. They put on an absolutely stunning performance, as did Roehampton, but when it got down to the nitty-gritty of it in games 8 and 9, when they're staring down the barrel of match point, they turned it up a notch. They really took the fight to Roehampton and ultimately came out victorious.
Yeah, they found that calm, they found that zen to just take control of the game. And in the last 2 games of the series, it just took 2 goals for them to sort of finally feel comfortable in the way they were playing. Orion, that was an absolutely phenomenal grand finals that we've been treated to.
Yeah, that was a real series for the ages. Absolutely. I mean, they're one apiece now as well. In Newell, Roehampton beat UEA 4-2. So I'm actually yet to see Roehampton play online. I've only ever seen them play 2 series, both on LAN, both to UEA. And both times UEA have... I mean, the first series was a complete washout that I watched in the winter split of Newell. UEA just walked away with it. Roehampton were nowhere. That time, Roehampton looked very competitive throughout. But then I saw the LAN UEA step up and rear its mighty head once again. Yeah, incredibly well-deserved for them. And as well, finishing first after coming in as the 4th seed after National League. They finished 8 points below Roehampton, I believe. So maybe not having as good as a regular season, but man, when those playoffs heat up, UEA just are rampant. They go on a complete rampage. And when it gets to LAN as well, so far, on paper, they have been unstoppable.
That is a new champion added to the Hall of NSC Rocket League Champions. UEA Blue Jays, welcome to you guys. But for now, Affinity has an interview with one of the triumphant UEA players.
Hello, I am joined with Eclat from the winning team. Do you want to give us a bit of information about yourself?
Eclat, I play for UEA. I've been playing there for 2 years, and that's about it, really, yeah.
Awesome. And what was preparation for this event looking like for you? Was there much going into it, or can you walk me through that?
Before this event, well, we had the major Uni League UR, which we weren't too successful in, but so we've been playing quite a lot for that, which is sort of tied in to this event because of how close together they were.
Brilliant. And it went to overtime a lot in this game, and it was a long game, so you're up there for a while. What do you think was the little push that you needed to get you over the finishing line?
I just think our mentals overall are just a bit better than theirs, especially on LAN. I don't think we were as nervous and made the touches that we needed and ended up getting the win.
Awesome. And one final question. Will we be seeing you again next time?
Well, this is my third year at uni. I don't know whether I'm doing a master's yet, so I don't actually know yet, unfortunately.
So potentially, maybe if you come back from Masters, maybe we'll see the team come back. Awesome. I will let you go celebrate your hard-earned victory.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Awesome. Now, that concludes the Rocket League for today. So come back tomorrow because we have the League of Legends and the Rainbow Six Siege, which you will have Janiro hosting you for. Just to sort of summarize the day, we had our Valorant, where Nott Dateable versus CES, 2-1, where we went to overtime after overtime. But Nott Dateable did come out on top. There's a lot of crowd support in that game. Really awesome to see so many people turn up. We had the Women's and Non-Binary League, where UCL Unicorns just edged out a win against Nott Men, going 2-0 with a very close final match. And we've had UEA just beat Rotherhampton on the Rocket League. Again, lots of overtimes and very well fought from everybody there. Now, I just want to give a quick thank you to all of the production team out the back. They have described it as a disaster of overtimes today. So we're going to wrap it up there, let them get some break, and let you have a nice night's rest. I will see you again tomorrow.
Strength extraordinary.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Good morning, crack student gamers, and welcome to the British University Esports Championship Spring 2022. It's been a long time coming, and we're now live from Insomnia. We're back bigger than ever. We have so much going on here.
It's a place for all competitive gamers to come along. Even if you're not amazing, you can still take part, which is really nice, and you meet so many different students from different unis. It's just really nice, like a fun place to be.
And the NSC, by being at Insomnia, is really amazing. Especially a small, isolated university like Oxford, it's great to meet other students who are into esports.
So we've got a spectator area where the student communities come and they're meeting up for the first time in probably 2 years, getting to watch the finals, and then we've also got the teams on stage playing against each other. And then also we've got a student LAN as well, as kind of like a mini LAN in a wider bring your own computer over the weekend. Super grateful for our sponsors. Our headline partner is Intel. We're also partnered with Barclays, Monster Energy, providing loads of Monster Energy to keep everyone fueled over the weekend. PC Specialist, Special Effects, and we're also partnered with Bucks as well.
Everyone in the university scene is so welcoming and so lovely. You don't see people like this anywhere else, like in a community together. And it's just all about creating those connections with different people, and it's just really amazing.
Today we're at Durham University where the Gaming and Esports Society are running their own gaming LAN event powered by Intel's Event in a Box.
I think it's great to see brands like Intel supporting events like this because it gives the students a sense of belonging and it gives them a sense of identification that this brand is willing to support them in their student-led events.
Just having these like proper setups really elevates the experience that we're able to deliver.
One of the benefits to LAN is it provides a great energetic environment for students to connect with each other in person as opposed to online.
It's really nice to be able to have something that we can put up and take apart and like over a weekend.
Looking at the tech we've deployed behind the scenes, we've got 12 Intel Phantom Canyon NUCs. They have a small form factor and high performance. They're super easy to transport in comparison to big, bulky desktop PCs. The load-in was fantastically smooth as they're small, plug and play, and you've got all the monitors and peripherals you could ever need from the kit.
They're so small, but they no noise and they all run like very comfortably on the top specs on Rocket League, so they're really good.
The feedback has been glowing. They're super easy and fast set up, and they provide all the high power performance you need to run your favorite esports titles.
So these computers that Intel are providing with us are kind of essential to make sure that the event that we deliver is the highest quality that we can do.
We can have pretty high graphic settings. We've just had no issues really.
If you'd like to find out more about Intel Event in a Box, head to nsc.gg/resources for more information.